And we're live. Welcome wherever you are to yet another CDC Watchalong. At least we're getting a game this time around. Remember, the first T20 International was washed off between New Zealand and India, but this time, even though the clouds are hovering around the Bay Oval and Mount Maunganui, there is news. And the news is New Zealand, who won the toss and decided to bowl first, understandably so, because they were talking about all the statistics pre-game. That batting second is, of course, favoured here. My name's Avnish Hegde, and I've got Shubh Agarwal with me. How are we this afternoon? Or sorry, morning still?
Sunday morning, I woke up an hour earlier than usually that I do on Sunday mornings, but cricket today, so yeah, why not?
Cricket today, and I was just hoping that we'd get a game. We've got a game, so let's not jinx it. The weather forecast was awful going into this one, saying scattered thunderstorms and all of that. But the big news is, at least from a team news perspective, no Sanju Samson and no Umran Malik.
No Sanju Samson. I mean, still, why not? Why won't you still? Why you won't still play Sanju Samson?
What has he done? What has he done
I
wrong?
think he should have been the second or third name on the sheet. I mean, first I would write Surya, then I would
Hardik.
Hardik, and then after that it has to be Sanju Samson. You have to play a guy like him. Why don't you play
It's
him?
ludicrous. It's beyond belief. Use whatever adjective back home and let us know in the comments how much India should have played Sanju Samson, because even people are kind of wondering why Umran Malik is sitting out and why play Bhuvneshwar Kumar, because let's face it, we don't really need him in this build up to the next World Cup. I know they're playing in New Zealand and it's swing written all over the conditions right now, but Umran Malik would have definitely been my cup of tea, and Sanju Samson too. That means essentially Rishabh Pant's going to be opening the batting with Ishan Kishan, at least in terms of the broadcast sheet that these guys put out. Shreyas Iyer 1 down, Suryakumar 2 down, Hardik 3 down or maybe 4 down with Hooda there as well. Then you have Washington Sundar and 4 bowlers. Bhuvi, Siraj, Arshdeep is your quicks, and Yuzvendra Chahal, who's getting a game finally, who didn't play the World Cup as well.
Chahal is no Harshal Patel as well.
No Harshal Patel, no Umran Malik. That's the big news. Would you have changed differently?
India,
I know Samson
India have basically benched their slowest and their fastest pacer. But I don't understand why Bhuvneshwar Kumar is playing in this game, or why is he even in the squad? I mean, I have no issues against him. I love the chap.
Same.
I like watching him play. But the thing is, at the moment, you don't see him playing in the 2024 World Cup.
No, not a chance.
This is a start of a new era. That is what Lakshman had said. That is what Hardik Pandya has said. What is the point of playing Bhuvneshwar Kumar in this series?
Seriously.
Why is he starting? That is there, first of all. Why is Bhuvi playing? Why is Sanju Samson not playing? So these are the two most shocking points.
So if Sanju Samson had to play, who would you bring him in for?
So my 11 was actually, I was opening with Shubman Gill and Rishabh Pant, but I'm okay with Shubman Gill not playing because the way he bats, it's not in India's advantage that they have an opener like Shubman Gill, because he also takes his time. So True. It is fine that they are opening with Kishan and Rishabh Pant. My one down was actually Shreyas Iyer, because I knew he was going to play. After that, Surya at 4, 5. Sanju Samson was my number 5.
Yeah.
So I did not have Deepak Hooda in my side, because I thought if Deepak Hooda has to come in, he will come in as he will again be batting at 6, 7, which is a bit which is 2-3 spots below his preferred batting spot. So yeah, they have gone for Deepak Hooda at 5, which is fine from Hooda's perspective. But again, I would have loved to see Sanju Samson. Watching Sanju Samson was one of the small points for which I was excited to watch this series, which otherwise seems pointless, right? So 100%. Why no Sanju Samson?
And Sanju Samson for me could have probably played instead of Shreyas Iyer. I know Shreyas Iyer has been kind of proving himself and working in the short ball and all of that. Sami Santosh going on to agree with Shubh, and I'm plenty of other Indian fans, I'm guessing, why no Samson, because we've not learned anything. Also, keep your comments coming, keep them trickling through, because we will answer all of them. Hopefully you get a 40-over game and it's not a curtailed game, but even if we do get a curtailed game, let's get a result, because it's invariably become a 2-match T20 International Series. We'll get a lot of other guests as well who will be joining us. Some of the familiar names have all kind of having a well-deserved break today, so it's fine. You can pester us in terms of all the questions. Anirudh Suresh going on to say, supposedly the start of a new cycle, reset, and you're still preferring Shreyas Iyer over Sanju Samson despite knowing both batters T20 ceiling. It's a fair point that he makes, because if we want to go down that route of playing ruthless, aggressive cricket, Sanju Samson is your best bet.
Sanju Samson, that is exactly what he does. Sanju Samson, Rishabh Pant, these two guys, you have to just find a way to fit them in the team and make them work. So Rishabh Pant, they are opening with him. I feel Rishabh Pant has the game to succeed at number 4. It just he has not cracked the code in T20I as yet.
True.
But having said that, I know he will be a different beast altogether if he can get a longer run at the top of the order. So
do you think that'll happen now that they put him as opener?
That will only happen if Rohit Sharma sidelines himself from the T20
But
setup.
what about when Rahul comes back?
KL Rahul will come in.
And
We all know.
And he'll replace Pant.
He will replace one of Ishan Kishan or Rishabh Pant.
Yeah.
I think if he comes in, if only he comes in, then he will be replacing Ishan Kishan. But a lot banks on this series as well. If Ishan Kishan outscores Rishabh Pant, then we might see Pant being sidelined then. But having said that, we know that KL Rahul will come, and if Rohit Sharma also comes back,
oh my God,
then Rishabh Pant goes out again because Virat Kohli won't drop himself. Virat Kohli will play. So
yeah, that's the thing, right? Like once these big boys come back in, it makes you think about again whether it possibly looks like what we played during the World Cup with KL, Virat, and not to forget Rohit himself. They should honestly. We spoke about this in the last watch-along as well, and we really appreciate all you guys who were joining us then. The fact that shouldn't they just make it clear to the rest of the public and be like, Rohit's not going to be playing this format anymore, Rahul's not going to be playing this format anymore.
I don't think they will be making it public because, again, their prestige, their reputation comes at stake. And if that happens, it is ridiculous. Because see, we saw the only T20 World Cup that we won was when seniors took a step to sideline themselves. The call came from themselves. So I mean, it just sets a precedent, right? That T20 is a sport where you have to keep up with the modern day happenings and all. India don't do that. India are so far behind because they are still preferring to play same players across all 3 formats. No, that cannot happen. There is so much cricket. The 3 formats are so different from each other. You have to pick and choose. There are only a handful of batters who have cracked the code in all 3 formats. So, Rohit Sharma is 34, right?
I just don't understand why they can't make that call. So we were just looking at Rishabh Pant's numbers right now. 65 matches he's played, which is a lot of T20 international cricket. And his Basra, when we judge batsmen in this format, at least we talk about the average and the strike rate when we add them. It's 23 is an average and 127 as a strike rate. Obviously, he's batted around. He's batted mostly at 4 and 5. He's opened in the past as well. Those are not Rishabh Pant numbers.
Those are not Rishabh Pant's numbers. We know his ceiling because when he came to IPL, he showed us what he can do. 2018 IPL, bro. He was.
So what worked in the IPL that's all working in T20 international cricket.
So that is there. That is a thing that I don't understand what is happening. My assessment of Rishabh Pant, the T20 batter in the middle order, is that he's a bit confused that how should he play. So what I've seen in IPL, okay, first of all, the first ball is
coming on. Join us in this watch along. Saudi Ishan Kishan.
And there's some shape, and nicely played by Ishan Kishan. So as I was talking about Pant, okay, I lost my train of thought.
No worries. Thanks, Naveed. Get in the comments below. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
So I told you we missed you in our watch along when you were not here for the World Cup final. A lot of our audience also was saying, where is Avnish? Where is Avnish?
No, but now the audience is asking, where is Somesh? Because Somesh has been getting a lot of traction and good on Som if he's watching this. And so first runs really of India's account. When was the last time you saw 2 left-handers open for India in the shortest format?
That's a very, very good question.
Anirudh, let us know. The stats man, that is. When was the last time 2 Indian openers, both left-handed, opened? I'm trying to think if.
And in any format, actually, because in other formats as well, I don't remember that left-hander, both left-hander has opened. Dhawan, Gautam Gambhir have not opened together. I don't think so. Gautam Gambhir last played on the England tour 2014 when Jaffrey Boycott just called him rubbish. And his opening partner used to be Murli Vijay in those times. So.
That was tough times for Gautam Gambhir. With the MRF bat and with the tri-coloured handle as well.
And rubbish comments from Jeffrey Boycott.
Rubbish comments. What do you think? The past score, I was doing some research. 7 T20 internationals have been played here before, and 199 is the average score. If India get anything close to that, it'll be great. Oh, let's welcome Anirudh, our stats man, who joins us right now. Good to see you, my friend. Talk to me and tell us, when was the last time 2 lefties opened for India in any form?
So in T20Is, the last time was in 2012 against Australia and against England. In September 2012, they opened with 2 left-handers, Gambhir
Parthiv
and
Patel
Pathan.
and
No, Gambhir and Irfan Pathan. Both occasions it was Gambhir and Irfan Pathan.
Gambhir and Irfan Pathan.
Jeez,
Yeah.
that's a long way back.
Long way back, but what a combination. I would have never guessed that in my wildest imagination.
Oh my God. And
So
who was that
basically-
against?
Australia and England.
Okay, and this was like just a normal bilateral series.
Yes. It was a normal
And
bilateral
other
series.
formats? Other
Tw-
formats? when did-
2017 in tests. That was against Sri Lanka.
Dhawan
Yes, it
and
was-
Abhinav Mukund?
Yeah, Dhawan and Abhinav Mukund, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
Shikhar
well
Dhawan and
done, well
Abhinav
done.
Mukund.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
That is
interesting.
fascinating, right? Actually, 2012 was the last time 2 lefties opened for India in T20Is. That too, Gautam Gambhir and Irfan Pathan. So
Okay, well, I guess
interesting.
it was. I guess it was in the World Cup. I guess.
Did we end up winning
in the
that
World
game?
Cup? It's in the World Cup. It's in the World Cup.
Oh yeah, I think we
Oh.
beat England, didn't we?
We
Yeah,
beat
we
England.
beat
to
England,
Australia.
but we lost to Australia.
Shane
Wow.
Watson and David Warner just chased down on their own, I guess.
2012, who would
It
have
was
been-
another 10-wicket defeat. Oh,
What
ball.
a ball that is. What a ball that
That
is.
was a
So it's 2 for 9
9 wicket
India,
defeat.
5 balls up. Anirudh will, of course, touch base with you as we go along in this match. Plenty to pick your
Yep.
mind about, so stay hydrated and stay with us as much as
Yep.
possible. Fab man, that stats man, Anirudh Kasagor is.
So
He
what,
can just dish out all the information, which is what we love.
Wanna bet next ball he's going to charge down the track?
I was going to ask you that. Honestly, you could read my mind well. By the way, just sync in your stream, whoever's watching, wherever. We're watching it in Prime, but you can apparently watch this on DD as well. India 2 for none, 5 balls in. Saudis running into ball, just to give you an assessment of where we are in terms of the time. He's not walked down the track, but he's got 4.
It's got 4. So
New
why
Zealand
burn
been
him?
sloppy
burn
this
extra
first over.
calories?
Conway's dropped one consolation.
Conway is a dodgy keeper. We also saw that in that Pakistan game. Not because he dropped a tough catch of Babar Azam, but he was struggling to collect the throws and keep against spinners as well. So pretty safe batter, but not so with the.
You know what I'm
behind.
thinking? What if India, of course, because of Kishan and Pant, they get off to a mad start, and again it'll make you think, oh, bilateral merchants here. But by the time a big tournament comes again, they'll fall.
But different players know, and that is the problem with T20I is you can only judge in bilaterals because World Cup to World Cup there is only bilateral cricket, and even that seems pointless because
And maybe the IPL.
IPL is there, but IPL, I mean, a lot of different factors take place in IPL. For example, the opening partner. Your opening partner could be more aggressive, so he can hide your vulnerabilities
True.
or something. I mean, there are a lot of different things, but I don't think it will be fair on Pant and Kishan to say that bilateral merchants and stuff because it's. I mean, उनके लिए तो first opportunity है NIA after that. So yeah,
It's funny because I think I went out clubbing last month somewhere here in Bangalore. I'm not going to disclose the location, but I saw Ishan Kishan, and he was watching. This was when I think the Australia series was going on, so he was at the NCA, and he was just watching. I think the openers at the time was KL and Rohit, and it's just funny how like time flies, and these guys get so much of cricket and the opportunities because like if they're not playing one format, they'll invariably find some other format to fit into. And I don't know about Ishan Kishan because whether he plays for his place today or not, but I want to see the Ishan Kishan which made everyone sit up and take notice of him in the IPL.
Which made an IPL franchisee shell out 15-16 crores for him.
Exactly. And at times you think to yourself, these guys have it in them, their potential, the shot making. But then after the first couple of games, and if it doesn't go according to them, then they're always kind of timid and they're playing for their place.
This is also India's under-19, 2016 under-19 World Cup captain and vice captain opening together, I guess.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Yeah.
I think
both have been molded by Dravid also.
Yeah, and now playing.
And again, it's just shocking. New Zealand have been pretty sloppy so far.
Davin Conway, I think
he's a makeshift keeper, right?
with a makeshift keeper, but they have another proper keeper in the squad already, Glenn Phillips. But
Yeah.
Glenn Phillips is such a good fielder.
Yeah, it's like
You
AB.
want him in
It's
the
like
yeah.
AB. You never
You
wanna
want him
keep
in
AB.
the field. You want him to field, and you want him to convert those half chances into catches, into dismissals.
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, you used to remember that catch of Marcus Stoinis that he took in the Super 12 opener, right? That is not the only time he has done that.
Yeah.
If you go on Getty, you will see 4 or 5 different images from different matches where Phillips is parallel to the ground and he has reached the ball taking a catch. So it is like a bread and butter.
Is that a
for-
bird? Is that a plane? No, it's Glenn Phillips.
It is Glenn Phillips. So
Flying
yeah,
through the air. He's taken a couple of blinders in recent times. I mean, that one that you just named there, Stoinis as well. I mean, just the leap forward is quite ridiculous. We have a better probability of seeing a unicorn than seeing Hooda bowling. I really hope they make him bowl. Otherwise, it should have been Samson. I completely agree, Pratik. And look at India's team today, and New Zealand again have just been started so sloppy with ball in hand and in the field, 13 for none. It just makes me think about the bowling options we have today. Do we really need 7 bowling options today? We have 4 bowlers: Sundar, Hardik, and Hooda who can bowl.
so that is why I feel ki Hooda could have been kept aside and Sanju Samson could have played, because you already have that off spinner in
Oh yeah,
Washington on the right, and you still have 6 bowling options. And Hooda did not even bowl when India were playing a game with 5 bowling options. Now if you give him the ball with 6 bowling options in store already,
yeah.
I mean, again, it sends some kind of mixed signal. So
But
I
is
don't
Hooda
see
just
Hooda bowling
in
actually.
the team because he can do 3 things.
Yeah.
Apart from that, he shouldn't be featuring.
He
right?
is a good batsman. There is no doubt about it. I am a big fan of him. I have seen him at his peak, and I know that he is a guy who can be a long-term player for Indian cricket at the international level.
How old is Hooda now? 28?
He played under 19 World Cup in 2014.
Okay.
So you add 8 to that. So I guess 27,
27,
28. Between 26 and 28, he would be.
Ooh.
So he is a good batter, and he got into the side because India needed a top order batter who can bowl as well. So my
Correct.
question was, if you are bringing him into the side, we all know why he's in the side. Why are you not using him as a bowler? And there were opportunities in the Asia Cup.
There was.
I remember there were a couple of instances.
And in those
when
conditions, it's a no-brainer.
yeah, when the ball could have been thrown to Deepak Hooda, but now you know what is the problem. The problem is the one big problem that I have had with the Dravid era heading into the World Cup was the changes, the experiments only used to happen after India had sealed a bilateral series.
Yeah.
For example, that India-South Africa series right after the IPL, India played the same 11 for 4 matches in a row because they lost the first 2 games and they wanted to win the series with their preferred 11 first. It's okay if you want that, but if you are aiming for the World Cup and if you are playing the same 11 for 4 matches in a row and then you are saying we want to experiment and stuff, you are contradicting yourself.
Exactly.
So yeah, that is
And sometimes I understand that Rubber the Green hasn't gone Rahul Dravid's way in terms of the coach because he had to chop and
I
change
totally
and all
get it. I
that,
totally agree with you. He has
For
been very
sure.
unlucky.
but no run. He's been very unlucky, but it makes you think about like that point you mentioned right now. Heading into the World Cup, maybe they could have.
They should have tried Hooda as a bowler a lot more. If you lose the game, you lose the game. That is not your target. You are eyeing to fry a bigger fish, that is the World Cup, and you don't use him as an off spinner at all. He bowled only 6 overs in the 12-13 matches he played, which is like half an over per match.
Yeah,
maybe
and
over.
I mean, even if you think about the World Cup, Ashwin and Akshar, okay, fine, they might be good bowlers on their day, but they're not earth-shattering by any stretch.
So both of them, I think Chahal should have been tried at least once or twice.
He just didn't play because he couldn't bat, which is sad.
But again, tell me in which match you would have played Chahal, because in every game the opposition had lefties.
I know, but like people like Australia and England don't care about that when they play Zampa and when they play.
Because Zampa and Rashid have secured themselves to that extent. And they are unrivaled in the side. Chahal has not. He was not in the squad for the last year's World Cup. You remember that,
I
right?
know that. And the fact that he's never played a World Cup game. He's been in a squad, but he's never played a World Cup.
He's been in the squad for so
quite ridiculous.
Long. Yeah, so it is quite
and
ridiculous.
He's one of India's highest wicket takers in the format.
But Chahal has himself to blame actually, because every time the World Cup comes closer, he loses his form. That is what we saw this year as well.
Even in this squad, that they don't have someone like Ravi Vishnu and they're taking Kuldeep Yadav.
So yeah,
Apparently
I
for his
feel
batting, which is quite ridiculous.
I don't think Kuldeep Yadav is in the side because of his batting. If he is in the side
There is
for
a
his
problem.
batting,
There is a big
there
problem.
is. I mean, I can't use the word. I mean, it's a very popular Delhi slang. You would know. But
Actually, let's ask all the viewers right now in terms of if you guys think there are a few surprises in the squad, who are they? For me, it's Bhuvneshwar Kumar.
yeah.
It's Kuldeep Yadav. And
So
today as well, we were just screaming at the screen if you guys joined us late. Why no Sanju Samson? Why no Umran Malik? It's quite ridiculous. Srivatsan going on to say, haven't watched a game of cricket since the semis out of the finals, so should be fun. Wonder how Samson is feeling though. He must be dejected. He's honestly like Rahul Tripathi in disguise at times. Just travel to the team and carry water bottles. Sad.
I don't have any words. I mean, I just don't understand how can you not play. So yesterday, what happened was I saw Ashwin put out his 11 for the first match. No, for this match actually, he did not have Sanju Samson in his squad as well, and I really thought surely he has forgotten because Samson is his IPL captain. I mean, so what happens on social media is whenever someone puts out his 11 and a guy who wants to see a particular player doesn't find that particular player in that 11, he will reply, have you seen this guy's numbers? You can't say that to Ashwin because Samson is his IPL captain. Of course, he has seen Sanju Samson. What was going in his mind that Ashwin did not pick Samson? But at that moment, I thought maybe he forgot.
If we had to kind of put a secret camera in the Indian dressing room, who are they debating Samson with? Is it Hooda or is it Shreyas Iyer?
Ideally,
in this squad, in this match, at least.
Ideally, it should be Shreyas Iyer because we know that Samson should be playing at number 3.
Yeah.
But I don't think that would have been the case because Shreyas Iyer, whenever he has played for India, 80% of times he has not done anything wrong. He has scored runs at 5-6 as well. He has scored runs at 3-4 as well. Except his short ball thing, I don't think he has done much wrong. So yeah, even though I would not have wanted to see Shreyas Iyer in the side, but I am pretty sure Shreyas Iyer's place right now is secured. So the debate would have been with Hooda.
And I still don't understand how that's possible. But fine, we'll give the benefit of the doubt to Shreyas Iyer because maybe they've seen something in him which can kind of...
As I said, he has not done much wrong. It is just that in between...
And it's that short ball sort of
short ball
stigma,
thing. And that is why he has a poor record against South Africa. And India played India played 7 T20Is against South Africa between June and up until now, and he was really not really good in those games.
And even I think he got a chance to play in that Edgbaston Test match, and then they sussed him out with a short ball.
He got out to a short ball from James Anderson.
Yeah. Bhuvi, Siraj, Deepak was in the World Cup squad, so definitely he was playing today.
But you are making a team for the future, right? And you don't see Bhuvi playing in the 2024 World Cup at this moment.
And knowing it's in the West Indies, you'd want Bumrah and Arshdeep and maybe Harshal Patel, who'll be probably better.
Yeah, exactly. And Umran Malik as well.
And Umran Malik
pace is pace. So
yeah, I think those are my pacers for sure. They're playing Bhuvi for giving him farewell. There's no room for emotion and sentiment, Sushant. There's no room. We can't, of course.
You know what Bhuvi reminds me of? After the 2019 World Cup, India still picked Kedar Jadhav for a couple of series, and then they dumped him. So maybe Bhuvi is in the same boat.
And Bhuvi is great, show. I mean, me and Shub
he's a great chap.
Keep praising him, but like, there's no point, especially after the World Cup, a series where you want to start fresh, where the captain quote saying that, there's a short boundary there, and it's traveled all the way for 6. So that's the first one of the game, and what a way to, of course, greet Lockie Ferguson into the attack. First ball and goes over mid-wicket for 6. Ishan Kishan
has a good record against KKR. So he saw KKR bowler and first ball smacked him for a 6.
Who's more pleasing to watch, Ishan Kishan or Rishabh Pant?
Arey yaar, kya sawal hai ye?
No, that's a good question.
Rishabh Pant is an ugly batter to watch. I'll tell you that. He is always falling away. And a big reason why I think Rishabh Pant has had poor numbers off late in T20I is because he tries to hit the ball too hard.
Yeah.
He always loses his shape. And
his head sometimes is not the position that you'd want him to be.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a tough pick, but I will say Ishan Kishan because just a bit better than Pant. But Ishan Kishan, don't mince my words for saying that Ishan Kishan is also an eye-pleasing batter. None of them are. They are effective, and that is what this team needs.
Fair call. By the way, check out our website. You guys can use the QR code below to scan it and check out all the great articles. Because I think one of our boys, Anirudh Suresh, has put up one in terms of all the blemishes so far in the Dravid road. Oh, it was nearly a run out from backward point, but India scampered through with the overthrow, 28 for no loss. And also check out our app, because you guys can check out the weaknesses, strengths of each batsman. For example, Shreyas Iyer or Ishan Kishan or Deepak Hooda.
You can watch live head-to-head stats between a
Live
bowler and a
head-to-head
batter,
stats.
which
And of course, Shubh's favorite feature on the app, which is the
worm chart. But
the
yeah,
worm
it won't
chart.
be there for the first innings, and worm chart only makes sense for the second innings.
Of course. So you can get a comparison of
Yeah.
it. But subscribe as well if you're new and watching. And tell us how much India will get in the power play and how much India will get overall. I think 60 for none at the power play. Because these two will, of course, be more calculated rather than just go for everything.
No, they will go for everything. Pant doesn't care, but I think Pant must be thinking that, okay, if
So
I
if
have
it was Rahul batting now, we'd be throwing like abuse at the screen. 5 runs and 9 balls.
But Rahul is a serial offender, right? Pant isn't. So you can cut him some slack.
Yeah, you can. 6 of 10, or was that a leg by? Oh, that's a leg by. So 5 of
Okay,
10.
a needless fact that just popped up in my mind. Yesterday I saw a reel on Instagram where a Bihar bowler knocked over some batter in domestic cricket. I think it was from Vijay Hazare Trophy. You know what was interesting in that? Bihar's jersey is exactly similar to the current jersey of the Indian team. They have copied pasted the design.
Really?
Really, I couldn't believe it. But then I thought, okay, ठीक है. घर की बात है.
Yeah, if you guys know what Shub's talking about, then jump in the comments below. AB review, they still want to win rather than gain.
That is not the right thinking. No, मतलब as Shah Rukh Khan once said कि हार के जीतने वाले को
बाजीगर कहते हैं. But no, but I mean, I'd rather hope that they make mistakes and learn along the way of how they want to kind of play their cricket. There's no point playing a certain style and brand of cricket in the bilaterals because there's not that much pressure, and then go into a tournament.
And we have already seen that phase where India keep on winning bilaterals, and yeah, we have seen that phase. Now we want to see you win the big trophies as well, right?
And I won't be surprised if they win this T20 International Series 2-0.
There absolutely won't be any surprise.
Doesn't
New Zealand
care,
is a
doesn't
side
matter.
that blows hot and cold.
All it
especially
does
in
is,
their
of course,
conditions.
give Hardik confidence. I mean, if he even needs it, because he's anyway a confident guy. And how India will then approach this slot of T20 international captaincy, because there's no KL Rahul. We, of course, understand that KL, Rohit, Virat, all these boys are rested for like that World Test Championship against Bangladesh, and they've been, of course, going to be playing that ODI series as well. This is the mindset of management. I wanted Sanju in place of Hooda.
We all do. We all did.
I want Sanju in place of anyone in this team.
I thought if Hooda was in competition for a place in the side with anyone, it was Washington. Sundar, but I mean, him getting preferred over Sanju.
No, but even Washington Sundar, I think, has been very unlucky. He's been a top class cricketer.
He has been, but
COVID, and then he fractured his ankle. I mean, he would have actually been a very good addition in the World Cup, I feel.
I think he would have played ahead of Ashwin, but he got injured, and India just did not have any time to have a look at him how he goes for India in T20Is. So that is the
Ashwin and DK honestly just got lucky, man.
DK worked hard, man.
I know DK worked hard, but like if you look at it right now these guys, of course, are going to be done with T20 internationals for sure. So it was maybe just a last glimmer of hope of whether they could lift an elusive title.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot blame them for seeing a dream.
100%.
But DK, I mean, commendable effort from where he was. This time last year, he was nowhere in the pool of the Indian team for the World Cup. Then he put his name, then he threw his name in the hat through IPL. Then he cemented his
spot. But with DK, do you think he mentally wanted it? I mean, went into the franchise thinking, okay, I have this role as a finisher, or did it happen vice versa, where RCB identified a role for him?
No, I think RCB picked him because DK was playing as a finisher for KKR.
Yeah.
KKR, I remember, ever since he became captain in 2019, he has been playing lower down the order, 5-6, 5-6, 5-6, 5-6.
Yeah.
It is just that in 2021, McCullum came and he said that, okay, Karthik, you are one of our best batters. Boundary.
Sure.
Baz said that DK, you are one of our best batters. You should bat at number 4. So he started batting at number 4, and he sucks against leg spin, and his numbers came falling down. That is why KKR released him without realizing they have needlessly pushed him up
No,
the batting
but that is
order.
a story of hope for every cricketer going around, whether regardless of their age. Because if here's a man who can reinvent himself,
It's raining.
is it raining or there's a slight drizzle around? But India are cantering along 30.
Come on, let us see this opening partnership at least.
Oh, yeah,
Just let us see
absolutely.
this opening partnership. उसके बाद बारिश हो जो भी हो मुझे घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ता because Sanju Samson is not playing.
That is true. Just going back to that DK story though, it's crazy because other players can take a page of his book and identify certain roles for them and then work on those roles. Whether they want to be just an out and out batter and a dasher, go for that role. I mean, don't really kind of worry about what people will say on the
Yeah.
outside, because DK, of course, has had a lot of success in that role with RCB, but he's failed as well. And in the World Cup, it didn't come off for him, but it was still a good story to see. Shivam Kansal going on to say, even if Bhuvi gets a turn here, a guy like Umran needs to be groomed. Absolutely. And especially in these conditions, which is not Indian-like. And I know it's not conditions that we'll get in the next World Cup in West Indies, but then we can actually see an Indian bowler have a 153 kilometers next to his name, which is always good to see. We talk about great attacking batsmen, but when Umran Malik has a ball in hand, it's quite brilliant. And he has that 5 for an IPL show. Obviously, not good numbers in his first 3 T20 internationals. I think he played that island game and Harry Tector took him apart.
That
but
is
it's
okay.
fine. It's
Pace
fine.
travels as well.
Yeah.
Pace is his best friend. Pace can be his enemy as well.
Yeah.
So it is okay. I mean, you are bound to make mistakes, and if you will make mistakes, you can learn from them as well. So yeah, I mean, I just why Bhuvi, man? Why
One second,
Bhuvi?
this is a pretty sedate start, right?
Yeah, because Pant hasn't really gotten off.
But would you want any of them to play second fiddle? Why can't both of them just go for it?
Both of them should be going for it.
6 of
कोई
12
out
with
होता है तो हो
18 ball
जाए.
20 from
Because India have Washington Sundar at number 7. Just go for it. Who is stopping you?
But sometimes
so,
are
yeah.
we expecting too much of these cricketers? Because think about it, they didn't play the first T20 international. Pant and Ishan Kishan, of course, trying to play for themselves and get a spot in the team. And it's the first match of the tour, so they want to be circumspect and not throw their wicket away.
I don't
But
know.
there's a fine line in that.
Depends upon what the message has been conveyed to them from the team management. You know, whenever
What do you think the message
openers
is?
are going out, the coach has a word with them. There is a word of encouragement.
Oh, top edge.
Ah.
And this is the problem with Rishabh Pant. This is the problem with Rishabh Pant. Why can't you just go for it from word go? And India have lost their first one. Lockie Ferguson's come back really well.
He was
after
trying
being-
to hit it on the onside again, right?
Again.
भाई offside में मार सकता था, बहुत बाहर थी ball.
And there was no fielder in the deep in the offside, which is quite ridiculous.
Let
It
me
was a
see what was
nothing
he
ball,
doing.
back of a length.
So
And-
yeah,
oh my God.
now I remembered. So you asked me
Terrible.
that what is wrong with Pant in T20s, and I was speaking something, then I lost my train of thought, right?
Yeah.
So two big reasons. First is that he has not understood that when to exactly press the accelerator, how many balls he can take to get his eye into.
And the last time he opened for India, I mean, technically was in that Western Australia friendlies. And he got both 9s of 15 balls. And even today, why are we seeing a scratchy version of him? Is there anything that we can put our finger down to? And you're a big Pant fan, even I am in many ways. But why is it not coming off?
So as I was saying, first of all, he has not understood that, okay, there is a fine line between when you should attack, when you should, play
Short selection.
cautiously. Short selection first. Actually, it is just short selection, because in that South Africa series as well.
Surprise, guys coming in at 3. Not Shreyas.
Yeah. Should have been Shreyas though.
Should
But
have been Shreyas.
maybe they are just keeping him to
Look
bat
at
against
those
spinners.
numbers. It's fucking ridiculous. Surya Kumar Yadav, strike rate of 179 and average of 41
Superlative,
plus.
man. Ye average, ye strike rate, ye combination.
I know the funny thing is there was a landmark approach. I mean, Pant was approaching 1,000 runs in T20 international
Surya.
cricket. If he got another 24 more, but Surya is already.
Acha, Surya.
Pant has played 65 games, has scored 970
Surya
runs.
1,000 runs in this year itself.
Yeah, which is mad.
And he reached there with a 6 as well. I remember
And
that.
again, he just every time he just looks so effortless at his first ball. Like he's been batting there for 100 balls already, which is madness.
So yeah, coming back to Pant again, short selection again. This should have been played into the offside. Even if he had gotten, slice of the face of the bat, there was a good chance he would have gotten
And
it over
third man
cover
was in.
fielders.
Yeah, and third man was in. We could have probably
So
like
again, as
ramped
I
it
was
over.
saying in that series against South Africa as well, Keshav Maharaj was bowling to him wide outside the off stump, and he was still trying to slog him into the onside. Bro, he can play into, he can hit spinners in the offside. I have seen him hit
But
that.
is it just an ego game right now in terms of the
It's
ball?
not ego. It is just.
It's a good ball that.
It is just poor, atrociously poor shot selection.
But okay, fine.
Only thing
we
worse
talk
than
about
is
long ropes given to players in certain positions.
Pant ko long rope actually mil chuka hai before the
True.
World Cup
No,
happened.
but I'm talking about Pant the opener as a long rope.
Pant the opener. Now it's a time to try him as an opener. I mean, Nasir Hussain once said about Rohit Sharma that if Rohit Sharma cannot play Test cricket, then I'm not sure that what format is he playing or something on those lines. I feel the same for Rishabh Pant yaar, because
Oh god,
he's good against spin. He can hit spin on both sides of the ground, and he has decent defense. He can whack the short ball as well. और क्या चाहिए तुम्हें एक player से?
Oh my god, let us
And he
know
still
about
doesn't
the
do it.
curious case of Rishabh Pant in the comments below. What is it that plagues him? Is it his diet? Is it his mentality? Is it his shot selection?
Diet कहाँ से घुसा दी भाई?
I'm just trying to think of, like, I don't know, he wakes up in the morning and apparently he has 2 big brioche buns with chocolate ice cream in between. That's not the perfect athlete diet, that. It isn't. It really isn't. Srivats Singh saying they shouldn't drop him again next
Yeah,
time.
definitely not.
They shouldn't. And we're not insinuating that by any stretch. Oh! Nearly carrying. It's gone past slip and past fine leg for
Okay,
four.
why do you play that shot in the power play? But ठीक है भाई, Sky को मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता.
We can't.
The guy is way above everyone.
Lockie Ferguson can't believe his luck. It's 42 for 1, 5.5. The last ball before the power play. So maybe Sky is going for it. The 2 balls before this, he was beaten by absolute beauties by Lockie Ferguson. But only time will tell how India go about it. And like Shubh said, if you guys can see the screen, there is, of course, pitter-patter and the rain's kind of picking up. Hopefully it stays away and the umpires kind of keep them on as much as possible. The drainage as well, apparently, is not that bad compared to the other grounds in New Zealand. So that's something to factor in as well. Last ball of the power play, Shubh, what's happening?
But it's 42 runs, okay.
Oh, it's cover driven and it's a drop
I was about
ball.
to say 4, but he's played it.
Hi,
straight.
Jay. We just saw your comment. Hi, Jay. How are you? All well, I hope.
What's his name? Jay Mohamaya.
Yeah. Very disappointed for Umran and Samson. Tell me about it, buddy. Tell me about where literally our hearts have just melted. When I saw that,
I woke up, I was excited to watch Sanju Samson bat and Rishabh Pant open. Rishabh Pant has disappointed already, and the team management has disappointed me by benching Sanju Samson.
Absolutely shocking. And we have a lot of fans of Sanju who, of course, are fans of cricket.com as well, and they must be feeling what that bloke needs to do to get a game. I think the last time he played for India was at South Africa series in the ODIs. That was the last time.
And he did fairly well.
And he has good ODI numbers, by the way. It's just that, when do you think Sanju Samson played his first T20 international game? It was in 2015. And since then, he's played, I think, under 20,
under
T20.
10.
Under 10, maybe. Which is diabolical.
Okay, surprise. James Neesham did not bowl a single ball during the World Cup. But now he's bowling.
Jimmy.
Maybe
Jimmy,
New Zealand are also trying new things.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
But James Neesham can be a pretty good bowler. I've seen him deliver a couple of overs.
But you know what?
Like
if we talk about New Zealand and how they're going to look at building up to the next World Cup, it'll pretty much be the same guys, bro. They're not going to change that much. Oh, slashed away from Kishan.
Shot.
Throwing the Kishan Singh at it.
Kishan Singh at it. Nice one.
Rishabh Pant equals Haider Ali.
No.
Rahul thoda
ज़्यादा हो गया यार.
Respect, man. Respect. Like how
Haider Ali is also a good player who has just lost his wheels.
Yeah.
But Rishabh Pant has achieved a lot more already.
Rishabh Pant in Test match cricket is an undroppable for me, but in the other formats, now I'm questioning his position.
As Sunil Gavaskar said, if a guy can crack Test cricket, he can definitely play other forms as well. And
No,
that
it's
is
not
my
true actually.
No, it is not true
I mean,
always, but
Pujara?
Rishabh Pant has the game now. भाई पुजारा देखो उसके numbers आजकल white ball में.
Pulled away again.
जाके देख
Pulled away
requirements
again.
आने की
Back to back
भगवान.
boundaries from Ishan Kishan.
भाई अब पहले तो ऋषभ पंत ने डीके से लात खाई, अब ईशान किशन से खाएगा.
This is the Mumbai Indians duo.
And the bowler is also Mumbai Indians. Oh no, Nisham is released now. He has played for Mumbai.
Man, it's actually been raining quite a bit. I mean, but these guys are not going on. Maybe they're wondering it's just a passing shower, but we don't care because cricket is what we want. 50 for 1. I don't know if you guys are watching on Prime or DD. Let us know because it's the first as well. In which TV channel is it broadcasting? Good time to bring that question up by Banu. We're watching it on Prime Video, but you can, I'm guessing, use DD on any of your platforms that you guys are watching. So as long as you guys sync it in with us, so you guys can get the commentary equally. It's 50 for 1, 6.3. And it's going to be interesting whether rain stays away or not.
But next prediction should be how many balls before the umpires take the players off the field.
Maybe 7.2 they come off. Lol, I was picking Nisham in my fantasy league during the World Cup for his all-round ability today.
Fantasy woes, hashtag fantasy woes.
Fantasy woes indeed. Jay, I don't know if you guys have ever used the fantasy research option on the cricket.com app. Try using it for the next game because now it's obviously
we won't be able to tell you that
fantastic.
if James Neesham will bowl or not.
Yeah.
But we can tell you if he bowls, what can he do?
Yeah. And what are his strengths and what are the certain matchups and all of that. Rishabh Pant, I mean, I don't know about matchups and stuff, but I'd like to know some numbers. It's not streaming on DD Sports. My bad. Sorry. I don't want to be sued.
Prime is your only option. And,
so Prime is pretty much your only option.
Prime is pretty good.
It's a future of cricket. They're going to watch more of it on OTT.
They're done, I think.
Oh, they're done, is it? Oh, they're done. No, it's a sight that no cricket fan likes to see. It is sad. It is honestly sad. I mean, fair play to the umpires because they were out there quite a bit, but I think it's picked up in terms of the rain out there. So 50 for 1, 6.4. There is hope because as you can see in the distance, there is still that evening brightness around. And what I think it's around, it's actually 8 o'clock local time.
8 o'clock?
Yeah, 7.5 hours ahead. I mean if 8 o'clock look like that in India, oh my God. So I'll make plans after plans after plans.
We can play cricket till late. We could have played cricket till late. Because bachpan mein during the winter season we have to get off the park at 6 because it used to be too dark.
But it's insane how all the grounds in New Zealand are so small. Like every ground resembles like a Chittiswa.
The T20, the try series that happened right before the World Cup between Bangladesh, Pakistan and New Zealand, that was played on that particular ground. I don't remember, but it was played on that particular venue because it was the biggest venue in New Zealand and they were supposed to play the World Cup after that on the big grounds of Australia. So that is why they played. So
it makes a huge difference, of course. We saw it in the World Cup as well, where bigger grounds like Melbourne and Perth and Brisbane at times, you have to get your bearings right and all of that. And T20 cricket in New Zealand here, it's almost more boundaries and singles rather than 2s and 3s and stuff. I mean, sure, there's 2s and 3s, but rain, go away. India's going to win anyway. Great to see India support all the time. It is great option in your app of automatic fantasy team build option. It is. And the best part about it is sometimes like you're confused and you could be playing any game. Like yesterday, I was building my fantasy team for the Australia-England ODI and I just chose 4 or 5 lads and then the rest picked themselves. And it was not bad, even though it was AI selected. They're basing it on either previous fantasy points, form, matchup. So it's different ways to look at cricket and that's good to see. But the breaking news out there from Bay Oval, Tauranga, Mount Maunganui is that India are batting 50 for 1, but the rain has, of course, come in and spoiled proceedings. There was a lot of talk before this game that we might not even get a ball bowl, but let's be happy that we've seen 40, not just 1. So far, what can we see? I mean, I know it's just 40 balls. With big talking point will be Rishabh Pant again.
Yeah, there is only one thing that we have seen so far, that is a failure from Rishabh Pant.
Yeah. Where is Somesh sir? He's in Bhopal. He's back to his beloved Madhya Pradesh.
Bhopal में भी अपने सोफे पे बैठ के पोहा खा रहा होगा पक्की बात है. There are high chances of that.
Good old Somesh. He would probably be having muesli now at lunchtime. the man that he
big
is.
poha fan, man. So yeah, भाई इतने time बाद घर गया है, पोहा तो बनता है यार.
Yeah, fair. I mean, I think Akash has been busy. The Harry Potter lad, he has, I think, a wedding in the family. Anirudh Suresh, the guy got a haircut, not as
Not the
evil
same
twin.
anymore.
Yeah, he's, I think, at home as well. And it's football World Cup fever as well. So all the lads
Playing
are
today.
saving the energy for them. Qatar is taking
Home
on
team,
Ecuador,
okay.
which is
Okay.
going to be good.
So I mean, is there a clear favorite? Because I don't watch football much.
So everyone online are hoping for an Argentina-Portugal final. Like that is a dream of
Messi
all
versus
football
Cristiano
finals.
देखना है क्या?
And then it's 2-2, and then Ronaldo fans are saying hopefully Ronaldo scores a winning free kick in the end, and Messi fans are saying that. Now that question was asked to Ronaldo, and he said if that happens and Portugal win, he's retiring from football. And everyone was like, "Oh my god, that's pretty crazy." But yeah, football chat we can save. Right now, Ishan Kishan is the only talking point in terms of positive talks. An unbeaten 28. The other negative talks is that no place for Sanju Samson, no place for Umran Malik, which is not.
I think we should call in another guy and start another episode of ranting because.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
There is nothing
Bastav.
much.
I mean, we haven't seen him in a
Bastav,
while.
Anirudh, Hardik.
Hardik as well, who's yet
I
to
would love
make
to see
his
Hardik.
debut.
यार बहुत time हो चुका है.
Yeah, Hardik, come on. Hardik Bora is a very clever colleague of ours, and he's hilarious. But he hasn't been able to grace his presence so far. I don't know for whatever reason. He was first telling me in the Asia Cup it'll be the day where we see Hardik in a watch-along because of the Bangladesh Sri Lanka Nagin derby. That wasn't happening. But Hardik, if you're watching this, come on. The vacancy is here, and you can make yourself. Presence. Oh, there is a slight glimmer of hope.
Oh,
There's a
yeah,
man in
Bastav.
pink. There's a man in pink, a man who knows John Wright really well, with all the New Zealand
And
India
he knows
chats.
Senapati sir very well. What's his name?
that is more important.
Basta Farida making his presence felt after a while. I think the last time we had you here was the Asia Cup.
I guess, yeah.
Guys, Bastav takes so much pride in being from Odisha. His favorite cricketer is Odion Smith. If you know, if you don't get the joke, you get the joke. I won't explain it.
If you didn't say Odin Smith, I was going to get SS Das, but it could be. So how are you?
SS Das is going to be the next selector of Indian cricket team.
Oh,
That's breaking, by the way.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Remember the selectors came
Put
under
a
the
ticket.
spotlight, so hopefully. this
Yeah,
changes
he has
over.
thrown his hat into the ring, I guess.
I heard Ajit Agarkar has a good chance.
Yes, Ajit Agarkar, L. Sivram Krishnan, SS Das. That's from
Shivarama
West,
LSK,
East and South.
that
Yes.
commentator.
He's the
They've
favorite
all
for
been
the...
columnists for cricket.com, haven't they?
I don't
We
think
love you guys.
SS Das has ever been, but I loved working with L. Sivram Krishnan during the last IPL, so I was the ghostwriter for him. And one of the tremendous cricket friends, I think he's sometimes being underestimated because of he's been there in the system for a long time.
That's a good way to put it.
But I think I don't know. Like I think this decision. What is your opinion on this decision, man?
भाई पहले तो इस comment पर reply करो तुम.
वास्तव का टीका किधर है? इधर है भाई, मार किधर है?
What a movie Basta was.
Yeah,
What a movie that was.
that's really.
One second, before we get into the selectors chat and all that, what did you make of that Rishabh Pant scene?
I think no one is no. I mean, like we discussed about it like last time during the World Cup and Asia Cup, like he should open and all that. But how many chances is too many chances?
Exactly.
That's the thing, right? I mean, at some point you have to take the difficult decisions.
Chance, भाई को.
He hasn't got like I think this is a very pretty non-important series if I want to put it that way. So I think it is fair to
You
give
can
him
say pointless.
chances.
It's allowed.
Yeah, it's yeah. I think it is fine like to give him chances at the off top and see how it goes.
I know, but don't you think like he's got a longer rope in terms of the matches that he's played? I know not as an opener, but why do you think there is a mentality issue, a shot selection issue, whatever it is with Rishabh Pant? Because we saw him open, I think, in the prelude to the World Cup in those 2 games at Perth. And similar scratchy single-digit scores. Why can't he just be the Pant that we know, the Pant of 2017-18 in the IPL?
That's very a pretty diabolical situation to be in, right? With a lot, I'm like if it is on me, then I would keep my eyes closed and pick Samson in the team and make him the batsman. But then the situation is like there is something that Pant brings to the table that the management is
Which
so
is
automatic.
what is that?
That is exactly
It
the thing
can't
that we
be
don't know.
left-handed.
We
He's a
don't,
Khabbu ballebaz. Khabbu,
Yeah.
Khabbu means left-hander in Hindi.
yeah, and left-hand situation, as we know, it is pretty important in T20 cricket.
is.
We have discussed it so many
We have
times.
discussed, we saw it in the World Cup as well. Yeah, India were getting bogged down against left-arm spin.
And I think there is a still, as Abnish was pointing out during one of the matches in World Cup, I think there is pretty uh, lack of understanding how left-handedness work, because we cannot just keep an Oxford Patel just because he's a left-hander.
Exactly.
Sometimes we need to
And people have
be
missed
realistic
out
about it.
because, like, for example, Chahal, he's not played a single World Cup game in his life, and yet he's been one of the like leading wicket takers in this format for India because he couldn't bat and because we wanted to play a person like Akshar and
Right.
stuff. Pant is fearless. In by what means 6 or 13 isn't fearless,
भाई
Jay?
कभी-कभी हो जाता है यार.
It's
चीने तो
rise up, Pant, rise up again.
I mean, like
in this
there would
year's
not be
IPL.
that wouldn't be a better
Rise up,
story than
man.
Rishabh Pant's rise, because he's like, as you have seen, like in Test cricket, and we have grown up like in the last few ODI matches. Also, he has done well. So, if he rises up to the occasion and becomes the player that everyone thinks that he can be, then that is no better story. I think
yeah.
no one has any grudge against Pant. He's a great player. He's a great guy, and if he can be successful, then of course, like why not? I mean.
Let's, of course, get another thought of this in terms of our colleagues. I mentioned Anirudh Suresh, who's, of course, going to be joining us right now. In fact, he's on standby. Let's get Anirudh on. And, yeah, there he is. Not the evil twin, but the well-manicured Anirudh Suresh. I mean, again, talk to me about Rishabh Pant. I mean, I'm asking the boys indoor. We're furious about 3 things this morning. And fourth, I mean, to be fair, the rain as well is pissing me off right now. No Samson, no Umran, and yet another Pant failure as an opener. Where do you want to start, Ani?
I'll start with Pant. So I think it's, I mean, we should not be talking about dropping Pant after his innings today, because look, this was his 65th T20I, if I'm not wrong. So the guy has played 65 T20Is, averaging 20 something. And I feel that statistically, he might be just right up there as one of the worst ever players to have played 65 plus T20Is in terms of his statistics. So if Pant had to be dropped, it has to happen before the series. We can't slate him after this one failure, because like, what's the point in slating Pant after this one failure? He's failed for 64 matches before this, so
Agreed.
one extra failure is not going to make another difference. So
yeah, I know, but now the fact that I'm guessing the management has taken a leap of faith and saying, okay, fine, we'll slot him as an opener. But for how long is the question? Because if someone like Ishan Kishan does well, you think inevitably KL Rahul will slot back in, or am I thinking completely out of my mind here?
So I would say just give Pant a run of 6 or 7 straight matches in one of the bilaterals or whatever, just at one fixed position. Tell him that this is your role. You have 6 more matches. If you can't deliver at least one more match-winning knock, you're done in T20Is. Because we've already seen Kishan, he's outplaying Pant today. We've seen Samson waiting in the wings. I mean, we've seen, it's not like India don't have left-handers as well. Tilak Verma has been doing well in the IPL and in the Vijay Hazare Sahib Trophy. So, but now again, just...
But do you think that'll put pressure on him, Anirudh? Like the fact that if we give him an expiry date if things don't come to plan, do you think that's invariably putting more pressure on him? As cutthroat as it is, it's clarity, right, at the end of the day.
Does it matter? I mean, look, if he... I mean, look, he has been through every kind of situation. He's been given a free roll at top. He's been literally bagged through, like... We are talking about at least 40 plus failures in 55 innings he's played, like more than that. So
what is his USP?
You're like, oh, we don't want to put him on.
Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, even after so many failures, if you're like, oh, let's not put him under pressure and everything, I don't see a point. Because, and it's not just T20s, right? Look at Pant's record in the last 3 years in the IPL. It's especially in 2020 and 2021, he was extremely poor. Like, he was so bad in 2020 and 2021. I think he kind of recovered some of his numbers in this season, 2022. But again, he was not the Pant we know or we saw in 2016, 17, and 18. So I guess now that you've, now that you've kind of made it clear that Pant is not going to be dropped, just give him 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more matches or whatever you feel is the right sample size to judge him. Give him a run, continuous run in one position. If you think he's your opener going forward, let him open for 10 matches. Even if Rohit is fit, even if Rahul is fit, let him open for 10 matches. Or if you think he's going to play at number 4, play him at number 4 for 10 matches. Judge him based on those 10 matches, because whatever has happened has happened. And at the same time, keep an eye out on what Kishan does or what the others do. Then I think the good thing is, since the next T20 World Cup is still 2 years away, So even if Pant fails in 10 matches or whatever, you'll still have more than enough time to blood in a new wicketkeeper or
But I think
yeah.
But I think, as Anirudh said, but there is one problem that Indian cricket has always had. Since T20 we have seen there is a player given lots of chances towards the World Cup, they get panicked and pick a different player. So that happened this year.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Dinesh Karthik didn't deserve it, but what happened with the decision is a complete knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah.
And a couple of failures, and they just got rid of him and got in pawn for the important classes. So
Yeah,
I
it
think
makes
there
you
has
think
to
how
be,
they choose their team, man.
I think it's more than the player or what Pant does. I think it is about the management and how they are seeing things right now. Because as good as Dravid is,
So who does it come down to? Does it come down to the current coaching staff or the selectors who made?
Because I don't blame selectors. I was coming to that point. I don't blame selectors because what else selectors could have done? Because there is no other option in Indian cricket that they could have picked. Probably Samson is the only one that you could have fairly argued that he should have been in the team.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone in the team, anyone in the country that who deserved the chances over these 15 players who were in England. Who were in Australia.
That is true. One second, I'll just make a quick substitution with another Anirudh on, and then I'll come back with a cup of coffee, but you guys can carry on your chat. Anirudh stats man that he is, with another Anirudh. Let's be back.
So I think Anirudh, the argument that you were making of the air the other day, about the importance of players like Rishabh Pant, the players like KL Rahul in the setup who can play a different kind of role at the time with the coming ahead with Rohit. If you are seeing that way, Rohit and Kohli going off from the Indian cricket team, Indian cricket would need an anchor.
See, the thing over here is there are two factors which I have seen on Pant or any other player who performs well in IPL and not in Indian setup. We tell it that okay, fine, yes, management is not doing well or whatever it is. It might be true, but there's one more perspective where when you are playing an IPL match, you have 14 matches and you're not getting dropped.
Yeah.
So you tend to play your fearless cricket, whatever you are doing, you have that okay, fine mindset. I don't care. Your thing is your management comes to you and tells you that I want 2-3 matches from your side. Out of the 14, if you're winning them 2-3 matches, then yes, you're playing all the matches.
Yeah.
Irrespective of it. But what happens when you come to Indian team is you'll be playing bilaterals, not the multinational tournaments. You'll be playing bilaterals and you will have 3 matches to play.
Yeah.
Out of which you might just get one match, which is after the series is decided. So your tendency, as a cricketer, I was tendency is to okay, fine, I need to cement my spot.
Yeah.
So you very rarely get a fearless cricketer like Surya Kumar Yadav. When he came in, he was fearless. I don't care if I play the next match or not.
Yeah.
So once when you're coming into the setup, your mindset need to be in that frame where okay, fine, what I was doing in IPL, I'll be doing it over here.
Yeah.
That is not happening. One is this one, and with Pant, what I have observed is you can't be a one-dimensional player. How Shubh mentioned it. If you see the pattern post the 2022 IPL, that is what I was looking at.
Yeah.
So
Trying to hit too much into the outside.
Out of 15 dismissals, 9 dismissals are wide outside.
Yeah.
That is bowlers after some time they get to know okay, you have a weakness over there.
Yeah.
If you are not accessing towards the offside, then they know okay, fine, I'll bowl it over there. He'll try to swing it.
Right.
Irrespective of the boundary size, you are getting out. So
and that is the problem that we have always judged the players on, right? There is a very thin line between the playing careless cricket and carefree cricket.
Yeah.
The moment it comes off, we say what a cricketer, and the moment it doesn't come off, we tend to. But I just want to request Sonak to bring in the previous comment that he was talking about Pant and Delhi cricket. I want to touch that thing because I know Anirudh Suresh has a very interesting idea about that. So LHM saying Pant is lucky he's from Delhi. If he was from Assam, Jharkhand, Baroda, Gujarat, Hyderabad, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, he would have been dropped. And Pant is doing overs for DC after 2019 season. I think I completely agree, but that is with a slightly disagreement, because I don't think the prevalence of with the thing we're talking about, he's from Delhi, he's from Mumbai and all, that exists that much as we tend to say at some point in time? Because do you think a player, I think that has happened in the last 10-12 years since MS Dhoni became the captain. That setup was very, very existing in the past, like when a player from Karnataka, Mumbai, especially Mumbai, used to be very, very prevalent in Indian cricket. But after that, there is a Hardik Pandya. Do you think Hardik Pandya wouldn't get a long run?
Yeah.
He's from Baroda, right? Do you think like a player like, for
And
example,
DK got back
Ishan-
into the team,
DK
right?
got, yeah,
DK
got into the
back
team.
into the team, replacing Pant himself.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't think
and
that
it
there is
took-
that bias.
And it took some failure from Ishan Kisan to be ousted from the setup. There has long been this idea that we don't see Shreyas Iyer, we don't see Prithvi Shaw or SSC Jaiswal or
Yeah.
Sarfaraz Khan in the Indian setup 8. And they have done incredibly great despite being from Delhi and despite being from Mumbai and not getting a chance. I think it is more down to player performance and what the management sees
Yeah,
in the
and
particular
how the
player.
management looks at
Looks
a
into
particular
that.
player, right? That is the
And,
only reason.
and I think Anirudh was mentioning about Pant's performance since for DC after 2019 season, it has been tacky, but I don't think it is straight down to the fact that he's just from Delhi.
And
Yeah.
Anirudh, over here, like, I guess there is one more thing. Like, even if you assume Pant as an opener, like, that would be like, if you're assuming Pant as your opener, that would be only to bilaterals. Like internationals, you will be as an opener, but in IPL he's not going to open. However, he's not going to open for at least around another till the mega auction, till the next mega auction maybe, because they're not ready to let go Prithvi Shaw or David Warner.
Yeah.
So, and then your one down would be Mitch Marsh. So like you're not even batting in top 3. So it will be basically from Pant will be an international opener, but not an opener in T2 in IPL.
Right.
So
And-
that actually disrupts your approach. It completely disrupts your approach. Like what you want to do, like okay, fine in IPL, and moreover you'll have the captaincy burden as well. Okay, fine, I have to perform. It's basically like how Bauma is going through now. It's just because like okay, fine, I am. He already has got the feeling that okay, he's just here for the captaincy's sake.
Anirudh, you were saying something?
And
Yeah.
just
And
before Anirudh, I'll just come to you. I'll just give our audience a little bit update on the weather.
Sure.
So right now the drizzle has lessened. It hasn't stopped completely. The groundsmen are working currently to clean it up. So we'll probably see a restart in few minutes, maybe inception at few minutes.
Yeah.
Inspection.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
Anirudh, you were saying something?
Yeah. So just to wrap up on the Pant chat, I just feel that leaving him out or dropping him for a while or till for a year or even something like that won't mean that Pant won't ever be considered in the future. I mean, he's 24. He still has
Yeah.
probably 12 years of international cricket left in him at least. So like for example, like why you don't have to force Pant to be a 3 format cricketer. He's doing very excellently in Test cricket. He's found his touch in ODI cricket. He's found a nice sweet spot batting at 4 and 5, and thriving in those middle overs and stuff. And we saw how he finally scored his maiden ODI century against England in that series decider and won the series. So let him be a 2 format player for a while. I mean, like Australia tried with Alex Carey to force him to be a T20 cricketer. It did not work out, and they were quick to realize that, and they dropped him from the T20 setup, and they've been persisting with Matthew Wade, and now it's Josh Inglis who will succeed Wade like that. So just tell Pant that okay, you had your chances, 60-70 matches, whatever it is. For the time being, for the next 1 year, you won't be considered for T20s, but we will play you in tests and ODIs. You are our number 1. And in case you have an IPL season where you show that you are back to your best,
Ready
or
for T20,
exactly where you can show that you are close to the form you showed in 2018-19 or whatever, then you will be considered again, because we know that you have the talent. You just make that communication clear, because Pant is not just keeping out. It's not like Pant is uncontested as a wicketkeeper. Like he's keeping out Sanju Samson, who probably for the last 3 years has been the best performing, just batter in IPL, not just wicketkeeper batter. So it's
Yeah.
and we just know how much Samson will just change the complexion of this Indian batting lineup altogether because of the dynamism he brings. So in that case, when you have such a stern competitor waiting who's been denied of chances, I mean, I just think they have to draw a line with Pant and say that, it's okay. It didn't work out for you. Just go and work out your game in T20s again, and the door is always open. Just say something like that. I think that's what I would like
Yeah.
to see.
And on the top of that, like India is playing 250 days of cricket at least in a year. If you take the 60 days of IPL out, so 250 days, it is not humanly possible for any cricketer to be there. So why, instead of choosing a particular series, okay, Pant won't play this series, Kisan will play this series. So instead, just make sure that okay, you are playing T20, you are playing ODI. I'm not talking only about specialization just because of someone's ability. It is also rationality, right? Because anyway, that Kohli cannot play every single series. Anyway, Pant cannot play every single series. So define. So that we are making it easier, because nowadays also we are not seeing a 3 format series at a single time. Like you are on a tour of New Zealand playing 2 test matches, 5 ODIs, 5 T20Is, like that. It is always either T20I or ODI, or sometime ODI and T20I, then test later, then. So that way you are just allowing, you are not saving money on flights, right? You are, at the end of the day, just trying to be rational about it. So I think it is pretty valid decision to ensure that Pant becomes great at great test batsman, a great ODI batsman, because something that India need right now, because there is so many T20 batters in India, but how many of them is actually good at ODIs? If you look at it, I would not back Samson to become an ODI batter. I don't think there is a lot of who has, I'm not saying he cannot. I'm not saying he cannot. I'm talking about if you draw the fortune, I think Pant, what he has done recently and his ability, I think he would still be up for a long time. So
See, like it depends on what you're looking as a combination. Like every time Dan West
Guys, first of all, the players are coming back on the park. So great news so far. We should the play should resume in not. It should
Maybe
not.
10, 15
Yeah,
minutes,
it should
maybe.
not take long for the play to resume. Surya Kumar Yadav is ready to just walk onto the pitch again.
just walk onto the pitch or just to hit some sixes in New
Yeah,
Zealand.
man. Casual stuff है भाई, उसके लिए मतलब दाल चावल खाने बराबर है उसके लिए ये सब.
But maybe there was little in the pitch for the bowler.
Oh, why do we have the volume here? Wait, I'll check. You guys keep talking.
No, I just muted.
And by the way, we have an interesting thing for this match after onwards, that there is a spate of ODIs coming up in next year. So we are always going to see a lot of different combinations that trying out. But do you think are they actually have some sort of idea what they're going to do in the run up to the 2023 World Cup?
I don't think so. See, this is gonna be the last World Cup for at least 3-4 players, maybe.
Kohli
for sure.
Bhuvi,
Kohli, Bhuvi, Rohit,
Dhawan. Do you think Dhawan will make it?
I don't think Dhawan
will make
this
it.
World Cup itself is an eternity for him at present.
Yeah.
This World Cup itself is an eternity. Okay, fine. If Shubman Gill again performs in the ODI series against New Zealand, then again that puts his spot in a very high jeopardy. That is for sure.
But I think that is the only thing that is keeping Dhawan in the setup. I think he's an excellent ODI performer, no doubt about him. But currently in 2023, what keeps him in the side is a left-hander.
That is what. No, again we are coming to that. Okay, fine. He's a fantastic ICC.
No. My point is
ICC.
No, my point
player.
is no. My point is he's the only left-hander in the top 5. So if they're bringing in Kishan, so in my opinion, India should bring Pant to open the innings so that Pant and
why
Rohit.
Would you open Pant? Why would you open with Pant in the?
Because how do you just diversify your level top order anyway?
You don't want Pant to open in ODIs. I accept in T20I.
Are they finalizing? Okay, we are moving away from Rahul. If they're so if
see,
not,
you need one left-hander in the middle order. So which will be Pant and Jadeja to finish off things.
Yeah.
So you will have Rahul as your number 4 batter. That is for sure.
But that is keeping Shreyas out of the side, and I don't think there is a valid that's the right thing to do.
Fine.
No, but as a ODI batter, I think Iyer has shown more versatility and more ability to adapt to different situations than Rahul has.
Rahul hasn't after his 2020 series where he started to perform as a middle order. He hasn't batted in middle order.
Exactly, and that is whenever he was the captain, he choose to open the innings, and that is never the.
I'll tell you one thing. When he in the first match against Zimbabwe, that was his return after the Asia Cup or what. He batted in middle order. just because he wanted some batting practice, he came up the order to bat as an opener. So his mentality was I will bat in middle order.
The problem is, since 2019 World Cup, there is hardly a game that Shreyas Iyer failed in ODIs. And it would be pretty injustice to him for what India did before the 2019 World Cup to him to not give him a chance, because we all know that he is actually the best fit to bat at number 4 for India currently.
Yeah.
So if somehow we have to ensure that Pant can open and Jadeja becoming the only left-handed middle order batsman in the Indian setup, then that can ensure both Rahul and Shreyas both can bat in number 4 and 5 together. And that would actually be pretty beneficial to the side.
So you don't want Gill in your squad?
Ideally, I would want that in place of Rohit,
Gill.
but Rohit will play with Pant, Kohli, Shreyas, Rahul. Then you have Jadeja. That would be on the top 6. No, instead of Jadeja, you can have instead of Jadeja, you can have probably
Paris Pandya.
Pandya at number 6 and 7 at Jadeja. Then you have like 2 pacers and 2 spinners to complement them, right? So
with Pant in ODI cricket, right now I wouldn't open with him because like don't fix something that's not broken. I think he's finally cracked the ODI code, and he's been averaging close to 45 or 50 or whatever in the last 18 months. And right now, I think moving him back to the top might kind of disrupt that. I think
Anirudh, as you said, like don't break something which is not broken. But I think don't break something which is already fixed as well. So I would not.
He's given him.
I wouldn't drop Iyer because of that.
But Iyer didn't play in the first. Okay,
hey, come in. Actually, I have some more to do.
Okay, you go out. Yeah, no problem. We'll still have Anirudh there. Try to send Hardik if he can. Unfortunately, I've come with a wicket as well. It did look out, but I don't know.
Akash Sivasubramanian would be so happy right now.
Wow, the stat man is running. Like, he's made the seats so hot. It's quite ridiculous. Bench warming.
Just to finish up on Bastup's point about Iyer don't fix something that's not broken. That's already fixed, what he said. But last 3-4 series, Iyer has not been playing in the first side only. The England series,
true.
Iyer didn't feature in the starting 11. It was Pant who played in the middle order, and it was.
I think Iyer is a good understudy, but he's not yet a locked-in 11 player.
No. I see statistically and like Bastup said, Iyer
It's happening. The much awaited
It's a debut, which you guys wouldn't believe it. Don't rub your eyes because you've got
much awaited
debut.
We have a new face.
Where can I watch it? What's happening there?
It's happening there, and then you can see yourself there.
The best
Ball, how does it feel?
Yeah.
A debut. I mean, it's nice.
Nice.
Any butterflies in the stomach?
One thing is that
Yeah, that's why like, it took me 2 months to come here.
missing Ishan Kishan, the luck you need sometimes in this format. It was, of course,
It
original
was
decision was out.
bad luck that he was given out on this. This is just the justice
no
being
wicket.
served.
The most controversial Hardik in India is here. The most controversial Hardik in India is here.
Yeah, Hardik's a huge Hardik fan. If you guys know, you know.
Hardik Patel.
Hardik Patel.
Hardik Patel
One
and
second, so I want to get your
Shahbaz
opinion
Wasim
about
fan.
Rishabh Pant. Where does he stand for you in this format?
So, I mean, it's okay. Like, we have seen him in the middle order. Hasn't really done much. So, I don't see any harm seeing him open the innings. Like,
But how long a rope do you think he should be given?
just give him at least 10, 15 games straight. 10 games at least. I mean, you have time, right? I mean, you have...
What is India's next bilateral series in T20Is after this?
Are they playing Bangladesh or is that ODI and Test?
That is
only?
ODIs and tests only, I guess.
Get some capsicum for Hardik.
By the way, this match is featuring two of Akash's, most overhyped players, which is one is Ish Sodhi, second is Adam Milne. So
I was thinking, where is Mohammad Wasim playing in this game?
he has, he has his liking for Adam Milne for some reason. He thinks he's one of the best pacers in the world. So,
Oh, sure.
We'll see.
Yeah. Nearly. By the way, are you watching it in Prime, Anirudh?
Yeah. But I just probably 1 second delayed by you guys are just 1 second ahead of me. I guess it's just I think it'll be fine if I refresh the feed, but it's okay. I mean, it's a meaningless bilateral anyway. Why would I watch it live?
And for all you other viewers who are joining us right now, sync in your streams because right now it's 54 for 1 in terms of Prime viewing that we're having, 7.3. It makes you think how much India will get and whether this game will actually go through because there's another predicted thunderstorm apparently. Short, Sky.
But I think we've
Has
been
there-
really lucky with the game starting and then players getting back on the park.
LHM
Has there
saying
been
why
any,
we cannot
overs
avoid the
reduced?
triangular series, but, for sure, bring back the tri-series in any format.
Okay,
Oh, not
guys.
in Test cricket.
I think I'll leave, guys. Three of you, it's like one looks weird on the screen as well. I think when Hardik is in the studio, he deserves his own, you know.
A little
His
space,
own show.
his own show.
Yeah. For
Yes,
sure.
exactly.
Nice partition,
he's-
and that's for
He's
that
nearly
is
beheaded
me.
Sky over there.
Ca-
Okay, we've just
not a proper goodbye, but yeah.
we just plugged it off. But yeah, I mean, were you surprised that Sky's walked in with one down instead of two?
Should have been safe, right?
But I still think like they're probably seeing Sky as a proper number 3.
Long-term number.
Yeah, and also this squad is announced I think before India played the semi-final, right?
Oh yeah.
So I think that's one of the reasons why guys like Bhuvi and all are still there. But again, like, I mean, it makes no sense. But yeah, but
So if you were picking the team today, who would have featured in it?
What would have been your 11?
like, yeah, like, there's no point playing Bhuvi as of now unless you're seeing him in West Indies.
Yeah,
But there's no harm in trying guys like say Umran Malik or like who's another one.
But give me your 11. I'm sure you would have had
From this team?
11. Yeah, from this team for this game. Your 11. What would have been your 11 for this game?
I think as much as I don't like Iyer in this format, but you have, I mean, he has a pretty good record for someone who has played like a lot of T20s. I think I would have removed Hudda and gotten someone like Samson.
And instead of Bhuvi, like for sure, try
Exactly
Umran.
the same thoughts as that, right?
Yeah, and Arshdeep, you could have given him a rest, but it's okay. It makes sense because Arshdeep
Arshdeep is
is
fine.
gonna
You
play,
wanna
right?
play
And he's
him,
only
you
been
don't
playing
wanna play
T20s.
him, it
He's
is
young,
fine.
yeah.
But do you like
So-
Siraj in T20 internationals?
So
Well, no
Siraj,
harm.
not really, but just just before the World Cup, he started delivering in white ball cricket as well, and he actually bowled pretty well. It's not just luck. He was actually nailing his Yorkers pretty well. So I don't mind him giving him another run. Maybe he has.
But can't we already second guess the pacers that we'll take to West Indies knowing the conditions there? So Arshdeep and Bumrah are a definite lock-in.
Harshal Patel should
Harshal
be there,
should
given
feature.
it's West Indies.
I think that's more than enough for
That's
West
more than
Indies.
enough. Yeah,
See, but
exactly.
backups now.
Are you
Umran Malik.
disappointed there's no Ravi Bishna Hardik in the squad? And they've chosen someone like Kuldeep
It's
Yadav.
okay. I mean, I don't know, but even he's not even there in Bangladesh, I think. So it's
Yeah.
I don't
Which
know.
is
But
weird.
again, I also feel like if you have guys like Bishnoi, Arshdeep, and Bumrah in your 11, it'll again go down to having someone proper, a decent batter at number 8.
That
Because
is true.
Bishnoi is not going to give you runs. I mean, he will score 1 or 2
So
boundaries.
that means
which-
Harshal will play then.
yeah, like eventually, I think. But T20, yeah, I mean, first of all, they need to get their team combination right.
What do
I
you
mean-
make of Washington Sundar as a T20 player? Do you think
I mean, it's
if he
not a
stays
number.
fit?
So Washington Sundar for me as a bowler for sure, but
Yeah.
as a batter, I'd rather prefer Chris Wokes over him. I think
Okay.
Chris Wokes is in an ideal world. If you have someone like Washi, of course he should be playing at the top, but you have better guys at top,
True.
and then Washi is someone who's almost as good as I think Jordan in T20s with his power hitting.
Oh yeah.
Of course, he's a better batsman. I mean, he's a proper batsman, but
True.
with power hitting skills, I say like if I need say 1/6 of 2 or 3 deliveries, I wouldn't mind taking Chris
Apart.
Jordan as well.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to say, but like right now, is he a rare breed in Indian cricket? The fact that he's an off spinner, that definite direct replacement for Ashwin, but a guy who can bat and that left-hand attack.
Left-handed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is, bro. He is.
Otherwise,
And
someone like Christopher Gautam might stand a chance.
So Dan Weston, I remember Sumesh and Gurkirat were having a chat with Dan Weston, and they asked me what is the most priceless asset in a T20 setup, and Dan Weston said there are not many left-handed batters who can take on spin, and they can bowl a bit of spin as well. And if they are bowling off spinners, so you are cutting off, you are countering 2-3 matchups with one.
So
player.
basically
Because
like a
if
Sunil
you are-
Ryan.
Yeah, if you're a batter, if you're a left-handed batter, you can counter leg spin, you can counter left arm spin. Here are 2 matchups that you can counter with the bat. With the ball, you can counter the left-handers.
Yeah.
If you are bowling off spin, you can counter the left-handers of the opposition side.
Yeah.
So with one player, you can counter 3 matchups.
Correct.
So that is why such kind of players are very
like Sundar.
very rare. Yeah. So
So are we looking at
Sundar
Sundar as someone what Moeen Ali does for England?
yeah,
It's not- I
actually,
mean,
That's
but
not,
again,
a bad,
like-
that's not a bad way to look at
I'm
it.
not
actually.
sure
As a
about-
bowler, I think it's different, right?
as a
You would
bowler, he's
prefer
better.
Sundar is better, but as a batting, I think he's way behind Moeen Ali.
Yeah.
He is.
But it's really tough. Also, like I feel, I mean, it makes sense to have Washi in West Indies, I think, would be pretty good.
Very good.
But again, how you're going to use his batting? If I have
That
Washi at
is-
7,
That is a
so first of all, for me, it's like, I mean, I think we spoke about, right? So say for me, if someone's primary skill is at Bumrah or Malinga level and he's not great at the other two skills,
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
short.
shot, man. Oh,
shot.
typical sky shot यार. But
हाँ.
Santner को ऐसे मारना बहुत मुश्किल काम है because he bowls flat.
Yeah.
So just getting down on one knee against him is tough, and then he lofts him over fine leg.
And I also feel like this shot is easier over here, but guys like Santner, Akil Hussain, they'll always become unhittable in West Indies. In the sense, like, unless they ball some very shitty balls. But yeah, with team, I think I'd rather, as an individual, I want someone to give me at least two skills out of, unless, so for example, there's Bumrah and there's Shami, and there's, say, someone like Chahar or Shardul Thakur. Okay, so the gap between Bumrah and Shami is bigger than the gap between, say, Shami's bowling and Chahar's bowling. Of course, Shami is a better bowler, but at the same, so I'm willing to make that compromise on Shami as a bowler because I know I'm getting someone who's not as good as Shami, but he's going to give me batting.
Okay, fair. So like, on that regard, would you take someone like Deep Chahar to West Indies?
I mean, I would want Deep gone.
He's gone.
Shit, this is
Gone,
typical Ishan
gone.
Kishan.
Sodhi, so last over ki first ball pe he was saved by DRS, but now Sodhi has his man first.
Again,
ball
an
of the
innings
match,
which
so-
never kind of got fire. 31.
I think everyone
balls,
is struggling
36.
actually because Surya also before that 6 he was also 11 of 9 balls. So I think it is that kind of a pitch which is a bit tacky.
Okay.
And that is something that Shweta also mentioned in a fantasy preview as well. It is one of a more bowling friendly venue, but the par score, the average score of the first innings average score is 199. It is that high because the dimensions of the ground are small. So yeah, I think it is one of those tacky pitches again.
And now Shreyas Iyer will walk in.
And also, like, I feel with Ishan Kishan, it's like he's not someone who can change the shot he wants to play at that point of time. Because someone like Sky, I've seen him, or you have seen like Sky and Abby. Like, if you see the ball is somewhere over there, they'll change their shots. With Kishan as well, unless the short ball is in his body, it's easier for him to hit, or something in his arc. But the moment you hit that length,
improvisation at times is a
By the
problem.
way, good time to walk in for Shreyas Iyer. Actually, he will be facing spin. He belt spin. He absolutely belt spin.
So if he's a good player of spin,
that is why
then in West Indies,
he can. But again,
But I don't think you can afford someone like Kohli and Shreyas together.
So Iyer might be back.
But will
for him.
do you guys think Kohli will play the next World Cup?
Yeah, it depends on Kohli.
I mean,
we
after what he has
no
done,
idea about his mindset, what he is thinking right
But
now.
wouldn't it
But
be
he can.
fair for the other players if he doesn't play all these bilaterals and then he just plays an IPL and he walks in?
I don't think it
Is
will
that
be.
Is that fine?
I don't think it will be, but I won't say it in proper words because last time I said something like that, I still get people mentioning me on Twitter.
He doesn't lose his Twitter followers.
अरे it's not about
And
Twitter
Shreyas Iyer
followers.
straight away
Doesn't
shook
shit
First ball,
Kohli.
4 runs, सीधा निकल गया चौका. बहुत easy peasy for.
Were you
Shreyas Iyer.
surprised that Gill didn't start today? Understandable.
I thought he will.
In ODI
but
cricket,
if
it's
he
fine.
did, I thought he did. I was pretty assured that he will be opening. But the fact that he did not doesn't surprise me as much. And there are bigger surprises, such bigger surprises in store there has been with Samson's omission that I don't even think about Gill Bharwan. ठीक है भाई तुम बैठो बाहर.
Yeah, I
Monday
think
तो तुम खेलोगे ही.
Gill will anyway open with Dhawan in the ODI series, that's for
Yeah.
sure. They've been doing that for a while now. I agree, bilateral series are boring. We need a new tournament. I mean,
But
just think
then
about the
that-
cricket that you were talking about for the next 1 or 2 months is going to be legit mad.
Guys,
bro.
next month there is only one day when there is no cricket scheduled. I
And
don't
that's
remember
6th,
that date.
6th December.
That's 6th December. Except 6th December, there is international cricket on every day.
So India Bangladesh start on the 4th December. I think that's the first ODI, and then it'll move on to the 2nd and 3rd, and then the Test series. Then there's Australia West Indies, and there's Australia South Africa. There's England Pakistan Test series, and then there's Pakistan New Zealand starts thing December 31st. Oh, look at that for
it's just
cheekiness.
Sky.
ये भाई
It's better than Sky.
but मुझे एक बात बता अय्यर को स्पिन के अगेंस्ट ये शॉट खेलने की क्या नीड पड़ी है दिस इज द फर्स्ट टाइम आई एम सीइंग हिम
I think उसको पता था कि सोडी must have been expecting कि वो शायद आगे आएगा और वो लेंथ थोड़ा पीछे रखा था.
और अय्यर को पता था कि ये पीछे फेंकेगा.
Like, see, I mean,
it was about outsmarting each other.
Let's take another question
Chess
from the
player.
viewers. Do you think they could have sent Washi now and taken on Sodhi and Santner? He's not much use anyway down in the death overs.
But I think Shreyas Iyer is fine against spin.
Yeah.
Surya is also not bad against spin. So yeah, I think it is fine right now.
I don't think I've
Washi-
seen Surya bash enough leg spinners.
Yeah.
And even Hooda can bash spin. right?
Yeah.
So
Huda also can batsman. It's a good point. But Huda, do you think? I don't think Huda will come in next. It'll be Hardik and then Huda and then.
no, it will be Huda next. Hardik will have to play at number 6 because there is no DK now, so the finishing responsibilities are solely on him.
Yeah,
On
you
him.
can't trust.
And it will be the same during the World Cup. It could be the same during the World Cup as well, unless we get Jadeja.
What is Hardik's best position? In
Four,
T20?
four, 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 five. I'll say 5 actually.
In
Number
India,
5.
In
for
India.
India, yeah.
Yeah, but I think it would be better if he aces number 6 again.
That is true, because now that we definitely know DK won't be playing that next World Cup, and then there's a lack of finishing power that we need. How about this? Since T20 is much more popular with associate nations, we have a long form tournament that lasts the whole year, where the group stage would be T20 semis, it would be ODI and a test final.
What?
That is wishful thinking, Zed. That I don't think will ever happen. I mean, the BCCI anyway really like rigid in terms of being flexible. But I wish that happens. I don't think that'll ever happen.
Why do you want to see a tournament?
I mean, it would be.
Suppose, I mean, just suppose there is a tournament like that happening. India are playing in that tournament. Throughout that tournament, it is the likes of Hardik Pandya, Rishabh Pant, Harshal Patel who has taken India to the semis, and suddenly all of them are dropped because the semis will be played in ODIs, and then the players who
And
have
then
won the
people like Gill and
ODIs,
stuff.
yeah, and then the players who have won the semi-final, they are dropped.
I don't
because
think you can do
this
that in a video
final-
game as well.
Mhm.
I mean, unless you make that video game and curate it and tailor make it, however. But Sky or
So 10 over 75 for 2.
70, make that 79.
Anirudh, if you can tell us what was India's highest score at the 10 over mark during the World Cup?
I think it came against Zimbabwe. I might be wrong.
Nahi, Zimbabwe against could be against Zimbabwe because KL Rahul.
Yeah, compared to all the other shit shows that we had. I mean, Sky is just doing Sky things, 22-14.
And he was 10 of 9.
Yeah.
So he has 5 balls. He has doubled.
Oh,
his
look at
score.
Anirudh in bathtub enjoying more screen time. Oh, he's gone away. He's pretended in the last minute that, he wasn't there.
Something.
Okay, so their highest score in the first 10 overs was 86 against Bangladesh, 86 for 2.
Oh, gets a bang.
And then second best.
Second best was 79 against Zimbabwe.
You know what was the common factor in both of them? KL Rahul started well. And then against after that Zimbabwe game, what was the highest score? I think there would be a considerable
60. So their lowest is 45, 60, 62, and 67.
Okay, so 79 ke baad, the next best is the third best, basically 67.
67 against Netherlands and 62 against England.
Okay, 62.
Yeah.
That's strange. I mean, it's obviously we're comparing it to the recent past, but it's a new team, new approach. Hopefully, it's a different approach. I'm just trying to think of like 3 format players that India have at their disposal right now. If everyone's fit, Bumrah, Jadeja, maybe. Who else is 3 format?
Sure about
Who's
Jadeja.
undroppable?
I mean, depends if you're
KL?
gonna include Virat.
Virat, I think, would definitely be there. But
KL now you don't know, but again,
what is KL's best format?
Everyone's best format is ODI because it is the easiest. If
No,
you're
but
talking
with
about
KL,
batters,
do you think KL actually is?
If he
driving the
plays
boat?
if he plays fearlessly, then yes, he can be an all-format player. I mean, like not fearlessly in the sense, not like carefree cricket, I mean, careless
Carefree,
cricket, but
okay.
carefree cricket.
Patena bhai ke
Like
khelte
he just has to come to that mindset. Okay, fine, I won't give it.
But
I'll
what do you
take the
think?
time.
Ani, but what do you think the messaging to KL Rahul would be? Because obviously they made him vice captain and then he had a string of low scores.
Oof, left alone.
Yeah, left. But how do you kind of see him turn the corner if there was?
See, the thing is, like KL's all one disadvantage is in recent time has been he's been very doubtful in his first few balls, like whether to go.
What a save.
split.
Yeah, he's been doubtful to say the least, and
Like he has been very doubtful in the first 10 balls. Like if I am somebody who can talk to KL, then yes, I would say like you approach in the way which you always approach. Like if you want to be like, okay, fine, 10 of 10, that is fine. 10 of 11, that is also fine. 10 of 9, that is fine. But the only thing is like, until and unless you show that, okay, fine, I am standing over here, I can carry it forward, that's more than enough. Like that is what they ask. It's not that okay, fine, I want a 15, a 10 ball 15 or 10 ball 18 from you at the start. That there's no such kind of pressure on him. It's just like how Kohli does it. Like even on Kohli, there is no pressure that okay, fine, I want you to have a strike rate of 150 at the first in the first 10 balls. They don't have that. It's just that you need to show some confidence.
Confidence.
That is what.
Do you agree with him, Hardik? I mean, if you were
Shot, यार.
one bounce,
भाई leg spinner को ऐसे मारना.
How do you handle someone like KL Rahul? What would you tell him? If you had to have the honest chat with him and be like, listen, just concentrate on one format here. Both ho gaya.
I think it's very easier for us to just sit here and talk because I'm sure everyone knows like what problem with Rahul is, right?
Correct.
I'm sure the management must have spoken with him. I'm sure Gautam Gambhir must have spoken with him, and he has said it in the press conference as well. But again, with Rahul, I still feel it's until and unless you see something from him on the field, like say, first of all, I need him to perform. Like with Rahul's stats, if you just look at his last 2 World Cups, he has one of the most embarrassing stats about having 5 centuries, 5 50s, which is great.
Oh, but all of them are against Afghanistan, Scotland, Netherlands, वगैरह. The lesser ranked.
And even his IPL numbers haven't covered a rapid pace, right?
The worst thing about KL Rahul is like if he was not KL Rahul, I don't think many of us would have been disappointed with him as a player. Considering he's Rahul, we have seen what he can do, but it's just that I mean, I'm almost close to giving up on him in this format.
Fair enough.
So it's like I mean, it's very sad in the sense that because we know what Rahul can do.
2018 IPL के KL Rahul.
And viewers don't get us wrong, we all love Rahul, but like you have to call it out when.
See, that is what like the thing. Why I've been a fanboy for KL Rahul is because it's just that there are very few players whom you want to give money and watch. One is Virat Kohli, and the other one is for sure KL Rahul. Like once when he gets not even Rohit Sharma. Once he gets into that,
not even Rohit Sharma. No, I agree with you.
Twitter पे है ना बस खत्म भाई करियर शुरू होने like
it's fine, just pay $8, you're getting a blue tick anyway.
I don't give a damn about that, dude. But I've seen through KL, like I've bowled to him, so I know like okay fine, yes, he's one of
6.
Oh, 6. क्या बात है भाई
just 4 balls 13 runs just like that.
Insane.
खेलो ना ऐसे क्या दिक्कत है?
Insane. Shreyas Iyer is definitely this thing. Ani, I'll tell you what, we'll come back to you in terms of all the stats as well. We appreciate your insight. But India motoring on 95 for 2 in the 12th over. Only time will tell how much they get. Maybe they can at least attempt to get 180, but it depends on Shreyas and Surya because I think our batting's a little light, even though we have Sundar at 7. And then after that, it's just no one who can bat.
Dude, guys, can you guys recall such great hitters of spin bowling in Indian cricket as Shreyas Iyer is?
Sehwag.
I think Saurav Ganguly used to bash. He just used to bash.
A good spin hitter.
Not at the start.
That great spin.
I think he was good against off spin.
Start. Oh, that's a good question.
But Ganguly used to just hammer left arm spin. That is why Murali Karthik couldn't.
Peak Yuvraj?
Peak Yuvraj, yes, but again, his USP was also against pace, no? His best.
Peak Raina.
Peak Raina, okay.
Peak Raina was actually pretty good against spin.
But again, just about, I mean, how fearlessly Iyer hits spin bowling.
When anyone mentions that word fearless, I just think of Sky. I don't think anyone
Sky is there, but Sky can also Sky's stronger suit will be hitting pace because he just sometimes he gets caught up against spin sometimes.
Yeah.
But Ganguly against left arm spin, and then Shreyas Iyer against all forms of.
And Abhishek Sharma.
Abhishek Sharma.
I mean, he's too young. I mean, we haven't seen him at this level.
Small sample size.
The context is that if he can bash Rashid Khan, he can bash anyone.
And Hasaranga.
The Ryan Hasaranga too. So.
It's only time that someone like Abhishek Sharma will come through.
I think it's time because we haven't really seen Abhishek Sharma playing for India A, so I'm sure he's like slightly behind in the pecking order.
True.
Also, I just wanted to ask, like, we all know Iyer struggles against short ball. So is T20 a format where you can hide your weakness? For example, say you're playing in West Indies and you know you're not good against short ball, but you are pretty decent against other bowling types.
Everything else.
So, I mean, it's okay, right? If you just take one and let other players play. Like, say someone like Sky or this guy.
But can Shreyas Iyer pick a single against the short ball as well?
But you can't just ball 6 bouncer at him, right? I'm
Shot
sure
Umran
काफी है
Malik
भाई.
did in the IPL.
Umran Malik, what he did was he set the field for a short ball and Iyer just walked away thinking short ball आएगी ऐसे वैसे कुछ करके मार दूंगा and he bowled a Yorker at stumps.
I think it was even Matthew Potts in that England Test series, which short,
यार.
short, 100 comes up. But yeah, it's a good question.
But is West Indies, you think there are going to be surfaces which will expose his weakness? For example, I'm sure it's
There
not going to
could
be as quick.
bowlers. There could be bowlers. Every team will try to have.
But that
at least
surfaces,
one.
most of
Yeah,
the
but
surfaces over there are like slow, right? So you'll have slightly more reaction time to
So
react.
he was struggling against the short balls from James Anderson. So slow balls.
That's
But that's still a
It's just the
surface which
length.
is offering bounce, is what he's saying.
कहीं ना कहीं
Okay,
तो
also
he
like
will get
asked it
stuck.
against like with Iyer, if you know what he generally try to do is like if you're bowling him short, for some reason he backs up and tries to place it over point. Or there's another thing which you can do what guys like Rohit and there's one more thing which mostly Surya does, and I think I asked it as well, like because you don't really
ना पीछे गई है यार ये.
Wow, that went
still it won't be more than 80
This
meters
is
in New
bad.
Zealand.
हाँ
It's
ठीक
just
है.
like,
But again, just how far he hit it.
I mean, Shub kind of put it on his Instagram story, A.V. de Villiers wagon wheel, because we put that up as a graphic. But like, imagine Sky when he finally retires. He'll be just perpetual behind the wicket strokes. I mean, this is like now a trademark shot.
That's why I said that his USP is against pace because he just uses the pace of the bowler so well. भले ही उसके पास pace हो या ना हो.
But to time it so effortlessly behind the wicket is quite ridiculous.
Aced it.
And now he's just like milking them. But yeah, just coming back to Shreyas Iyer, I think honestly, it's a format where you can hide your weakness. But I would always say the fact that if Shreyas Iyer has to improve in the short ball, make him play all these series which are outside India at least for him to get a chance. Otherwise, in India, barely you're gonna, unless you come up against a bowler who knows your weakness, you're not gonna be found out with the short ball.
but also what I feel with Iyer is like we all know he struggles against this particular delivery.
Yeah.
But if you see the output, if you see his overall numbers, it's not bad in T20s, I think. I'm sure it's striking at close to 135 or 140.
What? Sorry, I was.
Yeah, actually, Anila, just if you can just come in here and tell us Shreyas Iyer in terms of how he approaches the short ball, at least in the he hit
Gone.
wicket.
Wait, what happened?
Is gone 3 down.
Hit wicket, I think. 100% hit wicket. Sorry, all of this. Shreyas Iyer departs. We're talking about him. I think it's a hit wicket. Yeah, it is.
अबे भाई.
It is. We saw Hardik Pandya in the World Cup semi-final get hit wicket. And now Shreyas Iyer. And Iyer was actually looking really good. Unlucky.
So basically hit wickets for India in back-to-back games. I don't think it has happened to any other country. Back-to-back games.
Back-to-back games.
So,
but yeah, unfortunately, 9 ball 13. Promising 9 ball 13. But has to bite
the happiest man in the world right now is Each Sodhi because the year
I just
is
saw
gone.
Hardik Pandya walk out of bat.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But I feel it should have been Deepak Hooda. अब खिला रहे हो तो अच्छे से chance दो यार. पांड्या तो वैसे ही set है team में.
Hooda played a game in the World Cup, right?
Against South Africa, got a duck, but won't judge him on that.
Won't judge him on that. The only things that he did well in the World Cup was catch well against Bangladesh. I think he took a couple of skiers, if there ever was. But yeah, Shreyas Iyer, the problem with him is he needs a good, consistent run in this Indian side. And that weakness that Hardik's pointed out
So, the fact
is
that
a fair one.
Hardik Pandya doesn't pull the ball, it can make me say that my problem with Shreyas Iyer is that he doesn't use the depth of the crease. On the contrary, on this occasion, he used it so much that he tripped on his own stumps.
But what is Shreyas Iyer's go-to shot in T20 cricket? Is that a
Step
good?
down against spin and back for
Yeah.
six.
It's mostly over long on, I think. Long on, long off.
Oh, ball.
That is a ball. Welcome to the crease, Hardik Pandya.
Lucky.
Oh, GT. GT connection.
तुमने मुझे टीम से निकाला मुझे केकेआर भेजा अभी दिखाता हूँ तुम्हें what you will miss out on.
Oh, he's got the KKR captain out though.
See again, this is a short ball.
हाँ ये सही है भाई मतलब अपने oh yes he got his KKR captain out and
Using the crease, the depth of the crease well.
भाई तो मैंने कहा on the contrary he used it too much more than it was available. वो बोलते हैं ना credit limit exhaust करने के बाद भी you are using your credit card or something like that.
Yeah, Anirudh, even though Shreyas Iyer has departed, I still want to see his pitch map of sorts where how well he does against Shopper. Maybe there's a lot of wickets, but still.
पूरा weight back foot पे था.
Yeah.
110 for 3.
But Pandya के साथ I think होता है. Even if you're bowling, even if you see him at the end, वो एकदम अंदर खड़े हो जाता है and then he's just waiting for the ball and then he reacts.
Yeah. Is Hardik Pandya ODI credentials for you? Yeah, right. With this World Cup.
Of course.
For sure. For sure.
But again,
I was just wondering.
Fitness.
Yeah, it's just a fitness issue.
I mean, I think Hardik Pandya is one of those जिसको हर मैच खिलाने की जरूरत नहीं है.
Yeah.
Just make him. I'm sure.
For the big games.
I mean, in India, you'll need him at least ball 5-6 overs. I think.
So in the ODI scheme of things, where does he bat? 6 down with Jadeja after that.
6 down, 6.
I mean, sorry,
6, yeah.
4 down.
Yeah, 6. Yeah.
Number 6, yeah.
And then Jadeja after that.
After or before,
And
going to be somewhere.
I don't know how India will like approach the ODI World Cup. Whether they'll play obviously Hardik and Jadeja as the front runners, but will they play someone like Deepak Chair or Shardul Thakur in that team?
But those are
or
like
Harshal
8.
Patel?
Those are your number 8, right?
But in ODI, who's most suited for 8? Not Harshal Patel, I'm guessing.
I think Chahar is a
Why not?
proper. But Harshal Patel, yeah, he has. I don't think he's in the
bat at
scheme of things.
Yeah, he's not. But if he was that he can bat at 8, I think Deepak Chair is the best.
I think he's a better batter than Harshal, at least at this level.
ODIs, he will also have time to, succeed with his secondary skill, which is his batting at number 8.
Yeah.
Which he has done actually against South Africa. We saw earlier this year, he almost won India a game.
He did that against Sri Lanka.
Yeah, Anirudh, tell us about Shreyas Iyer and his weakness on the short ball.
Like in T20Is, sorry, against back of length ball, he has an average of 58.7 and strikes at 123.9. Like he has 3 dismissals and scored around 170 plus runs. But on shorter deliveries, like which is the bouncers, he has averaged 19, which is the lowest on any length against pacers. In T20Is, that is overall T20Is.
And how many innings is that?
He has faced around 41 balls.
And how many times has he got out?
3 times, scoring 57 runs.
Okay, so clearly, obviously, that's still something that will be a black mark in Shreyas Iyer's CV.
That is the only question against him, though, because he's actually good against everything else. Shot inside out again.
What do we do without this man?
Inside out मारता है, lap मारता है, straight down the ground मारता है, cut मारता है, सब कुछ है यार.
Even Sodhi is shocked. How is he able to hit that?
It was on leg stump almost.
That's ridiculous, man. The amount of range this guy shows when he bats is madness.
See, this is what I was telling, no? Like, there are very few players who come out as fearless cricketers.
Well, one second, Ani, what about how many runs does he require to beat Rizwan still?
So basically, at the start
still a
of
while
this,
away, right?
before the first T20I, he needed 287 runs.
That's a lot.
287
is
more
T20s after this.
Very long shot. You have only what? He has only 2 matches to go now.
So we're not playing any more T20 cricket this year after these 2 games.
No, they're not.
Yeah, okay, so maybe that record won't be breached unless you never know with Surya actually.
I mean,
like back in from
whatever it is, but scoring 140 in back-to-back matches is a bit of too much actually.
I don't know what makes Surya more impactful than Rizwan is the strike rate.
I mean, it's not even comparable.
Not even comparable.
His was, I think, is somewhere in the late 120s, 130, and his is 180, right?
Yeah.
He scores at he scored around 186 this year.
Sure.
That is like so that is like what 62, 185.76.
And he is last year, right?
Yeah, last year 1326 he scored at 134.9.
Ball.
Yeah, you also have to take in a factor that Asia Cup and the World Cup was there this year, so more high pressure games. I mean, nothing to go against this one, but still, if you have to look at it from a more big game scenario, big game player, I think Surya's delivered in all of those games.
Hey, imagine like 62 sixes he has hit this year.
Yeah,
which is most than I think Dhoni in his career.
T20Is.
Yeah. How many sixes has Dhoni hit in his T20 international career? I'm not sure it's 62. I'm sure it's lesser.
Just give me a second. Let me tell you.
62 to nahi hoga yaar.
No, right? Man, Surya's has done that. Like maybe Yuvraj has hit about those many sixes.
I don't think so.
Wow, really, guys?
Apart from that World Cup,
yeah,
I don't think he has played a lot of.
So India 116 for 3 after 14. We keep talking about average scores, 199 apparently, but I think India will be happy with anything over 180.
Yeah, 180 will work, but for that they need
6 over 60.
64 runs.
Which is achievable.
Achievable. Short boundary.
Adam Milne
wow.
screaming in
Oh, it's nearly taken out Chris Gaffney. They'll come back for 2. Oh no, they'll stick with 1. Yeah, so how many sixes has MS Dhoni hit?
52 sixes.
And Sky just eclipsed him in 1 year of T20.
Okay, Anirudh, can you just tell me the number of prime Indian batters that Sky has overtaken in terms of hitting sixes alone? So for Sky, it is the number of sixes he had hit this year alone, and for others, it could be the number of sixes in their whole career.
So
Do you think Kohli
Rohit-
has 60 sixes?
like
think
Rohit,
Kohli also.
But he has played a
Rohit
lot of
Sharma has
T20Is.
Rohit Sharma leads. Kohli is at second with 117. KL Rahul 99.
Insane, right?
एक second. He तुमने साला कोहली को underestimate करा.
And how much does Rohit have?
You did not
120.
learn anything from
182. Rohit has 182 in T20Is.
Yeah.
182 sixes.
Yeah,
182
182 sixes.
Rohit, Kohli
And-
117 and
KL Rahul 99.
okay.
Surya is at 74. Yuvraj is also at 74.
Okay.
And
So that's-
Hardik at 60. Hardik at 61. Raina at 58. Dhoni at 52. Dhawan 50. Iyer 42.
Okay.
That's it. And in world cricket, who has the most sixes after Rohit?
Martin Guptill.
So Rohit is still first in that list.
Yeah, 182 and Martin Guptill is 173. After that,
And
it's
who's the third?
Finch. Finch 125 and
I think
Gale is
इन लोगों का career
124.
T20 खत्म हो चुका है. टॉप 3 जिनका नाम लिया है अभी.
India के?
नहीं overall.
No, overall. So Gale is at 124.
Will he come back for 2? No, he won't. No, he won't.
Since we are talking about most sixes, just an interesting stat. The top 3 run scorers. Oh wait, the top 3 of the top 5 run scorers in T20 cricket are Gale, Pollard, and Russell. All of them have the most number of sixes as well, top 3. And the guy that they have hit most sixes against is also a West Indian, Dwayne Bravo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they have played each other so many times, and they have always come up against each other because death overs and stuff. So
How many sixes does Gale have in his T20 internationals?
Something 120.
124 is it?
124.
Oh, okay, not that bad.
Yeah, it is
120.
good because
So
How many games?
124 and
Gale's played over 100 T20 internationals? Not
no,
that many.
79.
Yeah, 79.
So he has 124 sixes in T20Is and somewhere around 1,124 and
What about AB?
T20s.
T20 आइस की बात कर रहा है क्या? क्यों बेइज्जती करा रहा है भाई?
I want to know, bro. AB is like
T20 आइस नहीं, उसका T20 के गेम की बात करो बस.
T20s would have hit like at least 350, 400.
आराम से 500 600.
AB has 60 sixes in 78 matches.
Okay, and in general T20 cricket, all T20s, who's hit
Yeah.
the most?
Of course.
Like, you don't have to ask that. You
No,
don't
as in
have
like
to
I want
ask
to see
that.
how far ahead Gale is compared to the rest.
He has 1,046 sixes.
Holy shit.
तो तो run
Second
नहीं
पे
है
कौन है?
शायद. Pollard.
Just give me a second.
1,040, that's 6,000
Second has
career
to be
runs and sixes.
Sixes alone. इतने तो कहीं के रन नहीं होते जितने उसने खेले छक्कों में मार रखे हैं
Oh
भाई.
my god. That's just fucked.
So Gale has 1,056 sixes and Pollard is at second with 794. And
I just
Andrew
wanted to
Russell,
see that difference.
at
Wow.
573.
So who's the leading Indian there? Rohit will lead.
Leading Indian, Rohit Sharma, 462.
Acha, an unfair question. Which bowler has conceded more sixes in T20s and T20Is?
Okay, 1 second.
We're giving you the live database of our cricket stats, man, right now. Just ask us anything in the comments.
Yeah, you can ask us now. Why not?
Yeah, because this game's just meandering into something inevitable. It's not like really making us take notice of it that much. But Surya is just one away from yet another 50, and his fine form continues. And Santner is just such a clever bowler, man. He gets a single and gets a 50, Surya.
50 of 32
Is
balls.
Sodhi 120 in T20Is.
Sodhi,
Where is
Akash, if you're watching,
East Saudi 120, Adil Rashid 117, Saudi with 114, Chahal 107, and Shakib 102.
And what about T20s?
All T20s. Just a second.
It'll be
Let me
like
look it
some
up.
wanker, bro.
Bravo.
Batsman hitting more sixes in first 6 overs.
Yeah, we'll give you that, Jay.
We'll give you that, Jay. We will give you that.
Again, has
But
to be Gale.
what format
be
you're
Gale.
talking about? T20s or
Test, I think.
T20Is?
Test would be a better start.
First 6.
Sehwag.
Yeah, that's actually a good question. Sehwag, no? Or who else comes close? Jasurya?
Jasurya, not a 6 hitter.
Afridi?
Okay, by the time I get it, I'll tell you another
What
stat
to buy
probably. T20s takes a lot of time of buffer. Okay. Dwayne Bravo 518 sixes. Andrew Russell 376.
Oh, Russell दोनों में.
Shakib.
जितना मारता उतना खाता.
Fuck.
Shakib 359.
Both a lot at the death, no?
1,000 overs. 1,000 games.
और third पे कौन है?
Shakib 359.
Shakib 359. Okay,
No wonder he has so much bad.
But he has played a lot as well, no? Okay, so Jay asked the most sixes in first 6 overs in T20Is.
Most sixes conceded.
Best of the night.
Sure.
Dude, just 3-4 inside-out strokes.
Most
Each one of them
six-
timed so pristinely.
Brilliant.
Okay, most sixes conceded or
Most sixes struck in first 6 overs, and you can give us conceded as well. Because that's more interesting, I feel. किसने सबसे ज़्यादा खाया है?
Harshal Patel broke the record for conceding the most sixes in a year, right?
yeah, 37, I guess.
Shocking.
That's also the number of runs Jadeja smashed him for in 1 over last IPL 2021. कैसे थे भारत?
RCB के बाद.
Okay, so Surya,
I think Bharat is a decent batsman as well.
before I get that out, okay, so Surya Kumar Yadav, this is his 11th 50 plus score this year, which is like the second most for a batter. Rizwan in
After
2021 had 13.
How many
much?
did he get? 13.
13 50 plus scores.
Who did Pakistan play that year?
They played a lot of T20 cricket last year. No,
But
there was World Cup as well last year.
Some Chutia teams.
No man, I think
खेली थी तब.
No,
खेले
they
थे.
played like they played they played
he-
against South Africa in Karachi. I mean in
England
Pakistan
as well, right?
and
All
in
roads,
and
bro, that West
home and
Indies.
away both. Home and
West
away
Indies
actually both.
Still, yeah, can't take away the credit.
70,
Okay.
50, even you and me can hit, bro. He hits every Saturday, Sunday when he goes play cricket.
No, but with Rizwan, I think it's still okay if you have a bowling attack like Pakistan.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think he can do that if you're playing for India. I mean, Kohli. and
Okay,
Rohit,
so most sixes hit by a batsman in the first 6 overs is Martin Guptill 97, Rohit Sharma 90, Sterling is 76, and Evan Lewis 63, Warner is 54.
6. Yet another 6.
oh, this is like Surya Kumar.
Okay, and
batting
more
in
sixes conceded.
1 second.
Who has more inside-out sixes?
That's
Jeez.
crazy.
Zyada.
What's that? That's crazy. I mean, can we actually fish that out?
I think we can.
Inside out?
I'm not sure about data to inside-out stroke mention.
Come on. Cricket.com can deliver any stat that you want under the
Glenn
sun.
Bravo.
Actually,
Yeah,
actually a very good shot.
Yeah,
Very
Wade
good
Brown's
shot.
a good shot. Maybe Suresh Raina?
I think I can give it to you in T20Is, but
T20s,
giving it
tough.
T20s, it's a
Gone.
bit tough because most of them won't have all these what do you call ball by ball entries, which makes it very difficult.
Mhm.
Surya Kumar is insane. In T20s, bowlers having dot balls in 16-20 overs. Also list if
Most
this
sixes
Indian bowlers here,
conceded
please.
by a bowler in the first 6 overs. Okay, so
I
Tim
think this
Saudi.
log over the guy who is under. I think Anirudh Kasagod is under more pressure in this death over than the Kiwi bowlers right now.
No, but that's a good question from Jay. Who are you
Yeah,
guys
very
guessing
good
here?
question.
Malinga or Sunil
Malinga.
Narayan?
So
If he has
most
bowled. Oh, yeah, Sunil, I don't think
I
he has
think
bowled.
Malinga या फिर ब्रावो जिसने सबसे ज्यादा डाला है ना बॉल उस
Yeah.
फेज में उन्हीं में से कोई एक आएगा.
None of the
okay,
Australians.
so
come to mind,
most
no.
6
Bowler.
conceded by a
Yeah,
bowler in the
Yeah,
Consistently वो खेलते भी तो नहीं ना.
Gone.
White ball. White ball it is.
6-4.
Are we seeing another Surya Kumar 100, lads? Maybe. 32 he needs to get more.
Nah.
33.
If he
Okay,
stays, he can.
So most sixes conceded by a bowler in the first 6 overs is Tim Southee 40, Kagiso Rabada 33, Kyle Mills at 29, Chris Jordan
Mills?
27.
Kyle
Kyle
Mills
Mills.
कहाँ से आ गया भाई?
Kyle Mills, you like his action, Kyle Mills.
हाँ, ठीक था, सही था,
बचपन में
बढ़िया।
Chris
copy
Jordan
करते
27 and Bhuvneshwar Kumar 26.
Booby, bhai. And dot balls?
Inside out.
नहीं,
One
inside out
second,
six
dot.
देखते हैं ना.
Inside
You're welcome,
out.
Jay. You're welcome. Download the cricket.com app. You guys can get into it yourselves. You don't need Nanirud stats, man. Look at his wagon wheel, man. It's always just all over.
Okay.
Straight down the ground, he doesn't hit much sixes straight down the ground. I was checking once a couple of months back. His boundary percentage against pace straight down the ground is only 7 to 6%.
Oh, shot. He's got 4
and
more.
again, फिर पीछे मार दिया. So for Surya, the long on, long off are basically third man, and fine leg are his long
उल्टे
off,
भी में
long on.
खेलता है.
Danny Kumar, subscribe karo ji.
So the amount of data which we have.
की बात कर रहे हो तो यार, it is very unfair criticism
World Cup
on
में
him.
तो खेलेगा नहीं ठीक से.
खेला नहीं गया ठीक से. So he's talking about past tense, and if he's talking about Sky, I think it is unfair criticism.
Yeah, who are you talking about, Danny? Tell
रोहित
us.
शर्मा.
पूरी टीम की बात कर रहे हो तो अलग बात है.
Maybe.
मैनेजमेंट के साथ.
And if it is World Cup, I think you're talking about Scrabble.
It's insane how every time anywhere in the world India plays, it'll just invariably that stadium will be full.
India, Pakistan, भाई हर जगह भरे पड़े हैं यहाँ पर. We are omnipresent.
Okay. So by the data which we have, in T20Is, most sixes hit through inside out is Virat Kohli 14, Aaron Finch 10, KL Rahul 9, Surya Kumar Yadav 9.
Okay.
Faf 7.
Yeah, Vasan, he's answering a question. So basically, it's Virat.
Virat at the top. Nice.
14.
So where is send this to social media team, please. It's a very unique kind of stat actually, with Virat Kohli at the top.
What? There is nothing unique. He was way better player of an inside out shot than anybody at that time. Like now to
I think he played one in that World Cup semi-final against Vokes as well, right?
Yeah, if you remember that Keswick Williams destroying match.
Yeah.
You can see that. Like he was sticking the box. Okay, another inside out.
He played against Delhi Capitals.
अच्छा वो कोरी एंडरसन को ऐसे किया था उसने. But that was a cover drive. That was not an inside out stroke. That was just a cover driven chip. That was basically just a forward defense, यार.
Okay.
How many reels in made of that with Akash Chopra commentary? Me like.
So the most dot balls bowled by a bowler in the last 5 overs in T20Is is Chris Jordan 236, Tim Southee 233, Mustafizur Rahman 228, Saeed Ajmal 223, and Malinga 221.
T20Is.
Yeah. T20Is.
T20Is में बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं खेला होगा मलिंगा ने. हाँ. Because he retired in 14. No, 15 के बाद तो he did not play for Sri Lanka. और उसके बाद Jordan on the top is still a bit shocking.
But he still played for about 8 years.
But I don't think
होता नहीं था ना
उतने स्केल में नहीं होता था जितना अब होता है.
अब तो भाई वर्ल्ड कप के लिए हर टीम जबरदस्ती खेलती है. पहले नहीं होता था.
Yeah. What about Bumrah? He's not there as well. Right?
He's not there as of now. So he has 182 dots, somewhere around 9th or 9th. Yeah, exactly 9th.
Shot!
Oh my God! What a shot that is!
खेलता है, V में खेलता.
Oh yeah.
Straight down the ground. He goes straight down the ground.
And I think he was only on one leg, yeah, because he was just a bit falling over to.
Plus, this was a slow one.
Another one's coming, Ani from Basan. Thank you. Who has the most runs in the middle overs?
तीनों phases का पूछ लिया भाई अलग-अलग करके.
Who has runs in middle in T20Is and T20s?
Virat Kohli.
T20I.
Yeah, has to be Kohli.
Middle overs का बादशाह है वो.
And T20s, De Villiers?
Could be De Villiers.
No.
I think Malik.
Hi, what a stroke, and then that finish.
That finish, boy. And again, he's chipped it.
फिर gap में मार दिया.
In the gap. Ooh,
Phillips.
Well saved. fuck, 80 or 40.
What a player, man. What a player. He was 10 of 9. Then after that, it says 70 of 33.
I think
And we were talking about this.
But
with
these
Taki.
knocks are just becoming so, like, we're so used to it. It's not, like, not even breathtaking, even though it should be. Like, we're just used to it now. We're like, yeah, it's
High
fine.
the stroke play, yaar.
Nothing new.
Okay, so most runs scored in middle over 7.
22. So 66 of 24, then he comes in, 70 of 30, 80 of 40. Oh my God!
Okay, yeah, out.
Shut the front door. That can't go for 6.
Oh,
but he gets the
well played
line.
stroke. Okay, पता था fielder अंदर है.
Yeah, I think he realized that mid-off is up in the ring.
That is his speciality. Actually, he always hits the ball in the gap. Always.
This is insane, man.
Okay, so most runs scored in the middle over 7 to 15 is Kohli 1,997. Babar Azam 1,770, Noyan Morgan 1,500, Rohit Sharma
T20Is.
1,467. Yeah, T20Is. So
And what about T20s?
T20s.
Oh my good grief!
Can't
Oh
bowl
my
this ball to
good.
him.
How do you bowl to him? How would you bowl to him? You bowl every weekend, right?
Basically, fifth stump bouncer. What Harish Rauf does.
You're not even joking, right?
No, it's actually good
I
because
against the Yorker भी नहीं मार सकते यार.
But then he's just
no. I've seen he tries to uppercut, but I've also seen him miss quite a few uppercuts. That's one of the shots that I've seen him miss a lot.
Yeah, that's a good observation actually. But it's crazy, right? Like just like Adam Milne knows that he's like, if I pitch it up, he goes down the ground. If I pitch it back, anything slightly short, he'll just caress you through anywhere behind the wicket. 163 for 3, by the way. India's they're motoring, to say the least. And it could be another Surya Kumar century. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm just calling it.
Another?
Jay saying I predicted Surya's 110 plus. Interesting, Jay.
Second, yeah.
Which player scored well in Sena countries as a T20 international player from Asia? Virat comes to mind.
But I don't think Sena matters in T20I.
Yeah, Sena should only be said in the test conversation. You can't have Sena.
Actually, West Indies ज़्यादा difficult. England में तो पट्टे मिलता है आजकल कोई भी मार ले.
I was down in the also time.
Okay, so Avnish guessed it right. It's Shoaib Malik with 5,842.
To be fair, Hardik also said Shoaib Malik. But how much? So he has the most in middle overs.
Yeah, in 7 to 15. Where like in which matches we have ball data? There are few matches where we don't get ball data. So apart from that, leaving out those things, so it's 5,842 for Malik.
No, I think only Malik.
Chris Gale with 5,747.
Gale, Pollard, Malik.
Yeah, yes, Gale, and then Virat Kohli 5,465.
That's just fucking ridiculous.
किसी भी ball को ये loft कर सकता है.
I mean, just think about it. Like bowlers, as a confidence, you just like destroy. You're pissing all over it. I mean, this is not a bad ball.
This is not a bad ball.
Open the face of the bat.
Fat face open करके उसके ऊपर भाई मैंने कहा ना इसके लिए long on long off are basically third man and fine leg. उनको पीछे रखो, mid on को अंदर रखो.
Oh my God!
I think one of the most easiest job in this world is to bat with Surya Kumar, his partner. Yeah, that's why Kohli loves it. Pandya is chilling 9 of 10. Oh no!
Oh no!
I think outside of.
Yeah. Levin has a first-class career playing off like anything. Yeah, it's sad that he's bloomed late, Surya Kumar, because he's 32, but I still see him playing for another 6 years.
I see the thing.
But it's about hand-eye coordination with him, और वो कभी भी हवा हो जाएगा. तो
especially for players like him.
Should he play Test cricket?
I have not seen him against swing bowling at all. मैंने देखा नहीं है तो मैं judge नहीं कर सकता. और ball swing करेगा तो कैसे?
But do you think that's inevitable with him, the form that he is in?
I'm not sure. I don't think India should mix formats, and that is why white ball के लिए रखो ठीक है.
Oh my God!
That's a bat.
भाई अब इतना पास आ गए हो तो 100 मार देना भाई.
बैट लेग
मार देगा भाई, मार देगा.
3 बॉल 3
चिंता मत करो तुम.
भरोसा नहीं है यार. कोई ऐसे 97, 98 वगैरह.
That 117 that he got against England, Ani, how many balls did that come off? That, I mean, when he got the 100 landmark, was that around 48, 49 as well? Because I think he ended up with 55 balls, 117.
I think I was close to 50. क्योंकि I'm sure थोड़ा time दिया होगा उसने because wickets were falling.
Who has the fastest T20 international 100? Miller.
Yeah, Miller and
Rohit Sharma.
Oh, 100! Well done, Suryakumar Yadav. Another 100. This man, honestly, we're running out of bloody adjectives for him. And he deserves all the praise in the world. 101 of 49.
He was 10 of 9 balls.
Oh my God. Are we seeing the greatest ever T20 international cricket, T20 cricketer?
Banter.
For India, right?
Overall as well.
Overall as
T20,
well,
right?
bro. Who's taken any format like this by storm?
I think that's.
Bro, it's ridiculous. Absolutely.
By the way, he got to his 148 balls in that match.
Close.
Okay. So still
But
not
it's
by-
slow, yeah.
So this is the slowest 100?
Slow by
That's
his
what you're
standards.
telling me. This is the slowest 100.
And in terms of fastest hundreds for India and T20 internationals, he has both, right?
No, I think Rohit.
Oh, really? Oh, what a shot that is!
Yeah,
That is ridiculous. Yeah, this is not fair. This is just not fair. How can you play shots to that?
भाई ये अलग लेवल पे खेल रहा है यार ये. Oh my God.
The PAPS game is no chance happening. Come on.
Why can't I
So-
do this? Instead of
Okay,
playing
so
the
he
ball-
joins Rohit Sharma.
नहीं आता ना.
Take a bow,
ये
Surya
करो.
Kumar. Take a bow, honestly.
So
He's
he
played-
basically joins Rohit Sharma and Colin Munro to score 2 centuries in a calendar year among test playing nations.
Yeah.
Sorry, and
I think
Riley
Raj
Rosso
Saudi
as
is
well.
great shooting with Surya gets it.
It's not.
Oh, this time.
If it's not Saudi-
Oh my God, it's 6-4. What is happening?
Again, it's New Zealand.
No, okay, yeah, I understand that. I think all three of us thought it's gone. But it just
भाई
like, picked
क्या
up
मार रहा है यार
steam.
ये.
111 of 51.
3 times I felt he's out. 2 times he had placed the ball in
Oh
the gap.
my
And this
God.
time he just went on for a 6.
I think this played a similar shot against England when he scored that century. Like soap in the face and
What's the highest T20 international score by an Indian batter? Kohli, right? That
121 Kohli. 121 Kohli.
122 by 22.
122, sorry. 122 Kohli. And
okay.
118 is Rohit Sharma and 117 is Surya Kumar Yadav.
So he's going to break all records today.
if he gets
तोड़ो
strike.
भाई तोड़ो तुम डिजर्व करते हो यार.
Hardik, do you think he should give him back strike or
Obviously.
He'll try.
or try going for the six?
सिंगल दो भाई. चिल करो आज तुम.
Who's gonna ball?
186.
Saudi.
50. I think
57
Milne- I
runs
think
in last
Milne
3
has one
overs,
more.
guys. 57 runs in last 3 overs.
My predictions proved correct. Yeah, absolutely. Just spot on. You called about 110
110
plus.
plus, he said.
Surya Kumar, even though he was
57, yeah. 50 तो इसी ने बनाए होंगे.
so Saudi, it is. Need to ask Surya's parents what they fed him. This guy's scoring well, literally every part of the ground. Man, it's madness. I haven't seen a batsman like.
Compound we.
And Hardik goes through the onside, and that is
Of course,
brilliant.
yeah,
Lucky
Of course.
That is brilliant, and they should just stick with one, but they come back for 2.
And you have to run.
But just want to say that
Glenn Phillips,
200 के अंदर कुछ भी chaseable है.
chaseable hai.
This is only Surya Kumar who is just taking India to a really, really,
But dude, this is just unreal hitting, dude. Unreal hitting. Like if you look at that last over, 4
They could check
boundaries
his
and a
wagon
6, all different parts of the ground. You guys can check out his wagon wheel also using the cricket.com app, and you'll be smacked in the face because in just a.
By the way, Surya's
wheel
impact
phase
is
behind the wicket.
23.5 in positive.
That's
It's a
mad.
big number.
Saudi to Pandya. Oh, it doesn't matter because even if they cross over, oh, thank God.
Shit, dude.
2 भाग लिए क्या? क्यों?
Come on, Surya. Go back for the third. No, he can't.
I think he did.
No.
Oof.
That's miles up. I'm surprised like no one kind of got close to it, but
Is there anyone better than Glenn Phillips when it comes to ground coverage?
yeah. So if he can't get there, no one can.
No, in the sense like just the way he covers. I'm not just talking about catches.
Oh,
Even
yeah.
the boundaries that he stopped.
It's mad. I think he featured in that most runs saved while fielding in the World Cup of Glenn Phillips. Saved like some 15 runs, 16 runs. Which is mad.
No, but
Oh, Saudi, he's got his wicket. And Hardik Pandya, 13 ball 13 has to perish. And unfortunately, it'll be what? Hooda on strike?
Has to.
According to the new rules. So we want this final flourish from Surya, but it hasn't happened so far. 2 twos and a wicket, and India inching their way close to 200, which Shubh believes might not be.
Because India's bowling attack is
out
not
of the
their
game.
first choice. Wala bowling attack. So, but India have options. They have more options than New Zealand.
And now that Bhuvi's playing, he has to exploit the swing and.
भाई होगा तो फिर exploit करेगा ना नहीं
But
होगा तो क्या
100%,
करेगा.
the
Do you see
pitch
him starting with Washington against Finn Allen?
It's a good shout.
But Conway has a great record against off spinners. He
Except
averages.
except Dhananjay De Silva in the World Cup.
अबे ठीक है भाई एक बार में तुम
हाँ तो होता
collector
है
लगा
होता है
दिया.
भाई. ये सीरी पॉइंट तुम्हारे में से किसी का ट्विटर अकाउंट है.
Yeah, but not amongst us. That guy works with us, but he's not here with.
Yeah, he doesn't like showing
the
his
frame
face.
right now. He
City point
doesn't.
by.
Because silly point, if you are fielding, you have the helmet on, right? So you don't like to show
It's a
your
good
face
test for
with-
Sundar and a short run to prove himself. Absolutely, Sai. Oh, he's got, just give him strike, man.
Oh,
Like,
chance time to get a
yaar,
hat-trick.
seriously.
Oh my god. Okay, come on, Washington Sundar. Two balls.
He won't bat.
Audition.
Okay, so he won't be able to pass his score. 130.
He won't be able to.
Unless South Indian ball डाल दे.
खत्म हो गया.
So this is back-to-back
Back-to-back
ducks.
ducks for Udda.
Back-to-back ducks, right?
Yeah,
Back-to-back first ball ducks.
Free fund का duck उठा लिया.
Even Saudi knows it. Big fan of Silly Point. We all are. That's why we hired him. In domestic level, which batsman can match Surya along with IPL stats? If India wants another Surya type, whom do you suggest?
Nobody.
दुनिया में है क्या कोई यहाँ पे इंडिया
कोई नहीं है भाई. कोई नहीं है. Like, see, the thing is,
Too young still.
like, even in the last time when I was speaking, no, that is
But I
what.
think
No,
he's also in his 30s now, right? So
Tripathi might have the same fearlessness, but he might not have the range as Surya does.
भाई पर उसका रेंज भी काफी अच्छा है. It
It's
is just
there,
that
but-
सूर्या एक अलग ही
level.
sky level पे है तो फिर
see,
but also
the
it's
thing.
not his fault. अपन लोगों ने देखा नहीं उसको इस level में त्रिपाठी को.
हाँ.
So I mean, you can't compare
Yeah.
both of
And
them.
yes, Samish, it is his first game in New Zealand, right? He is looking
Yeah.
like he's played 10
Yes,
minutes
yes,
plus.
yes. It is his first game.
Yeah.
So, bhai, basically,
average.
the thing is, with Surya Kumar Yadav, na, Surya is not that kind of a power hitter. Like, if you associate anybody like Livingston or
I don't think he's a
maybe
batter.
even he's particularly a monstrous hitters. They are monstrous hitter, but Surya is not that kind of a guy. He just knows like I'm going towards offside to sweep. If he bowls it much more wider, I know I have to sweep it, reverse sweep it, or cut it over point. So
I think
basically,
the only
he has.
batsman who comes close is AB.
That is what
Being
I was
AB.
telling. So for one ball, he can manipulate the field 3 different types. Like, okay,
no,
fine.
no,
It's a
no.
hat-trick for
It's a hat-trick for Saudi. It is. What a tame end to this Indian innings.
भाई कोई strike नहीं दिया यार. It could have been a record-breaking knock for Surya, but instead it is a hat-trick for Tim Southee.
Yeah, and he could have still caught up Rizwan. This is still a while away. But yeah, I mean, it's a hat-trick for Tim Southee.
I think Saudi has been pretty decent this year.
He has been
Like
using
even in the
that.
death overs.
Yeah. It's a fantastic final over, just 4 and 3 wickets. He could get 4 wickets, which would be like unheard of.
Will he take 4 and 4?
Has anyone done that apart from Malinga?
Hey, come on. World Cup. Last World Cup.
Oh yeah, Curtis Camphor, right? Was it Camphor?
Yeah.
4 and 4.
Rashid Khan as well.
Rashid's got 4 and 4.
Yep.
Remember
Rashid Khan, yeah, against West Indies, no?
West Indies.
Dhananjay's hat-trick match. Yeah, I think that same match, Bola
Six
didn't
sixes.
sixes, right?
No, not that same match.
Same match.
Same match.
Akila Dhananjay is talking about.
Rashid Khan took that 4 against Ireland.
Rashid Khan की बात कर रहा है वो.
No,
Rashid Khan
Oh,
picked up his 4 and 4 against Ireland in 2019.
Oh, against Ireland था वो.
Yeah.
4 and 4.
And Malinga against New Zealand. New Zealand. 2019 again, and Curtis Camphor and Jason Holder as well has 4 and 4 against
Team.
England.
1 second. So India, of course, wrapping up proceedings, 191 for 6, and Suryakumar Yadav, the star of the show indeed. Second T20 International 100 for him, 111 of 51. I think he hit like 19 sixes or something like that. No, just joking, but like, you guys get the point. Saudi doing really well in the final over, just conceding 5 and getting a hat-trick more importantly. So we've seen everything so far. 6s, 4s, a hat-trick. And 191, 192 boys at the halfway mark. You think India have their noses in front, or do you think it's still?
They have their noses in front,
Where
but
did that go?
you can't say that they will just win because.
So he's going on to say, feel for Surya, he'll be like, every time I have to carry this batting lineup, just like Virat does. That is so true. That is so true. It's all right. Both of you take a break, so I'll get the lovely presence of Bhaskar, who is just joining us right now. One word to describe Surya's account.
Epic.
Epic.
That guy is ridiculous, man. I'm like,
what is he doing? He's making batting look so easy. It's like he's in cheat code.
I don't feel bad that India didn't win the last 2 World Cups. I felt bad that Surya. I'm like, we have deprived of watching Surya's batting at interest level for far too long. Before it happened in 2021, I mean, like, कितना भड़स किसके ऊपर निकाल रहा है भाई? मतलब
madness. I mean, we talk about Haaland and how he plays, and it's a cheat code, like he's just bullying people. Surya's doing that to every bowler right now.
Making this thing international cricket look like Farmer League or something.
Exactly. If you guys have to pick one bowler in world cricket right now at their peak, who can challenge Surya? Who would be?
Archer or Bumrah? I mean, like.
But Archer also.
We have never seen a Bumrah versus Sky battle, right?
I don't think
it has happened even in the Syed Mustaq Ali. I don't think it has happened. I don't know, maybe. But
anyone else?
What a guy, man! What
a guy, dude.
When did he move to Mumbai from KKR?
I think that's
2016. Yeah, maybe he would have.
He was there 15, right?
Yeah.
1 or 2 balls.
Maybe 1 or 2 balls.
He was the finisher for Kolkata Knight Riders.
No, maybe they played domestic cricket, but at this stage, like you want a battle of peak Bumrah versus peak Sky, like peak Sky is also like it is.
But what he's doing is obviously wowing all of us, but also is he kind of giving a lot of people longer ropes because you look at all the rest of the scorecard. And it's just like shit.
And perhaps people are blaming him for the debacle that India have had because the way he was batting against Australia and South Africa in both the series, that's why DK didn't get a batting practice.
No, man, but like Sky, the fact that he's just notching up records for fun, another 100, like I said. But what is the most impressive part about Sky this year compared to all the other years? What has he done differently? Is it just one of those years that a player's having and he can't believe the luck? Like Kohli 2016, right? Who was peak of his powers. Are we going to see a better version of Surya, or this is the best version of him?
See, do you really want a better version of this version?
I don't know.
What else can you do?
Every time he walks out to bat, it's like he'll impress us even more.
And more than that, like the way the swag with which he can, that only can be compared with Piyush Chawla. Because Piyush Chawla, the swag with which like I can just go.
But I think with Surya, is also he knows what he needs to do in the team. I think he's one of the very few. When you talk about having a proper role, Surya Kumar has been given a proper role.
Oh yeah.
And 2021 he made his debut. Of course he did well, but again you need at least a couple of months to settle in international cricket. And at this point of time, there's a cliche, right? I think he's like in a pretty good state of mind. He knows what he needs to do.
Yeah.
And he's not like, again, he doesn't care if he gets out. He's not afraid of failures and everything.
So the rest of the Indian batsmen, basically, if I do my math right, 69 runs altogether, facing 67 balls. And here's Surya, who's faced 50 on balls and scored 111.
Yeah. And it's like Hardik was mentioning about the mental state of mind. And like I was watching that interview of Surya with Gaurav Kapoor, and he said, like, I have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Like I've been playing cricket for far too long without any international reward.
But why can't India now have more cricketers who come in with that thought?
See, that's always a personal thing for a player, like the kind of thing, the kind of mental switch they're going to do. Because we are seeing that Anil Kumble interview, and Anil Kumble said like no one asked KL to play that way. He chose to play that way.
Yeah.
So when a player chooses to play that way, what kind of mindset they have, it depends on a lot of situations, lot of the way like things are unfolding in front of them or the way they are seeing things. Because perhaps like I have always maintained one thing, like we as cricket fans can never comprehend what they are going through. And it might sound very amateurish because we try to always put the analyst hat and say like this should have happened, that should have happened.
Correct.
But at the end of the day, players, the way his career is progressing, the way things are unfolding around him, it depends on like the state of mind that particular person is in. And I think also what Kohli mentioned, the support system that you have. Surya looks like a very chilled kind of guy. I don't care. Like,
So
I'll come.
should we get carried away? Oh, Rishabh Pant.
That's typical Pant, no?
That is typical Pant. Cheekiness. Is it fair to say that we can get carried away and throw him in the test, or let's not?
But why? I mean, also with Sky, I also feel is like he has seen enough failures. So उसको पता था कि अब इससे खराब कुछ नहीं हो सकता. So in that sense, see, when you talk about being afraid of failures, अगर जो बंदा already fail कर चुका, उसको पता है भाई मैं 30 तक मेरे life में कुछ हुआ नहीं. And then you get a chance, you have already seen the worst.
That's true.
And that was, I think, one of the reasons with guys like say Kale and everyone who has started young.
Yeah.
And when it was playing in Karnataka, he had everything in his favor, right? In the sense, he was one of the top players in Karnataka, state-wise, school-wise, school cricket में top था, then state में उस पर top था. But then इस level में पहुंचने के बाद, he has only seen success. Then players like him.
Yeah.
That's why we love players like say Praveen Tambe, right? He hasn't played international cricket.
Exactly.
But if you have seen a lot of failures in your life, वो ready करता है तेरे को.
The chance of succeeding is much higher.
Yeah, and also one more thing, like we don't know probably it is correct or not. I might sound very ridiculous here, but what I think is like when someone is very technical sound and has grown up to be a prodigious player and always expected to do really great for the international side, they tend to become a little bit, like what do you say, like a little bit laid back, not laid back, but a little bit more confusing about the role and clarity. They would always try to solve a bigger issue. But a player like Sky, who just plays cricket for fun, because something that reminds me of Virender Sehwag in Test cricket, he said like, मैं आया हूँ, मैं मारने के लिए आया हूँ.
Yeah.
I'm not here to like a play per country and all that cliche that we always use. That is backside, but I am here to have fun.
And that's why I say that is the game in Test.
Yeah, and that is why like these players started playing for fun. Because I can see of Hardik.
Yeah.
Every weekend, he wakes up at 4 a.m. because he would go to the ground to play, right? I'm not talking about Hardik Pandya, I'm talking about Hardik Vora.
Yeah.
So that is the kind of mindset that you need to have to, but I have to wake up at 4 because I have to serve the game, I have to do well for myself. That's secondary.
Yeah.
If you can wake up at 4 a.m. just because I am enthusiastic to play today,
correct.
That is the kind of vibe that Surya gives. I might sound very ridiculous here, but I think that is a very depressing thing to see.
I also feel, I think it makes sense because if you're just playing, say, great cricket or gully cricket, you'd rather want someone like Sky in your team.
Oh, yeah.
Than KL, because he's just coming in. Even someone like Pant, for example, I would खेल रहा है माहौल के लिए.
Yeah.
I mean,
mahal, cricket,
and it's something
like all of us.
But shouldn't we expect more of this kind of attitude that you guys are mentioning from our players who?
No, but it's completely an individual thing.
It cannot be forced, right?
Yeah.
I mean, अगर तुम्हारे पास है
because some players might just feel the pressure when they're getting to the top.
Yeah, and also imagine, like all of us are cricket fans first. We wanted to be in cricket industry, that's a separate thing. But हम क्यों आए थे? मतलब cricket क्यों देखते हैं? Because मजा आता है.
Yeah.
That's the sole purpose.
Passion.
Yeah, it is मजा आता है भाई. Cricket खेलने में मजा आता है, cricket देखने में मजा आता है.
Yeah.
When you try to become a professional cricketer so early in your life, so what happens is there are two things. Because I've been associated with many club cricket teams since I was a kid. So I've been seeing these players like भाई सुबह आके मारते रहते हैं. Because उनको होप नहीं है कि भाई जिंदगी में कुछ कर पाएंगे, और जो करते हैं वो भाई धीरे-धीरे pessimistic होते जाते हैं. And that pessimism draws you to a situation where you actually think of the bigger picture.
Yeah.
When you think of the bigger picture, you always tend to become like little bit of self-indulgent or probably try to play bat in certain way that would please the world.
Yeah.
More than like pleasing yourself. सूर्य को देखते लगता है ना कि बंदा मैं मारने आया हूँ, मैं मारूंगा.
Yeah.
मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि दुनिया क्या सोचता है.
And wherever you bowl to me, I will still hit.
Exactly. And he has a great deal of ability. Sometimes we tend to like downplay that ability just because he can hit sixes wherever he ground. Like हमको लगता है कि वो mindset ऐसा ही है. Mindset नहीं, वो उसके पास उतना ability भी है जो शायद और
does he fall under that category of see ball hit ball? Is he one of those Sehwag literally I don't give a fuck, I'm just going to whack it?
But also like it's very easier, right? Saying like सबको Sky के जैसा खेलना चाहिए, but नहीं खेल सकते. In the sense like you need to have the.
But what's his number one USP? The fact that he has range and premeditation, or just the mindset?
I think he said something, right? कि वो हर ball के लिए सोचता है 2-3 shots, and once he gets where the ball is, then he goes for that particular shot, right? So it's also basically like cricket is also about predicting things, right? You know, like कोई fielder आगे जा रहा है, कोई पीछे जा रहा है. So you know क्या होने वाला है. So it's.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing he's doing a lot more calculations in his head. I mean, I know it looks effortless on screen when he pulls it off. I mean, some of the shots that he played today, we were talking about the inside-out shot, which is great, but even the ones behind the wicket, one of the throwdown specialists in Mumbai, apparently in those fast-paced pitches, especially during the monsoon, The ball comes on quicker. And it's these small little things which has improved his hand-eye coordination compared to the rest of the players, right?
But those shots that he plays, it's mostly about reaction time.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, if you have good hand speed, then you're sorted with those shots.
Yeah. And also like the flexibility of the body, because you have to move on in both directions. So that also somehow helps Sky a lot. And one more thing like about Sky is like the cricketer that he is and is sync with the person that he is.
Oh, yeah.
We always talk about, because once that is off, you tend to find a lot of differences, because Virender Sehwag had a lot of success at international level.
Correct.
But he had a career contrastingly different to that of Sourav Ganguly or Sachin Tendulkar. But he still had a success or more than that in Test cricket, right?
True.
So it inevitably down to if you can sync the two personalities and then try to adopt the philosophy that works for you. And I think that Sky is doing really great because he knows he has nothing to lose.
Yeah, with Sky, I think he knows what works for him, क्योंकि सबको chill होने की जरूरत नहीं है. If you're a serious player, but if it works for you, chill वैसे.
Yeah, Tendulkar के लिए.
Yeah, Pujara is not someone जो आके chill करता, but he knows his game.
Yeah, exactly. So your personality has to be in sync with what kind of philosophy you're approaching.
Basically boils down to whatever works for you.
So would you play him in the ODI World Cup?
Okay, that's a
I want to know this because that's the largest.
I am an unabashed Shreyas Iyer fan in ODI cricket, and there is no way I'm dropping him even if it means that Sky is.
And with even if you're talking about Iyer, but if India go with the proper traditional 11, I don't think even Iyer gets a chance in your 11, right? Because you have your three guys sorted, and then you need then you have Pant,
and then
Rahul, Hardik, and Jadeja. That's your top 7.
But do you have three guys sorted? That's the question, right? Because
eventually you shouldn't. I mean, with as much as I like Dhawan as a player and everything.
But Dhawan, Rohit and Virat 100% they'll start, no matter what.
But it's
sad. It's sad, but it's true.
My point is like, if you need a left-hander, Shikhar Dhawan is a great ODI player, no disrespect. But if you're a left, it draws down to the combination. We're discussing like in the first innings, it draws down to the combination that we have had. And in the top of the order, there is a Shikhar Dhawan to play with Rohit Sharma. Then it creates problem because India will definitely stick with KL Rahul. So where does KL Rahul bat? He bats at number 5. So if that becomes a number 5, then Pant becomes a number 6. Then you are down to only 5 bowlers.
I wouldn't play Pant.
Then who is your?
Then who's gonna keep?
Who is gonna
KL?
keep? No.
KL's kept before.
No, if it is.
Oh, he's gone for it. There's a man there. He's gone.
Oh, shit.
Finn Allen's gone. And it's Bhuvneshwar Kumar who gets the breakthrough in the second ball.
How often does it happen, man? Last over, Bhuvi wicket.
26 World Cup. Oh, sorry, 24 World Cup.
I mean, I think he's got the most wickets in the first over of T20.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And coming to that question, right? So you have to have a keeper. If that keeper is your Pant, then Pant has to play. So if Pant bats at number 6, then there is only room for, including Hardik, there are 5 bowlers.
No, but I think Pant has pretty good numbers in ODIs for the last one. And also Pant is going to be a number 4.
Yeah.
But that is my question.
No, but he's been batting at number 4.
Yeah, but that is when like a lot of players were not available. So in my opinion, India should go with Pant as an opener. And again, if there is a problem with Pant as an opening in the middle over, then instead of looking at Dhawan, India should look at Kisan.
But Sky's also not played all these ODIs which has gone through this year, right?
He played. I mean, but not
someone like Shubman Gill is ahead of all the other guys as an opener.
But again, that comes down to the fact that Rohit is playing, so you don't want a 4 similar kind of batsmen at the top of the order.
But Gill is someone who can bash spin.
For sure. I think Gill on current form should go to the World Cup, but knowing how India pick on reputation, Dhawan will definitely play. Rohit will definitely play, and Virat. It's a last.
I don't think that is Dhawan is definite play because.
Yeah.
Again,
but he's already played all these second string ODIs.
But he playing second string ODIs because not a lot of players are available and no one is serious about ODIs.
So when it comes to the World Cup, they'll just cut the.
I think they will.
You know, Rane, I think he captained in his last test, right?
Yeah. So, I still get a feeling that Dhawan might play.
No, I don't think he captained in the last test.
Bhuvi into Williamson.
England.
Ooh, good ball.
Rane didn't play in England. Okay, so he played in the New Zealand series.
Yeah, the New Zealand series.
He played in the New Zealand series. No, he didn't captain. He was not even the vice captain.
India did it.
Pujara was named the vice captain.
Who captained when Kohli missed?
Rahul. Talking about South Africa.
Kohli was not the captain. You're talking about South Africa or India?
No, I'm talking about when India played New Zealand and India, that Kanpur first test.
Yeah, that is when
Rahane captain.
Rahane, no. Are you sure?
Yeah, Rahane captain.
Okay, yeah.
Rahul, I think, is only captain in one match.
Rahane in South Africa.
Rahul captain one match. Bumrah's captain just in one match.
Yeah, Rahul in South Africa.
Yeah.
When Rohit came back for Sri Lanka series. So yeah, Kohli captained in South Africa as well. Couple of matches.
I mean, captaincy has been musical chairs for India.
Yeah, that is what I still have doubt about Dhawan though. Still a doubt
in ODIs.
in ODIs.
It's the only format left.
I think he'll still get the rub of the green to go his way, bro.
Yeah. I mean, like, you never know how Indian cricket works and what the new selectors are in mind.
Because
so,
right now we don't have a left-hander opener in ODIs. I mean, you can definitely say Ishan Kishan and stuff like that, but
no, but I think ODI में चलता है थोड़ा बहुत.
And because it's in India and the flat track bully that Dhawan is.
ODI performance are not great either.
Strike rate is in the 70s.
I know, but like he's played cricket all over apart from India, which is not.
I think no, that's also one of the problems with Indian cricket is like you have a problem, you have 5 or 6 solutions to it, but you only react once someone fails properly in a big event like World Cup. तेरे पास पता है.
True.
So that's what this guy did, right? Morgan, he knew that Archer is that missing puzzle वाले में वो एक बंदा था, so he just got him in before the World Cup, and even if it was David Willey who had to sacrifice the spot, but I don't think India you can be that bold enough to make those.
I think the management, the fear of being unpopular also plays a part in it. Bhubi, when it comes to swinging the fast over, incredible man.
He's mad,
incredible, yeah.
But I still question his place in this squad and in this series.
I think we'll see. I think yes, squad पे अपन उतना judge नहीं कर सकते again because this was announced before the World Cup got over for India.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Like I'm sure इसके बाद पता, but I still think उन्होंने कुछ call लिए हैं जिसमें, for example, batting Sky at 3 ahead of Iyer. I think they're seeing him as number 3 batter in the long run, and Pant as an opener is someone I think.
I'd be really surprised if Rohit or Kohli makes a comeback in T20Is.
Yeah, I'm thinking in the sense now just make sure you have your banker captains for all 3 formats. In tests, if you're going to go with Bumrah, go down that route. In ODIs, obviously Rohit will captain the 2023 World Cup, but who is there apart from him? Rahul?
Make sure that Rohit is the test captain for now till 2023, till the moment he's available.
Agreed.
So what that would help is like, because Bumrah, why I don't agree, he's a great captain, he might become a great captain, whatever. We haven't seen a lot
but
of
who
Bumrah
else is there?
But the problem is with Bumrah,
Pant.
Yeah. But with Bumrah, the problem till now is like he's not going to play in India.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
His body is again right now so much of pressure.
True.
So that would only make logical sense if Rohit resigns from the T20I, and probably if the reports are to be believed, he's in talks with the management that he's going to resign from the captaincy of T20I format. He's going to retire. So
and that'll be Hardik. Okay.
That again, maybe like that depends on how the new.
No, but if you were selected right now and you want one man to lead your
Hardik
for 2024,
absolutely
Hardik, right? Hardik for me as well. It's a unanimous decision. Age is not taking toll on Virat. He's very much off it. Kohli should play in the 2024 World Cup.
No, it is not about age. It is about.
But if Kohli plays that World Cup, I'll want him to open, bro. I don't know about you guys.
No, because I want like Indian team not to be distracted so much by playing, because Kohli can play in 2024 T20 World Cup. But the problem is like with Kohli there, you are just Kohli cannot play all single series.
Yeah.
So you don't want a side which is completely like so much confused about the.
No, but because the World Cup is happening right after the IPL, they'll pick someone like Kohli, right? Even though he's not playing bilateral, it's a good point that you make.
No, my point is like don't be confused. So once they will start, for example, this series, we don't know what is Kohli's future. Sky batted at number 3. So once Kohli comes in, is Sky going to bat at number 3 and Kohli going to bat at number 4, or is Sky going to bat at number 4? If that is the situation, there is a lot of ifs and buts come into the picture.
I think Sky should have still batted at 4 today, even though he got 100 and all of that.
No, but first of all, if you want to do that, I think what India is mostly going to do, what they're known for, is like they'll wait for the 23 World Cup to get over.
Yeah.
Until then, I doubt they'll take any big calls.
Yeah, same.
They're like, kabhi haan dekhte baad mein chalega. But what would be a better way is like just announce the captain. And if you see someone like Pandya who's going to captain in just one format, Rohit is going to be there till 2023. At least he can focus, right, what he wants.
Yeah,
He'll have that space, that 1 year ka breathing space. This is what I want from my team. And from there on, he can take over once the other World Cup gets over. And then you'll have a clear, because with Rahul, I mean, you also have to think about this. Pandya and Rahul are like pretty close.
Yeah.
So Rahul will always have that a bit of preference over some other people. But again, with Rahul, Rohit is not going to be there, and Kohli, if he plays, he has to open. So fair.
Yeah, I think with Rohit, he definitely plays that World Cup. He definitely leads India in that World Cup, the 2023 World Cup, that is. I think it's more that we're going by. I think Hardik will captain India in the 2024 World Cup. I could be wrong. But KL making him vice captain and captaincy, I think it was
I just
way
don't
too
want the
early.
management to do things like World Cup tak they let guys like Rahul and Kohli focus in ODIs, and you have bringing in young guys who do actually do well in this next 1 year. And once that World Cup gets over, you have those old guys coming back, which generally how it happens in India cricket, and you throw out all these young guys.
Which is sad. Oh, punt. What a ball that is from Arshdeep. But 5 wides.
But I think
Taramanand going on to say, I think KL should be the only survivor from the top 3. Rohit's been average. No, Virat. Rohit's been average over the last 4 years, and Kohli will be a liability in slow West Indies track.
I wouldn't disagree.
Except for the first part.
Yeah.
I mean, with KL, it's just about he needs to show things on the field.
Yeah.
He can't just be like talent to sab mein hai yaar, but
yeah, I think
भाई मेरे हिसाब से ना बहुत सिंपल सा बात है. T20 क्रिकेट को हम डेटा वेटा सब छोड़ते हैं. एक सिंपल सा वैसे अप्रोच करो. यार तो भाई जो खेल रहा है मार रहा है उसको खिलाओ, जो मार नहीं रहा है बैठाओ. काम खत्म. यार you are just playing 120 balls in a match यार. I mean like just.
But India have always been like an old school T20 team, even in the last couple of World Cups, right? They haven't really played cricket like England.
No, yeah. So like even if you want to play like England, you have to realize we don't have a team like England.
Yeah.
So for example, you know what?
I think Punjab
India
team like England.
You need batting till 9 or 10.
Yeah.
At least till 9 if you want to be successful with that approach. Because
India don't
I mean as a viewer we'll feel good like they're playing aggressive cricket, but eventually it all boils down to winning that particular World Cup, right? And India will have that one bad game.
Correct.
Where they'll fail, and that will probably be in the knockouts, and they're done, right? So I think Punjab tried to do that, but they can't do that with Rabada at number 7.
Yeah, for sure. So do you think India still have the players that we can choose, right? Like you said, Deepak Chair can come in at 8, Harshal Patel could be at 9. That means our batting's being elongated.
See,
you'll have to
Rahul Chahar is becoming a
England
batsman.
can do that. They can play a batsman till number 11 because the bowlers are also bloody good. They're just lucky that the bowlers can bat actually the way they are.
Yeah.
Because there is no better alternative in England than David Willey and Sam Curran and Adil Rashid at number 9, 10 and 11.
And our bowlers who can bat are not either here neither there.
Yeah, and so
like a Shardul.
If you bring in Shardul, you're compromising with the bowling depth. So you need proper bowlers.
Yeah.
You need to be extremely lucky to find bowlers who can bat.
And we don't have a leg spinner who can bat.
Exactly.
At all.
We don't have bowlers who can bat actually, to be very honest.
Apart from,
I mean, there's no harm in trying like guys like them because also it feels like, do you think like Bhuvi is a slightly better bowler than Chris Wokes, right?
Yeah.
But that difference, and if you compare their batting difference, it's insanely big.
It's mad.
So it's like, I think India, eventually they have to pick a thing like, because you're not going to have 5 Bumrahs in your team.
Yeah.
So you'll probably you'll have to compromise in one department, which will
probably
be
what Chennai did. I mean, Chennai have great batting depth and bowling.
No, I mean, I still think like 2020, the team that Chennai had was quite similar to what England had. Yeah. I mean, of course, you could have better players. You can easily have better player than Raidu.
But you're saying in terms of depth.
But there were like games where they had Deepak Chahar at 10. Yeah. Guys like Bravo batted at 9, and they had Shardul and Chahar to follow.
Yeah.
Just like an insane batting lineup.
And Dhoni only comes in at 8 or something like that.
Batting is fine. I mean, it's just, I'm just talking about the team combination. Like, you probably need those guys.
Those players, basically, what Hardik is trying to say is those players are the pick up their powers, and if you just take, not even pick up the powers, just a little bit decent, they could have been a
I mean, England winning the World Cup, you look at that starting 11, they had 8 bowling options as well. I mean, we keep talking about batting depth, but bowling, some person like Livingston, Moeen Ali are just priceless characters in T20 cricket. And here in India, we have that one-dimensional guy who are just out-and-out batters.
I also wanted to ask,
Sky, Kohli.
Do you think, if you're just talking about the coaching circuit in India, when you see under-19 cricket, and you have almost, if you see the last 2 India under-19 World Cup teams, they had like way too many bowling options. Gill could bowl, Shaw bowled, and then they had like all the all-rounders. But by the time they graduate, they start focusing into just one primary skill, and their batting or bowling just falls apart. Like Nagarkoti is supposed to be a proper. I mean, he batted at 7 and 8 for like India under 19, and back then he was a bowler who can actually bat. But now, if you see him, I mean, uski bowling actually kharab ho gaya. I'm just talking about guys like even Gill used to bowl.
True.
Everyone. I mean, like Jaiswal used to bowl. Right now, you stopped doing that, I guess.
No, but with Jaiswal, he wants to. Like,
that's become the criteria. In terms
he did an interview with cricket.com.
Like, someone like Deepak Hooda wouldn't be in the squad if he didn't bowl, right?
And
But
be
he
very
hasn't
honest with you.
bowled.
I mean, like the problem.
And he's
I
bowled a
think,
little bit. He just showed us that he can bowl in the West Indies and all of that.
yeah, and I think that's also because one of the reasons probably
Samson
is like
misses
Shivam
out.
Dubey, the likes of Shivam Dubey
Vijay
and all
Shankar.
Vijay Shankar, they all played for India, and like that is an easier way out.
So is
But
that why people
you
like
have to-
Samson and what's his name, Tripathi don't get the shout because they can just do one thing?
Yeah, and they can just do one thing, but Samson again is a keeper. Like he has an added advantage and a disadvantage, but you need to have that option because India were successful. Okay, I wouldn't say successful, but India like had the option of Yuvraj Singh, Virender Sehwag, Suresh Raina, Tendulkar,
Ganguly.
and that reaped dividends in a World Cup, man.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
2011
yeah.
World Cup, we won.
1983. It was opposite. They had fast bowling
Yeah,
all-rounders.
yeah. So those things really matter because the way England can bat because they have a David Willey batting at 8-9, or they have a Adi Rashid batting at 1992 World Cup, for
Correct,
example.
yeah.
England had 11 players who had a first class century.
Yeah.
So they tried to replicate the same thing in 2018, 2019 till today.
Yeah.
So the thing is, you need to have that option so that it also helps you in grow in your career.
That is true.
So the likes of even in current team, if you see Rohit used to bowl earlier.
Agreed.
I mean, like,
So is it harder for a batsman to learn how to bowl or a bowler who needs to learn how to bat? Because we're hearing that Rahul Chahar is now upping his game with a bat, and if he can start suddenly showing his performances with a bat in hand, bro, he becomes an undroppable in T20.
but I think the first option is easier. Like a batsman can bowl better than a bowler can bat. I mean, because it is whole skill involved, right? You have always
And
bowled.
with also depends. Like as a bowler, you're probably gonna end up batting those 3-4 balls, and you'll
Yeah.
have to. So that's what like. See, Ashwin, of course, he didn't succeed, but at least he went out there and he knew like he'll only face 4 or 5 balls every match,
And he was
even if he can
preparing
hit
for that.
1-6.
Yeah. Ooh, what a ball that is.
I mean, it's and there's this question about India can't use Hardik as a finisher. He must bat at 4 because it takes at least 10-12 balls to get going. But I mean, makes sense because you'd ideally want Hardik at number 5.
Yeah.
But
is that because he was used to batting at 4 and 5 for Gujarat, and then he was just more mature?
I think this is the more current version of Hardik where he started taking balls.
I think Rohit Shankar, who used to write for us, he wrote an interesting thing. Since the day Hardik started, like MS Dhoni retired from Indian team, like Hardik started to become the next MS Dhoni. And that is perhaps true. I mean, like not in a philosophical sense, but in an idealistic standpoint, if you look at it, he wanted to become the
and we don't want that to happen, right?
Yeah, of course it doesn't help Indian team like as a whole, right? Because sometimes what becomes is if you try to become over responsible just for becoming captain also, that puts a baggage in your head that okay, I have to bat in a certain way and all that. So perhaps that is not the ideal way forward, right?
Correct.
But I don't think India have a lot of finishers right now who are like.
Yeah, that's a question. I was just thinking about that as well. I mean, the lack of finishers is why Hardik sometimes feel he needs to bat till the end, like how Dhoni used to do it and take care of the 20th over. But apart from that semi-final knock that Hardik played, this knocks which has followed even today has just been.
But
neither here
even
nor there.
semi-final he played 12 balls to get going.
Yeah.
So, like after that he started hitting. So it is more down to like.
But yeah, I mean, they have guys like say Samson and all, who can actually be successful at number 6 because he doesn't really take too many balls. But at the same point of time, it's almost like saying bat Surya at number 6 because you're wasting someone who could just go in the middle overs. And I'd rather want those players to face more deliveries.
True, but like Hardik Pandya, what's his ideal entry point in terms of a batsman? 13th, 14th over?
I'd want it to be like between 10 to 13.
Fair.
And with someone like Sky at other end. Because
and you're saying that because Hardik likes to get him, play a couple of balls first.
Yeah, but Hardik and Kohli together could be like a problem.
Yeah,
that's the thing. So if Hardik is batting at 10 to 13 overs in between, then Kohli has to go because Kohli.
Yeah, and Kohli won't normally go until it's the 19th, 20th over.
I'm like, imagine the Pakistan game. It is a freakish game, we all understand. But last 10 overs, how many runs they scored? 120?
Yeah, 100. They were 45 for 4 in 10 overs.
10 overs, yeah.
115 or whatever. So
that thing will always play a part, right? I mean, like even this New Zealand setup, for example, right now Williamson and Conway are batting. Like it doesn't help them help the cause of like someone like Phillips coming in later because Williamson will bat till 10th over. He will kill the game before that, right? So.
Jay, going on to say, haven't seen Hardik hitting with the very first ball in recent times. I mean, Hardik, Pant, and potentially Ishan Kishan are players who've bedazzled us in the IPL, but since they've kind of now cemented their places in India, they've all become much more careful, playing for their
They
place.
have to be told. I think they have to be told clearly, like, okay, if you don't bat in a certain way, you are not getting in. So the thing is that
That's where respect for Surya Kumar Yadav gets much more, because you talk about fearlessness. All these guys are still young. It's like,
because saying in words that you buy into this philosophy of going gaga from the first ball, but then not replicating it on the ground or not showing the intent to do it.
Yeah, I also feel is like you can't really compare Sky with other players, like say someone like Hardik, Kishan Pant, who still have limited range of shots.
Yeah,
Because as an opposition, I know what Pandya's weakness is, right? So I can just keep bowling there.
Yeah.
So I still feel like Surya Kumar has more options to cover his weakness than someone like Pandya does. So I'm for sure they come up with some proper plan for Surya as well, right?
Yeah.
We can ball somewhere over here, and then but with Pandya, still doesn't have that. You saw they just kept on bowling back off.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. And that'll be player by player. Every opposition will suss them out.
And what's mostly going to happen is, like, even if Pandya try to get out of that and he tries to hit, he'll probably end up getting out.
Yeah. And also, like, when someone like Hardik is there in the team, or like someone like Surya is in the middle. So it is always a question of, as you said, like someone can tangle Hardik, but someone cannot tangle Surya.
Yeah.
So at that same point in time, you need to show some intent. No, Surya is batting with literally 180 strike rate in average all the games. So if someone cannot bat in 180, so at least the intent to go at 150 consistently.
Yeah.
You cannot bat at 130 and score 50 runs by playing 40 balls and then
especially in that middle order role.
Exactly. And especially number 2, 3, 4 and top order to 4.
Yeah.
So you cannot go at 150 because that will eventually be a big of a problem, right?
Yeah, 100% I agree with you. I just want to ask you guys about the bowlers, because right now so far so good. And Bhuvi is impressing again, and then it makes you think, oh, should we still give him another chance and all of that? No chance. We'll get to Jay's question as well. For Siraj and Umran, the management looking at it's either one of them, because Arshdeep's a lock-in, Bumrah's a lock-in. Umran and Siraj is it
also like
shootout?
How many fast bowlers are you going to play in West Indies? You'll probably need at least.
I'll carry 4 with me.
Yeah, but for sure. But you need 2 proper spinners.
Correct.
And I think an added spinner who can bat as well.
Agreed.
Probably, like, of course, you'll need 2 of your spinners.
And
to bat
Hardik
at least.
becomes another seamer.
Yeah, so I think in West Indies, you'll probably. So West Indies guys like, say, I know I'm not comparing. Someone like Jadeja will become a lot better bowler than what you'll probably get out of him in India or New Zealand.
True.
So I think it's with Siraj is going to be tough. But
so who are the bowlers right now who you can see starting? Arshdeep and Bumrah for sure.
So also, if Arshdeep and Bumrah are probably going to be there, I'd want my other 2 fast bowlers to bat a bit.
Okay. So that means Harshal and Deepak Chahar.
One of them.
Hardik
then you
and Deepak Chahar maybe?
Yeah, Hardik is, I mean,
Hardik, you're just taking him as an all-rounder, right?
Yeah.
He needs to be there.
So Deepak Chahar is a good shout. Shardul?
No. Because why will you play him?
I mean, he was just talking about bowlers who can bat.
Yeah, I understand. But that's the thing, question, right? We cannot just compromise the bowling depth for the sake of...
And if you play 2 spinners, who would it be? Chahal and Bishnoi?
That is, I think, going to be a developing situation.
Or Chahal and Sundar?
It's going to be a developing situation.
early,
Probably someone can take a call on that 2023 because T20 is so dynamically moving there.
But if you're Chahal, won't you be feeling like so sad if you don't get to play this with the next World Cup as well?
So I think what we can do with Chahal is like what India does. Keep playing bilaterals and then not play him in the World Cup.
Where did Jadeja fit in this T20 team? 7th?
Yeah.
8th?
Yeah, 7th, I think the ideal position to be in. For
But again, how effective his batting is gonna be like I don't think he's great. He has horrible numbers against spin.
Yeah, that's true.
So again, in West Indies,
he might get the nod because of the
of course, with Jadeja, you'd want Jadeja is a better batsman than Washi, I think.
Oh yeah,
that's your number 7.
Bhuvi bowling his 3rd over on the trot here, so interesting over there. But he's just been brilliant. Some people are questioning his place in the squad as well. I agree. I question Bhuvi, Gill, and Kuldeep in this T20 international squad. Like, why have them? There's no point. And they've got like people like Rahul Tripathi and Yashdal for the ODI series against Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Which again, it makes you think like, where are they going to fit in? Are they just?
But with Rahul Tripathi, is like, we're going to play him. I think so. It's. I mean, as much as you feel bad for someone like Tripathi, it all boils down to like, is there a spot left? I mean, you have someone like Samson who's sitting out.
Yeah. Catch that. Ooh, it's cut away.
I completely agree with that because I don't think that there is a place left for Rahul Tripathi now. And more importantly, if they're bringing in as a backup in ODI cricket also, that doesn't help because
Will he ever get a cap?
I don't think so.
But that is the worst story in cricket history.
If at all anything, they go on a complete experimentation mode in T20 cricket next year, because with ODI becoming the priority, then perhaps yes. And that is probably precisely the reason why Kohli and Rohit are back for the Western Bangladesh ODIs as well.
Yeah.
So they're going to be serious about it. But I think all the discussion about 2024 T20 World Cup doesn't hold any water for now. It is a very, very developing situation. It will go on to change every single series, every single tournament.
And obviously the IPL which precedes that tournament.
Yeah, there are two IPLs before that, right? So it is going to be very, very challenging, and also adapting to the West Indies conditions is way too different than playing in New Zealand, Australia, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Dubai, anywhere, right? So
I think, yeah, and also in West Indies, matchup of those spinners will become crucial. So you'll probably have to have like at least two left-handers in your team.
Yeah.
And India don't.
And in the top order.
And Hardik, I just want to know from your perspective, like you remember 2019 World Cup, England were producing 400 run wickets every single time, just right before the World Cup.
Yeah.
But suddenly come the World Cup, as Kohli said, I am not seeing that 500 runs happening in this World Cup because the wicket should not behave the way though it was behaving in the bilateral series. And it was actually the case because 280 were defendable.
With most of the world events, like even this tournament.
That is the thing I'm asking. So do you think in World Cup in 2024, we are actually going to see a different kind of wickets in West Indies than what we have accustomed to watching it normally?
I mean, depend. Like as of now, I think even some of the former West Indies players and everyone, they kept talking about surfaces being in West Indies. Where that's like for West Indies playing at home is like a worst thing because they have those big hitters, but you can't really come out there and just start playing shots. But if you're just going by surfaces in West Indies, all those games like 150, 160s, starting.
And most of them will be day games. It won't even be night games. Knowing how the BCCI...
I mean, for India, you will need that.
But it's not only... Do you really think... Like, I have an interesting theory, just debating from cricket for a while. So, all these people who are saying like ICC is BCCI slave and that's why they are just hosting matches in Indian time. Do you think BCCI really cares when the match is happening? No, because at the end of the day, it is the broadcaster who is earning money by doing that.
Money.
Yeah, so when India goes to South Africa, for example, South Africa caters to the Indian timing. Yeah. Do you think BCCI cares? Because they are not earning anything from that. What they're eventually earning is like going there and playing and helping South African cricket move forward. So when the matches are in India, that is when BCCI earns money. So in that way, it sometimes feels very ridiculous that they will just come up with theories.
I also feel like this makes sense because we keep talking about. So it's basically saying like India management having too many players, but instead they should take a call on like saying a selected few.
Yeah, very good question, Sridhar.
But also it's India is like key. We keep on saying like India can come up with 3 different teams.
Is that a good thing?
So it's a good thing if you know how to manage it properly, which I don't think India does.
Yeah.
So it's when they say like, problem of plenty is a happy headache. It's actually not. In the sense like you end up messing things up because you have guys. This is what India do, right? I mean, they have a pool of 30 players or 40 players. You need to pick a proper, and it becomes more and more tough. I think someone like Ashish Nehra, I think I heard him somewhere saying like, yeah, okay, I understand that you have 30, 40 players, but eventually you'll have to like buck it down to like say 20. Like then you have to take a call like what you're gonna do with those 20 players rather than just having like bhai sab mauke to sabko milne chahiye. India mein like of course there are like
and it's just like a never-ending pool. Even if you look at left-arm pacers in India, talk about people like Zakaria and Khalil Ahmed who've just flirted with being in the Indian team. Yeah. But then there are people like Mohsin Khan, Yash Dayal, Mukesh Chaudhary. I know they're just names, but I'm sure if they have a couple of good IPLs, then it just increases the pool of 40.
Yeah. And also adding to what Hardik says, like there could be, if you are actually distributing debut caps and actually make sure that you are handing in a lot of players and keeping a lot of players in case of a buffer, there has to be a thing like if you're rotating players, rotate in a very consistent manner. If Rahul is being rested, and Rahul is in your first level alongside Kohli and Rohit, rest all 3 of them.
So how do they do this? I mean, do they keep those 30, 40 names and then they be like, okay, fine, this guy's a test player.
I think
this guy is ODI and T20s.
I think they ideally should do that, but right now it is very confusing, to be very honest. So Rahul plays test format as well, and immediately asking him to play ODI format, in which he probably would not be as successful immediately at that point in time. So it doesn't make sense.
So would you just like bring players and have a conversation with them in silos?
If you're having 45 players, distribute them into 3 different teams.
In three different formats.
No, 3 different teams in T20 cricket.
Yeah.
So once you have a proper team. For example, your top, you know that this is going to be my 11. Make them play in one team. If you're resting them, if you're, for example, resting, there can be multiple players, multiple set of players from here to there as well. Rohit, Rahul, and Kohli are your top 3 in T20 format. Rest all 3 of them together, and next time they come back, let them play together. Or else, what you are going to do is, like as Hardik said, mess up with the positions. For example, Rahul plays with Kohli this match, and Rahul is absolutely the next
never
race.
going to happen, right?
No, but I think what Somesh said somewhere like you don't really have a proper role definition.
Correct.
So what I would do is, like, say if I have 30 players and I need a finisher, but out of the 30, I only have 2 finishers, right, who can actually play in that position. So then you pick like who's going to be your first finisher and then your second, rather than just distributing. Say I have 50 players, okay, but you probably need to differentiate them according to what position.
So basically, like how we see it in football teams who have squads of 22, 23. Okay,
Yeah.
have 2 right backs.
No, but with also you
backs.
have to so of course you can't compare Surya, but see what basically was like, if you have someone like Bumrah, what Bumrah used to do is something Arshdeep did.
Yeah.
But now you have both of them who's going to be part of that playing 11. But eventually, if you say you had Bhuvi at his peak and then someone at number 8 who is a bowler who can bat, if you just see the position, the first would be Bumrah, but then you have someone like Arshdeep in the backup. You can just come up and say like, yeah, okay, you're supposed to do. Of course, you're not going to get the same quality, but you need to like probably rank them in terms of, say, like what Surya does, it's what only he does. But in say you need a proper anchor, you have someone like Kohli, and then you have someone like Iyer at the back.
But do you think the selection committee and the management will be ballsy enough to like single out players? Be like, okay, fine, you're just meant.
I mean, you don't really even need to.
Unless
have
because a lot of our players have a big ego, right?
But I think unless and until you have those egos bruised completely, or at least like have the difficult conversations, it is not going to help Indian cricket. At the end of the day, who are your employer? Your employer is Indian Cricket Board, BCCI. They are paying you. Take the difficult decisions if it has to. But if there is an outside influence, probably that is a problem. And coming to this thing, but Jai is saying that, but now we will have new selection committee, so hope something new. I don't think that is going to.
But who is this new selection committee?
That's not yet out yet, but they're the current Chetan Sharma selection committee. They're still in motion for the next 1 month.
Can they do anything different?
No, they cannot do anything different. The new management or
no, but even if the current management, if they look back at their time, and they'll obviously look at the World Cup and the Asia Cup and port tournaments where we could have won, but did they make any wrong decisions?
In my opinion, who else are the players that you think has done really great and deserved a chance apart from Samson? I'm like, they've sent the best 11. Best 15 players to the World Cup. And if that is the case, like that is the approach that Indian cricket took long while back. And that is if the captain and coach are deciding to play with a new philosophy, they can always have a discussion with the management and selection committee. So did that happen? So I am pretty sure, like Indian Cricket Board, BCCI has never interfered in cricketing matters when it comes to how we want to play or how we want to go about things. I think the things are pretty transparent now.
Yeah.
That is, BCCI, I was saying, for all the criticism it takes, it is still one of the best run sporting bodies in the world. And it is one of the most efficient organizations in the world.
True, but then how are you judging that? I mean, ultimately it's a result business, right?
Yeah, absolutely, it is a results business. So my point is, so when some problematic thing is happening, it is more down to a cultural shift that needs to happen. It is. I don't think you are going to stick with Rohit.
But knowing how the board is pretty stubborn, that cultural shift might not happen until it's too late.
That is the thing. So when the board decided, okay, these are the players, the selection committee couldn't do anything else. What could they have done to drop Kohli, Rohit? And do you think...
I'm not insinuating Kohli and Rohit. Maybe they picked the right team, but like questions to be answered on why Rahul Tripathi still not got a cap. Why do they still always leave out Sanju Samson? But these are the questions that they should answer in a press conference of what they see. Because we hear Rohit say, oh yeah, Sanju has all the capabilities to go in Australia and perform. But he's not even taken to the squad.
Yeah, so that is what I'm saying. So while I don't agree with the selection, there is a huge problem with the selection committee. What I agree with you is that Chetan Sharma-led committee has not been very transparent.
Yeah.
Neither was when Sunil Joshi was the chief selector. So what happened when MSK Prasad was there? He used to come to the press conferences.
Correct.
Even though it is unpopular opinion or sometimes some opinions didn't make sense, he would take the questions. okay, why is somebody Raidu not selected? He says because Vijay Shankar offers these three things, and that's a pretty valid opinion.
Yeah.
And that thing might sound ridiculous to you, but there is some logic to them that we don't know. And that might work or might not work.
And that's what's annoying Indian fans, right? The fact that why would you guys give us clarity?
They're completely silent, right? Now, Chetan Sharma has given only two press conferences. In one press conference, he gave all the things about Prithvi Shaw. Why Prithvi Shaw is not there, he will get a chance. Why Sarfraz is not there, he will get a chance.
And also, like, we have been in touch with everyone.
We have been in touch with everyone. You just being in touch with them doesn't help.
But those players you named there, right now, Shaw and Sarfraz, obviously different formats. Are those players anyway just overlooked because like, theek hai yaar, age hai uske saath?
That's the most part you can do to a player. Like just thinking that age hai uske paas. Kyunki abhi agar un peak mein hai to abhi unko le lo na. Why is not Sarfraz Khan in Bangladesh right now?
Yeah.
That's a question I will never get
an
answer.
What more do you need to do?
No, but why are you gonna play him? Is there a but what has Iyer done wrong at 5?
No, he hasn't done. I'm not saying he should play. Sarfraz should play. He could at least be there in the team. Just show the intent that you are rewarding performers.
Then you will be missing out on Ranji Trophy, right?
Does it matter? Because he has played a lot of matches recently.
You're just saying get him into that atmosphere of the dressing room.
You can afford to lose out on like 10 days of.
But I don't know if they see Sarfraz as a potential number 5 in the future, which is sad.
No, he will eventually come at number 5 because unless if you have removed Hanuma Vihari,
yeah,
because they needed, and at least in Asia conditions, you need someone who can score quickly at number 5 or 6. That was one of the key reasons why they went with Iyer, and they've left out Hanuma Vihari completely.
Yeah. So what's the messaging to Sarfraz? Keep doing what you're doing. You'll eventually get it done.
But again, it's
like someone like Pujara had to score a mountain of runs to just burst in that Indian time, even though that team was like obviously in a transitional phase.
So like even Iyer has just got his chance now, okay?
Yeah.
But if you look at his peak Ranji Trophy season, it was 5 or 6
7 years
I think,
ago.
yeah,
15.
Where he scored some 1,000 runs
Correct.
in one season, and that was something which Sarfraz is going through right now. So, I mean, as much as they deserve to be part of the team, but it's also like, where are you going to play them?
In my opinion, just probably it is also down to the fact like they're trying to secure a place in the
gone for 6.
1 second. Sundar's over has been very costly. He's conceded 17 of his first 5 balls. I don't know why he's not coming around the wicket.
And he's getting bashed by Williamson.
Yeah, which is quite ridiculous. And Williamson was, I mean, New Zealand had a shit power play chasing 190. You normally expect them to be 50. They're 32 for 1 after 6
and
overs.
So say Williamson is like 24, 22. That's because, so he was 14 of 20 again.
Yeah, which is pretty shocking. 49 for 1. And I think India were 50 for 1, 6.4 when the rain kept coming through. So let us know, by the way, in the comments below if you guys think New Zealand can make a match of this. They certainly can because they are batting there. Out. But just coming back to this India chat, see better. He's way better around the wicket. This India chat and certain players, they should set a precedent saying, okay, fine, if you guys do really well in Ranji Trophy cricket for 2 years and IPL in 2 years, you're getting a place no matter what. Because IPL ultimately is the best platform for these guys to experience themselves. I mean, show what they have.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is any.
But in Ranji Trophy cricket, like at times, if you like, I think one of the comments was, if you belong from a smaller state, you have to really cause a tsunami with your runs.
But भाई देखो एक सिंपल सा बात है ना. So सुनामी नहीं करोगे ना कहीं से भी कोई भी स्टेट से हो तुमको नहीं मिलेगा.
True.
Parthiv Patel said a very interesting thing about like his selection. He said like कि people think like because of MS Dhoni I was not selected.
Yeah.
But was I doing enough? So he said the same thing to Saurabh Ganguly. He said once Dadi said कि देख तू कितना रन बनाता है. कहा भाई दादा मैं हर सीजन 700 रन बनाता हूँ. प्लस 700 रन तो बहुत सारा 10-12 प्लेयर बनाते हैं. What else are you doing?
Yeah.
So that's the thing about the players like Ben Stokes, the players like Kohli. They have the nose for that extra bit.
Yeah.
That work ethic, like when everyone stopped seeing things, like you start seeing in a different way. Maro 12 run, 13 run.
So someone like Sarfraz won't have that, you're saying?
I think he has. I think the kind of success that he has had in the last couple of years and the attitude, the change in attitude that when he is speaking to in interviews and all that we can see, I think probably has that hunger. But you cannot expect to score 700, 800 runs by playing for whoever you are and expect to be selected in Indian Test team, because all of us know 38 teams right now in Ranji Trophy. It is not the competitive Ranji Trophy that it was used to be. It is still one of the best feeder lines for Test cricket we have all seen. and complemented by obviously the India A cricket. But you have to have like a 1,000-run season for 2 seasons in a row to expect a call from Indian team.
Just as a batsman.
See, right now it's tough because I think क्योंकि उतने matches नहीं होते रणजी में because of the COVID. And also it's like what only see Sarfraz deserves to be in the India team for sure, but you know why he can't. But all he can keep doing is what Mayank Agarwal did. Kept scoring runs and eventually वो chance आएगा.
But players like Shaw and Sarfraz, one commonality is the fact the fitness question is always there because they're slightly rounder individuals.
Do you think Sarfraz has
Do you
ever
think
got
that goes
injured?
against them?
Has Sarfraz ever got injured?
And he scores runs. So
he scores runs, but like again,
and also with Shaw, of course, there might be some issues. But if you see him playing for any team, he's one of those 5 boundary fielders.
Yeah.
Even for Delhi,
which is
even for Mumbai,
yeah.
Even for India under 19, he used to captain and he used to field mostly on the sweeper cover and those reasons.
Yeah.
So
and like, why do people? I mean, why do the selectors not pick Shaw for this series? If they pick Gill for T20 International, why not Shaw?
Probably it might sound ridiculous, but we don't know it. Like, I don't think it is down to cricketing legends.
Is it because of the cough syrup and all these episodes he's
not
had
just that, but I'm sure like there's some other issues.
Yeah, I mean, like you can't just
what politics from the MCA.
No. Some
not
disciplinary
politics.
issues.
Something related to him. Would see it would be insinuation. So we don't know really like what is the fact. So it would perhaps not be right for our part to even like insinuate anything from that episode. But what explains that Shaw is not in this side?
Or for that matter, Gaikwad.
I think with Shaw is like
Gaikwad is scoring runs, but mostly in ODIs.
But Shaw is a player that we don't have right now. All our openers are pretty much anchors more than dashers, right?
So I think Shaw
even Kishan's becoming a bloody anchor.
No, but with Shaw is like I've seen him. He has actually also failed against pretty decent teams.
Who?
Shaw.
Yeah. And even though he put out an Instagram story saying everyone's watching Sai Baba.
I mean,
but I think
see, like even if
Joy, sorry, I think so. Here Joy goes into say players if playing good in Ranji team, they should be allowed to play county cricket. That will give full report card of the player.
But aren't they doing that?
think county cricket is the worst cricket tournament when it comes to domestic cricket in the world right now.
Why?
The wickets are terrible. Players like
terrible in terms of general
I mean,
cricket, or
the wickets basically. The ground which used to test players a lot, they're scoring 700, 800 runs.
Oh, you're saying the wickets have become flat?
Yeah,
that's what they've done over the last 2 years.
And
because
all the players who have gone like start padding like anything. But Pujara played in the Division 2 county cricket. He was like
some 100 in every.
Some 100 in there, 600 he scored. Like I think some players struggle to do that in their ODI in their entire career. So.
But that's the only international arena apart from.
Yeah, I agree. They should. I mean, it would perhaps not be an upgrade, but it still would like give them a different platform, different conditions, and a chance to rob soldiers with a different kind of culture.
Imagine if Prithvi Shaw was playing the BBL. Imagine.
That's T20 league is a different.
I know, which is sad. Which is sad. The fact that we still don't allow our players.
But I mean, it's sad. There's no point talking about it because do you want them to play? Yeah. Are they gonna get? Will BCCI allow them? No. So it's.
Sridhar Deshpande, thank you so much for getting involved. Subscribe and tell a friend and their family. The problem of plenty has happened because our main players extending their careers but not taking timely retirements. A generation of players miss out. Yeah, fully agree with you. So many miss out because ultimately you can only field 11 or 15 in that squad. And because of certain timelines of other players and reputations, we've always been a star appreciating country more than sport appreciating. So maybe that's a bigger mindset which needs to change. Yeah, let's focus on this match because a lot of side chats happening. We might make some substitutions as well. Shubh and Anirudh, if you guys are listening, these boys need a little breather for lunch. So come in whenever you can. 56-1 after 8. And Sundar
Conway and Williamson batting together.
I mean, it's been a very slow start.
I have a feeling that he will have a wicket this over.
Dude, apart from that 1 over of 17, New Zealand essentially what?
Shot.
Oh, there is a man straight to him. And Washington Sundar gets his man.
And I just predicted it right, just before a ball.
Yeah, well done. So after conceding
so the guy who shouldn't have got out has got out.
Yeah.
But yeah, Washington Sundar, a big series for him as well because obviously he's not been blessed with being fit. We spoke about it in the last Watchalong that how many sort of things plagued him back. Introspect saying out, yep.
I mean, once those guys come out, Warner ask them about strategic drop catches.
Whether they should have actually been there.
Not Conway, for
Not
Williamson.
Conway. Yeah.
Well predicted, sir. He's saying Jay. Yeah, good soothsayer abilities. 56 for 2. Do you think New Zealand are out of this match, boys? Before you guys are replaced, what do you feel?
These are like smaller boundaries, right? So you were.
But easy win for India, you reckon, or no?
Not now, because now the batting starts for New Zealand.
That is true.
Chalo, I'll.
Both of y'all can make a move. I think Shub's also on his way, right?
Yeah. Sure.
So,
Thanks, guys.
It's good to see Abastab and Hardik. Hardik is potentially going to come back later. Depends on the debut. But good to have both the boys in full flow. Good conversations as well about selections, selecting committee, and all of that. We have our stats man Ani with us. What a strange start we've seen. We've seen a 17-run over of Sundar. He's come back well, 56 for 2. And now Glenn Phillips is a perfect kind of character they need. Are New Zealand behind in this match, in your opinion, or?
I don't think so. They
Small
still
boundaries.
they still have the edge. Like how Surya took them over.
Yeah.
Like if Glenn Phillips can bat, he's also of similar kind. Like
Similar ilk.
He has the ability to
And
play against spin.
And he has form. Do you think someone like he's got to be straight away?
There you go.
What a start that is. I mean, we were talking about fearless players in world cricket right now. Is Sky and Phillips way above the rest? I mean, Maxwell and Livingston also like to see 1 or 2 balls, right?
I see Maxwell is one of those guys. Okay, fine. If he sees a spinner, his first intention will be like to reverse sweep or switch it.
Exactly.
That's his only go-to shot. There is no other go-to shot for him
at all.
Until and unless he gets it right up there, he slogs it. Otherwise, it's just the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
Reverse sweep or the switch hit. That is what, no? Like once when you become a one-dimensional player, it's very easy for the bowlers to pick it up.
Oh, for sure. And the best part about Phillips is that he's a quick runner.
Yeah.
And he'll cause things like this because India will obviously be on their toes.
Deepak Huda.
And unnecessarily overthrows. But
I don't know. Like from point, why would you pitch it so hard?
Yeah, exactly.
Why would you do that? You're not standing on a boundary line.
But Arshdeep taking another catch, another low catch.
Yeah.
61 for 2. I want to ask you basically, how does this make sense if you're picking Shubman Gill, Kuldeep Yadav, and potentially Bhuvneshwar Kumar, even though he's done well? These 3 players shouldn't have even featured in this T20 squad.
I completely agree. Like, see, so Shubman Gill, they are looking.
That? Oh, no, one bounce.
With Shubman Gill, they are looking him as the limited over opener.
Yeah.
Probably the limited overs opener. They are looking at him.
But more specifically with an ODI eye, right?
They are. I know it's an ODI eye, but like once when you are a good limited over opener, then irrespective of where you're playing, even if it's a list A or a T20 or anything, like in India, what happens is like, okay, fine, he's a good opener in ODI, so he will be a good opener in T20Is.
No, true.
That is what we assume.
Oh, catch that.
Don't catch that, please. Thank you.
By the way, Jay, if you're wondering who the pink t-shirt was, it's Basta Parida. So
looks
you guys
like
can
Basta
follow
has a fan following already.
Yeah, fan following already. Lots of people. Ooh. I think most time you spend here, I think you get lots of fans.
Except me.
Except me, man. No one really.
Dude, people were asking, where is Hegde?
People like Statsman and Shubi. So it's fine.
मेरा तो किसी ने कुछ पूछा ही नहीं यार आज तक.
But yeah, it's a strange game so far, strange chase. I was just talking to Anirudh about those 3 inclusions in our squad which shouldn't have ever been there, which is Bhuvi, Shubman Gill, and Kuldeep. But yeah, only time will tell. I mean, Washington Sundar as well, like, can seemingly potentially get into that starting 11 for the World Cup in 2024. But again, he'll have to have great fitness, great numbers.
That has been his problem, right? It's not that he hasn't been performing.
Exactly.
It's just
and
he comes
unlucky, so unlucky. COVID. Of course, he did that ankle injury to him, which was unexpected. Playing football.
How Rohit Sharma.
How did he do in county cricket? Was he good?
He injured his.
Before the injury.
He picked up a 4-wicket haul and 4-wicket haul in both innings. Yeah.
I mean, someone like Washington Sundar, again, it comes down to him being a left-hander who can bat. Otherwise, someone like Christopher Gautam also is not a bad shout.
I know. See, Washington Sundar was always considered as the next Ravichandran Ashwin.
Oh my God.
Boundary 6.
अबे मानने दो भाई थोड़ा मैच में मजा है थोड़ा
Yeah,
देखने को मिले
absolutely. But it's just
because
like it's
Williamson is just like यहाँ भी 100 के strike rate से खेल रहा है भाई
300 and 100.
I guess in one of in one of our start session I mentioned like Glenn Phillips versus our spinners. Both of them. He has a strike rate of what 170 against leg spinners and 174 against off spinners, and he averages what 140 against
mystery
जो भी आएगा देख लूंगा
so somewhere around 100 against leg spinners and 70 against off spinners in T20Is. So obviously, like. And there is one more thing about Chahal. So Chahal's go-to ball is to flight.
Oh yeah.
That's his flight. But what happens is like the other ball, like the normal flatter ones which he bowls, he doesn't have the pace.
Oh yeah, for sure.
His pace is somewhere around 85, 86 bowled.
Bowled in.
अरे यार
Chahal gets rid of Glenn Phillips.
I jinxed him.
And we jinxed him. Yeah, Ani jinxed him. 12 of 6. But to be fair, I mean, he was always trying to play catch-up cricket. You can't blame Glenn Phillips because already Williamson match-costing innings 27, and that's a straighter one.
So Glenn Phillips, bowled Chahal, and Kane Williamson.
Sad.
Yeah,
absolutely sad.
Yeah, how can you play with a strike rate of 100 when the run chase is 192?
And that is his strike rate is to 100 because he scored that 17 runs in that 1 over.
Exactly.
Otherwise, that would have been somewhere around 78 now.
big, massive fan of Kane Williamson, but it is just getting out of hands in terms of defending him. There is no defending him because he's defending so much.
Yeah.
That is just sad, bro. Honestly, that is just sad.
The point is that Williamson has shown us what he can do in this format, the 2018 IPL. फिर उसके बाद जो he scored that 90 odd against India, he was bossing Bumrah like a pro. So it's just that after that elbow injury, I mean, he has just completely lost it, man.
It's sad. It's honestly sad. But I was just doing the maths. Basically, Sky scored 111 or 51, and the rest of the Indian batters 69 or 67.
Just
sometimes I'm wondering if,
without him,
like, is his best yet to come?
भाई इससे ऊपर क्या जाएगा?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Are you thinking he will be scoring
every innings he's just bound to impress us more and be like, oh my god, this is crazy. Oh my god, this is crazy. It's either 24 ball 60 or 33 ball 70 or 40 ball 80 or 50 ball 100. Is there a limit?
It's just showing that what can happen if India pick the right players.
Oh yes.
Hey, this comes down. I've told like even for Shaw also.
Left.
Shreyas Iyer and Alan Mitchell.
Shreyas Iyer का हिसाब बराबर कर दिया Daryl Mitchell
the thing is, he thought this would have been a leg spinner. Like obviously none of these guys pick it up from the hand.
But भाई इतनी wide.
But that's so weird. How do they not pick it up from the hand after them being professional cricketers?
No, not everyone does, man.
No, this is RR to RR, by the way.
XRR now.
Where is our mystery spinner Varun Chakravarti? I don't know. Jay.
Varun Chakravarti. I don't think he's even playing his Vijay Hazare trophy. Even in Syed Mushtaq Ali this year, he got whacked.
Where is our mystery spinner and Cyrus mystery? If you guys know, you know.
You're talking about international players. They should pick.
It's so weird because we have a population of 1.3 billion and there's one leg spinner who can bat in our country, which is Rahul Tewatia. Name me another leg spinner who can bat.
Rahul Tewatia is not a leg spinner, to be honest. He just tries to bowl.
He is a batter who can bowl.
I know, but who
hardly does the ball.
So
it's just not that. It's about what population what was the number you told me about population?
1.3 billion.
1.3 billion.
1.4 now, actually. 140 crores. 140 crores and we can't find one bloke.
140 crores. We can't find another left-hander for our middle order.
That's one.
140 crores. We can't find
another
more
Hasiranga or Rashid.
Or Rashid. We can't find more bowlers who can clock 150 above consistently. 140 crores we can't find. We couldn't find a top 5 batter who can bowl off spin as well. So India have had a lot of
and they talk about depth in our country. Depth, bro.
Population.
We just have lots of one-dimensional batters.
Like I'll tell you, in the second ODI, England and Australia. So there, England's number 11 batter was Rashid, Adil Rashid.
Yeah.
Number 11 batter. Number 10
And who's a decent
number
batter.
10 was Willie.
Who has 100 T20 cricket opening the fucking batting?
Number 10 is Willie.
It's a joke.
And then Jordan, Sam Curran, Chris Wokes. Adil Rashid.
And if we had to do that, we'll have to like shoe on people like Deepak Chair, Shardul Thakur.
Or Deepak Hooda was.
Oh, Deepak Hooda gets
Oh, he's bowling. With two righties at the crease, matchups what matter?
Wow, भाई पहले क्यों नहीं कराई थी bowling यार? पर चलो ठीक है अब जो हो गया सो.
They wanted.
By the way, Shreyas Iyer can bowl off spinner. He was so happy that KL Rahul. he was happy that KL Rahul gave him an over.
अबे he bowled 3 dot balls to Shardul Thakur if you remember. Then Robin Powell went down to him and said कि भाई क्या कर रहा है single निकाल के दे. Then Shardul took a single and Powell hit him 5-6 and was like ऐसे खत्म करो यार क्या पूछोगी.
Like Hooda, like because he's got back-to-back ducks right now. If he didn't know how to bowl, he wouldn't be playing the next game. He wouldn't.
He wouldn't have made it to the squad actually. He would have been far behind in the packing
That's
order.
why I feel sad for Rahul Tripathi and Sanju Samson because
बचपन में अगर bowling करा ली होती थोड़ी बहुत.
or Bachman, I mean, if they were just born.
अबे क्या किया ये?
Wow.
क्या है?
Sundar sahi hai bhai. He's running in and you still are.
No, I'm saying if Samson was lefty,
बहुत खेल चुका था.
he would have overtaken.
He would have been there now.
Yeah, 100%,
Easily he would have
He
been
would
there.
be saying कि I am shocked that Pant is
Yeah,
still not in
why
the
we have
11.
playing Pant right-hander? Was this saved? I think it's saved.
No, I don't think.
They have saved it.
Just about.
क्या लंगड़ी टांग खेल रहे थे उधर पे?
Like, why was Sundar still running towards the ball when Arshdeep is coming down, dude?
Oh, and he's trying to avoid it.
ओए, और he's trying to
Canada is on Valley. Washington's on 5. I remember Dravid was 5. Gambhir was 5.
Dravid was 5
Number 5
first
was Jersey.
and then 19.
Then
And
19.
19. Why did he change Dravid?
To
He got
remember his
married
wife's
and to remember his wife's
Oh, really?
birthday.
Yeah. Earlier he
said
used to
that,
play with
no?
5. Now I'm curious what was the logic behind 5. But 19 we all know it was the birthday.
It was because
1911, right? Yesterday only, I guess.
1911 or something.
Yeah, yesterday only.
Oh, the wife's birthday?
Yeah. His wife's birthday was on 19, so that is why to remember her birthday, he
These
had
are
a
the kind of
jersey.
insights you will only find on cricket.com.
Cricket.com.
That we have.
By no means was insinuating that Dravid's missed his stop because of his wife's birthday. He's not a guy like that. Ashwin, by the way, on his YouTube channel went on to say that actually not many people have realized what the work Dravid's put in behind the scenes, and people are obviously judging him by results.
Shastri did not know because he never bothered about any
True,
planning.
I feel bad for Dravid. I mean, I know I love him to bits, but like he's just not got the
Yeah,
luck.
of course. He did not have the luck, man. Bumrah chala gaya, Jadeja chala gaya. Pura plan uthal-puthal ho gaya tha wahan pe. So
It's quite sad.
And
yeah.
I always see this. Like, see, you, Shastri comes in and tells, oh, where was he? Where was that guy? Where was that guy? He didn't do anything. Dravid, what is Dravid doing? What is the coaching staff doing? Dude, he was there for 5 years.
Yeah.
He was there for 6 years.
6 years.
7 years. From 2014.
21.
2014 to 2021.
Yeah.
He was there. He couldn't win an ICC trophy. Okay. And you are expecting
Someone who comes in
someone who
immediately.
comes in and he's just been there for 9 months. 9 months with the team. Not even 9 months.
But will they now pull the plug on Dravid earlier than we think? Because he's had the Asia
And
Cup, he's had the
dude,
World
you
Cup.
are
He'll have the ODI World Cup and the World Test
Tell
Championship.
me one thing. If we
Which
had
would be sad.
won the Asia Cup and then the result in the World Cup would have been same, the criticism would have been same.
Correct.
it would have
Right?
been the same.
So Asia Cup mein kya hua does not matter.
But now the
should
World
not
Test
matter.
Championship and the ODI World Cup will be their next 2 big assignments.
Yeah.
So if he feels in that, he won't get 7 years like he's saying how Shastri got.
I don't think
Arre,
Dravid bothers
he
about
didn't-
it.
he
first of
didn't
all. He
want
did
to
not want to
coach
be
at
the coach
all.
in the first
He
place.
Yeah, he
didn't
didn't
want
want
to
to be
become the
associated.
coach at all.
He was just thrown into the
This
deep
is
end.
exactly why I did not want him to be the coach as well, because I knew if we fail, he will get more criticism than he would deserve. And if he succeeds as well, then also I just don't like people overestimating a coach's role in a victory. It is there, of course, but people just hype it so much, like the coach went to the field and did the batting, did the bowling, did the umpiring, did everything. No, coach's role is very
But
limited.
who's having more of a say? Is it Rohit or Rahul Dravid in picking
It's
teams?
Rohit.
It's
Usually captains have a higher say.
Correct. Even
in the
I'd like to
coaching
think it's Rohit.
So the thing is over here again, we come to this point where okay, that one player would have made a difference. That one player, okay, fine. What are the other 11 players who were performing? What were they doing?
Yeah, absolutely.
You are going and
What is
asking
New Zealand
like,
doing now, man? Just making singles still.
Yeah,
they want us to
73.
speak something else. So that is why.
Yeah, because the game's really not caught fire. So I completely agree with Anirudh. The fact that we're just deep diving and figuring out different things.
Hey, see, that is what. So we say okay, they didn't go with Sanju Samson. Yes, I agree. That is one fact. That is one factor where they lacked it. Apart from that, Harshal Patel, a good IPL performer. Chahal, a good IPL performer.
And international performer.
Then in international performer. So Rohit Sharma, you know at what time you don't know. KL Rahul, yes. Virat Kohli, he was starting to gain form in Asia Cup. So you got players. Arshdeep did well. Bhuvneshwar Kumar entering into the World Cup, he had 30 wickets in this year, man. 30 wickets in this year. Okay. And their power play was good. You got everything. Just because one player couldn't make it to the squad, you are entirely blaming on the coaching staff because of the 14-15 members who didn't perform.
And all of them were actually out of
all of them were performers.
3-4, everyone else was
Sir's focus on this match. Jay, what's happening to talk about?
Williamson still betting at a strike rate of 100. Mitchell under 100. Kya baat kare yaar?
78 for 3. If you guys are watching with us, 11.1 overs. In India at this stage is 86 for 2. Also, let us know if you think this series is a complete waste of time. It is. I think it really is.
It's a complete waste.
Like maybe the ODIs will benefit us because the ODI World Cup will just hit our screen soon.
Oh no.
This is a joke. And Williamson's 31 of 31. Okay, 32 of 31 now. But again, he's just asking his middle order to do a lot of heavy lifting, invariably. He's lost Glenn Phillips. And New Zealand, I think, will eventually just...
This is the difference between others and Williamson. At this point of time, even Kohli, if he's staying over there, he would have gone on to thrash over there. Okay, at least he would score at somewhere around 140.
Williamson doesn't have that killer instinct actually that Kohli brings sometimes.
Chahal's arms are so fucking thin. It's ridiculous, bro. And you guys don't even go to the gym and you guys have bigger arms. Like, it's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
DNA's bro.
Chahal also has lots to say about in this game, in this series, because if they pick someone like Kuldeep to give him competition in the squad.
Chahal wasn't there in the squad in 2021, right?
No.
He wasn't there.
They had Varun Chakravarti.
They had Varun Chakravarti, Rahul
and
Chahar.
Ashwin.
So in that World Cup, we had Jadeja, we had Bumrah, we had a mystery spinner, but we still fell short. This World Cup, people are saying, oh, we didn't have Jadeja and Bumrah, they would have made a difference. And
I'm just saying, no, Jadeja hota bhi to bowling mein to kuch farak nahi padta. Maybe batting mein farak padta, but bowling
we didn't lose this World Cup just because of our bowling.
We lost it with a bat in hand. Basically, with our openers costing us many times. Because how many times have been Surya and Virat, like Anirudh said earlier, that it was just paper over cracks. We had like a lot of, it's like having a surgery and putting a plaster wound around it. The problems are way deeper, right?
If you remember, like I had written a tactical preview for the England match.
The semi-final.
In that one, yeah, semi-final.
Yeah.
In that I had mentioned. So basically, like Kohli and Surya in the last 5 overs, they had scored 230 plus runs at a strike rate of 230 plus. And the rest of our Indian batters had scored 66 runs at a strike rate of 93.8.
That's fucked. That is fucked. That's like
last 5 overs. That is the entire like that's
out of their skin to cover the
5. It's not even a sample size of 1 match or 2 matches. That's a sample size of 5 matches.
Shit. That is so bad.
I accept they dominated the last 5 overs, but you need at least the other batters to be at around 120, 130.
100%. And imagine if Surya and Virat didn't have tournaments, we could have crashed on the group.
Just strokes with intent, also just bringing them 2 runs at max.
Williamson preparing nicely for the Pakistan Test series.
Priorities, bro.
Priorities. Yeah.
And it's actually going to be interesting times for Test cricket ahead because, like we said, the Australian summer will start with West Indies playing there, then South Africa, then India, Bangladesh.
December.
India, Bangladesh in Bangladesh.
Right? Bangladesh.
Oh, the Nagins will be out.
Where will they come?
We'll play 3 spinners, obviously, right?
Obviously, 3 spinners.
Jadeja, Akshar, Ashwin.
Yeah, they'll go. We'll play with 3 spinners on.
And Bumrah.
Bumrah maybe, yeah.
Thought this match is so boring. We are talking about India.
Sorry, guys. I mean, what else to do? Because this game is, like I keep saying, hasn't got fucking fire.
What must be New Zealand's plan right now?
The only good thing about this game was Surya Kumar Yadav, and we spoke about it in the mid-innings break, and we've used up all the adjectives that we had to describe him.
We are running out of adjectives.
And we're now running out of adjectives to describe Kane Williamson's knocks these days. Because
intent.
भाई इंटेंट एक रन आया ना, क्या फायदा? वो इंटेंट से मारता भी है तो मैक्सिमम 2 रन बस.
Intent.
They are at a stage where
भाई कोशिश कर रहा है भाई.
it's sad.
कोशिश कर रहा है भाई.
They are at a stage where if they score 2 runs every ball, they will still lose by 11 runs.
Yeah, I know that.
So what's the equation now? 106 of 7.5 overs, which is like unheard of, even if a ground has small boundaries.
भाई हुड्डा के अगेंस्ट तो स्टेप आउट कर लो, कुछ तो कर लो यार. इधर क्रीज में खड़े खड़े खेलोगे तो कैसे चलेगा?
I think New Zealand also have to have a deep look.
That was a wide ball, right? Like if he had left it, it would have been wide. And he's hitting it straight to long off. Why would you do that? Go over covers, no.
You know, it's actually hilarious how we beat New Zealand in all these stupid bilaterals don't matter. As soon as it's a big ICC tournament, we just shit.
So we actually posted this creative. New Zealand, India, last 10 T20I.
Yeah, he shared me the
and we have lost just one. That was the World Cup game which knocked us out.
In Dubai.
एक मैच आ रहे हो पूरे 8 के बराबर है यार.
Last time we toured here, we beat them 5-0.
Yeah, 5-0.
Which is madness. So it really doesn't matter, honestly. Like, even if India win this series 2-0 and then win the ODI series, people will be like, yeah, fine, dude. But like when it comes to the ICC tournaments, why aren't we winning? And it'll be basically 10 years till 2023, and then they'll make a story and be like, 10 saal ke baad, India now finally winning an ICC event
but
at their own background.
When we won in 2007, even that was after like 24 years.
Yeah, 24.
So I mean,
24.
Yeah, we actually need to rethink our team as fans. I mean, we always think, oh, India favorites. But on what proof? Because they haven't like...
सबसे पहली बात है star culture से बाहर आओ.
Yeah.
And
long gone. Deepak Hooda gets a wicket. And it's wickets like these which keep him in the Indian squad.
Boundary आएगी या चौका.
Boundary
आएगी या out.
Aggression.
Hooda is like, चलो runs नहीं बनाए पिछले 2 मैच में पर एक विकेट तो निकाला.
Deepak Hooda saw Rohit Sharma in Hardik Pandya.
Deepak Hooda basically saw Hardik Pandya as Ben Stokes right now. He's like, dang.
Bowling nahi dete ho yaar mere ko.
Will Williamson still be one of the best batters in his generation once he retires, according to you guys? I think in Test cricket, he's definitely already...
Test and ODIs maybe.
There's record in India and South Africa and Sri Lanka.
And he's also dabbed his way to greatness, milking the third man.
I see. The thing over here is like.
But yeah, no doubt. I agree with you, Sai.
I have one stat.
Again, in ODIs, his numbers are not bad, no?
ODIs, his numbers are not bad. And you have to look into one perspective is like New Zealand do not play test matches as frequent as England do.
Yeah.
Like so, like England play like 20 test matches per year almost.
Yeah.
15,
almost 20, 15, like 15,
7 or 8.
15, 15. So like these guys play 7 to 8, and out of which their home season will come in what 2 years once. Their home season is in 2 years once.
Man, it's sad. Williamson
but Williamson will be I mean,
he'll be a great in tests, no doubt.
He'll obviously be in New Zealand's all-time Test 11.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
That's for sure.
Maybe not the all-time Test 11 ever.
So
no, all-time Test 11, I don't think
that's a little tough.
I have this stat. I don't know Williamson का अभी क्या average है Test matches में, but he crossed the 50 average mark, the mark of averaging 50 few years back, and since then his average has not dropped below 50. New Zealand, in entire New Zealand cricket history, no other player averages over 50. So that's
a good stat.
That itself shows you कि भाई मतलब
I mean, lots of people like Williamson because of different things that he brings to the table, apart from just being a damn good batsman in ODIs and tests. Obviously, people criticize him in T20s, but like the fact that he's got New Zealand to so many knockout games as captain.
And he performed himself. 2019
Sure.
World Cup, he was the player of the tournament.
Yeah.
You can say ki Rohit Sharma deserved it more or Shakib Al Hasan deserved it more.
But
Okay.
that couple of
Williamson-
years, I think, was Williamson's peak in white ball career.
Yeah, 2000. Yeah, white ball
2019.
career.
Until
2018 also,
2019.
he got the 735
See,
runs in the IPL.
2018 he was very good. Like in the absence of David Warner, he made it up for Sunrisers.
True.
Like that was a huge success.
And to score
for him.
700 runs.
700
is
runs.
not a
He was
joke.
the Orange
Yeah.
Cup winner, right?
Yeah.
Ken Williamson.
And he made the final.
Yeah, Shane
Yes.
Watson ने निपटा दिया था, but उससे पहले तो
They're only
But
born to knock
that
out
was-
India. You may defeat them easily in bilaterals. Yeah. I mean, this is a joke now from Kane Williamson, right? 37 to 37. Is he just doing a Dhoni?
That is why I keep saying he should open.
How will he do a Dhoni?
No, is it like, you know how Dhoni kind of like, even though sometimes the range
Dude,
is like
Dhoni
16,
had that
17.
6 hitting range.
Yeah, but like,
What
is
does
he-
Williamson have?
My question is he kind of damaging control right now?
What is damage control? You're chasing 190. What damage do you
I'm
want
just
to control?
trying to back up Kane
Control
Williamson, the
damage hota hai na.
batsman. Yeah, it's terrible.
It is terrible.
Terrible.
bro.
103 of 41 and he's just not even going for it.
Let alone control. You are damaging the innings.
Damaging his reputation more than that. Hemant, yeah, good to see you in the comments. Keep the comments coming through because even though there's not been that much to talk about in this game, we'll still try to pick the bones about what we're seeing. Sky, obviously, a big talking point. The other Indian batsman, big talking point as well. Because Ishan Kishan, 31 ball, 36. Rishabh Pant opening again in T20s and failing. What are the other big talking points in this match? Hardik Pandey, many people questioning him again, 13 ball, 13. But, I mean, cut him some slack because...
Hardik Pandya, no, he was doing his job. No, he was just rotating
And
the
plus,
side.
with Sky going mad at the other end, how much
Yeah.
can you do? You can't do that much. But Chahal, 1 for
Another
24.
dot ball.
Oh,
out.
6.
Oh,
Six
that
on
is
eight.
long gone.
Oh,
Straight to the
no,
man. So
man.
Chahal getting another one.
Oh, no.
And James Neesham has to go once. I'll just pick up my food.
Just imagine if Nisham is pushed out of the 11, pushed out of the squad because he has not got much runs off late. Because why he has not got much runs off late? Because Williamson and the pressure made.
That's what.
So I mean, it would be very unfair, but that's how it works.
Hey,
sometimes.
obviously, like for a finisher, if you're giving a 42 ball, 72, yeah, that is fine. Okay, fine. That you have to finish. That is why you are called in. But you are giving them like what 17 runs per over to finish off. That too, like it's not 30 runs. Yeah.
It won't happen every time. It happened in the semi-final last year. It won't happen every time. So
Yeah.
and I'm angry. I'm angry watching this approach from Williamson where he's not even trying. Bro, get out. It's fine. It's okay to get out. It is not okay to just milk the singles around and just build pressure on the partner at the other end. So, yeah, seriously, I have no words right now.
Oh, Santner.
It's like Williamson is not even trying to win the game for New Zealand. It's just
I don't know.
He's just simply existing in the middle of the ground. That's it.
And he still wants to play all formats. Why? Why do you want to do that?
To yourself and to your team.
I see. Nowadays, this is what is happening. Like players are not able to recognize their format.
I think the players are just a bit greedy that they want to
They are being greedy.
which is not going to happen.
See, this is where England are very good.
Oh,
They know,
start
okay,
again.
they know Joe Root cannot play T20Is. So they left it off.
Yeah, Kane Williamson playing for NR. Yeah.
NRR. इतना बोरिंग हो चुका है मैच
यार सीरियसली यार विलियमसन भाई
यार ये छोटा ग्राउंड में भी नहीं मार पा रहे भाई
Oh,
मारना तो
What a
दूर की
single.
बात है यार मतलब फाइट भी नहीं आ रहा है मतलब बात करने के लिए.
Whole world has played their wrist spinners, but India glad they are learning now, says Hemant. So we don't know yet that have they learned it or not. It's just that they have picked only 2 wrist spinners in this squad, and yeah, they are changing their approach. But we just don't know that by the time the next World Cup comes, ODI or T20, there could be a chance that Chahal again loses his form like he did before this World Cup, and India pushes him out and plays a Jadeja and then Ashwin again. Ashwin just somehow pops up right into the 11 just because India के पास off spinner नहीं होता. So you don't know it yet. It is too soon to say that India are learning their mistake.
Hemant, like only this World Cup they haven't gone with a wrist spinner.
Yeah,
last World Cup they had Rahul Chahar. They had Rahul Chahar and they had mystery spinner Varun Chakravarti.
Yeah.
So they thought they could achieve something with Varun Chakravarti, but they didn't. That was a failure for them. So they gave one match to Rahul Chahar, I guess. One match to Rahul Chahar.
एक से ज़्यादा खेला था क्या? They started with Ashwin and Varun.
Yeah, they started with Ashwin and Varun. And in this World Cup, they were their approach was very decisive, because in Asia Cup, what happened with the combination of Aksar and Chahal, they didn't want that to happen in the World Cup as well. Like, because if we remember the Pakistan loss or the Sri Lanka's loss, both were because they were bowling Aksar and Chahal together, and their left-handers cashed it in. So they were very decisive whether to go with both similar kind of bowling types. So that is what. And in India were in a group where they had at least 3 left-handers in every middle order.
इस बार भी तो वही था यार, हर टीम के पास lefties थे. Pakistan के पास नहीं थे, but Pakistan then made their lefty options. They brought in Shan Masood and they promoted Mohammad Nawaz as well, which is important, right? Then you come to South Africa के पास they had 3 lefties in top 5.
Riley Rousseff,
Riley de Kock, Miller. Netherlands. Okay,
Netherlands छोड़ो भाई, Netherlands.
Zimbabwe के पास भी lefties थे.
Sean Williams,
Ryan Burl.
Yeah, Ryan Burl.
And then England के पास तो थे ही थे. बांग्लादेश के पास थे lefties. So
बांग्लादेश मतलब इंग्लैंड के खिलाफ थे, लेकिन यूज नहीं आया बस.
यूज नहीं आया, but थे तो ना. That played a part in India picking Ashwin over Chahal.
Obviously.
So,
and one more thing, the problem with India selection was if they had to go with Yuzvendra Chahal, they had to drop Ashwin or Aksar. So if they had dropped Aksar, then India's batting would have ended at number 5.
And that is where that is where the issues in the Indian system lies. They have not been able to find out players, the utility players.
Exactly.
Cricket, which includes a lefty for top 5, a performing lefty, that is a top order batter who can bat in top 5, and he can bowl a few overs of off spin as well. Like Australia has Maxwell, South Africa has Markram, England has Moeen Ali, Ireland has Paul Stirling. Those kind of players are very important to break, to counter matchups. And then there are other issues like India's seam attack was very one-dimensional.
Hemant, the match is telecasted only on Amazon
Prime.
But there
is nothing to watch right now unless you want to scratch your hair out while watching Williamson's approach.
You can put up your questions. Yeah, boundary.
So this is why Williamson, I think he should open, because his best chance of scoring runs is against pace. He absolutely has
and with the power play as
well. His range against spin, against low bowlers is very limited. He has to step out. He has to instill power into the shot, which Williamson does not have in his game. His game is about deft touches, finding gaps, and for such kind of players, it is the pace bowling, facing the pacers, that is more productive. And that is why Williamson, if he fits into any T20 side, he should open. And Conway can bat one down because he can play spin really well. So having said that, that is why I have been saying this for a long time. If Williamson has to continue in all 3 formats, First of all, I think he should not. But if he continues, then he should at least open in T20s.
Yeah,
That's where we saw the best of him as well. 2009
yeah.
IPL.
That is where we saw him the best. No, like it's the simple way, like how Gujarat operate with Vriddhiman Saha. So Vriddhiman Saha is basically a power play basher. Like he goes in the power play, like he attacks in the power play, irrespective of what the result is. He just goes at it, and then in the middle overs, he either gets out or he just eats ball.
Another example of it is Parthiv Patel. Even in his best seasons of IPL, when he was in good form, his runs would come mainly in the power play. His role would be to find the gaps during the field restrictions, and as soon as the field restrictions ended, the spinners came onto ball, and there were more fielders on the ropes. The runs dry up for him. So there are certain players who are very good in finding gaps, and their role should be limited to power play itself. And after that, if they get out, it is in benefit of the team.
Yeah, like it's the same way how
भाई एक और example बहुत
Sunil
अच्छा था देखो. Narayan there, but he was not a proper batter. Rahul Dravid in 2013, he had a brilliant season with RR.
400 runs कुछ मारा था उसने, 433 कुछ मारा था.
And he was batting in a very destructive manner in the power play. He was smashing the bowlers all over the park. He was piercing the gap. He was hitting over the top of them. But even then, even in that season, his strike rate saw a considerable dip as soon as the power play ended.
Yeah.
He is, again, Dravid used to be that kind of a player whose best chance to be effective, to be impactful in a T20 game was as an opener, because he was so good with finding gaps, but not so good in terms of, instilling power into the shot against spinners. So, yeah, there are such kind of players, and Williamson, I mean, he should open. Yeah, I mean, 44 balls, 44 runs. When you are chasing, when the asking rate at the start of the innings was 9.5. I mean, it is just not done.
This is like you don't even have a context in this match. Like 93 runs of 29 balls is just impossible.
ना context है, ना intent है,
ना कुछ भी नहीं. भाई 93 of 29 कुछ तो दिखाओ यार. कुछ मतलब हाँ भाई हम चेस करने की कोशिश करेंगे. मतलब कोशिश खाली कोशिश ही हो सकता है, ये चेस नहीं हो सकता ये.
And Samish says that someone tell Kane Mama this is T20 not Test cricket. He sometimes make T20 cricket look like T20 playing at a strike rate of 100 in T20 format. So
समीश शुक्र करो 100 के स्ट्राइक रेट में खेल रहा भाई, नहीं तो 80 में होता है इसका स्ट्राइक रेट हमेशा.
And then there are 3 crying emojis which totally speaks for my emotions right now while watching Kane bat. But okay. Okay, so this match is heading towards a really meaningless end.
Meaningless end. Completely meaningless. Hey, भाई ये
Williams why stand में रहा है
भाई
6 बॉल 2 रन 5 बॉल 2 रन.
भाई जो बंदा अभी आया विलियमसन तड़प रहा है, ये सेंटनर आके ये भी तड़प रहा है.
विलियमसन का स्ट्राइक रेट 100, सेंटनर का 40. Okay, guys, we need your help to drive this show forward now, because I have lost all hope from this game. Please keep commenting.
Like इस मैच से तो हम कुछ नहीं बात कर सकते भाई.
Ask random questions.
Ask something, whatever you want you ask. इस मैच में कुछ भी नहीं है भाई. 2 बॉल मतलब 6 बॉल में 2 रन बना चुका है.
New Zealand also bother about it. New Zealand are like just fulfilling the instructions given by the board that just go out and play.
Come on.
भाई such a FIFA World Cup का watch along कर लेना England versus Iran. Okay.
भाई कब शुरू हो रहा है भाई? वो तो शाम को शुरू होता है.
There's only one contradiction, that cricket.com पे football आएगा तो it will feel like those days when Star Cricket started showing hockey and football games on their channel, and then Santner departs.
Oh, Siraj is heading towards a wicket maiden. भाई समझ रहे हो क्या? मतलब कितना 90 रन चाहिए, 90 प्लस रन चाहिए 4 ओवर में, और आके विकेट मेडन दे रहे भाई.
The only thing worse than this run chase is my sleep cycle. Or maybe this is worse than the sleep cycle. Who knows?
What the fuck is happening, man? I want to go home.
Nothing is happening.
Let's go home. Sorry,
मुझे घर
guys.
जाना है.
Dude, I have to go. I have a ticket for screening.
It's
For
terrible.
the F1 match.
The F1's there. It's a super Sunday of sport. Let's just like presume with that.
से पहले थोड़ा snooze
Tennis
पे
highlights
जाओ.
like wale, bhai. ATP told us that. At least we can watch that. Sorry, guys. I had to go pick up my burger. The guys basically come down the road. I've gone running there, got my burger, waiting for this stupid match to end.
So you have had more running to do than Kane.
And Kane Williamson. There was a tweet which said Kane Williamson's strike rate is just about India's petrol price right now.
Now it's below petrol
Yeah,
price.
now it's below petrol price. But what is with New Zealand being non-bilateral merchants?
They don't care.
They're
As
just
simple as if you
they're
want
just
to
a
give your
tournament team.
best, you want to give your best, give it in a major tournament. Who the hell cares
who
about
the hell
bilaterals anymore?
cares? Who cares, honestly? I mean, some of the cricket, which is just becoming redundant, they're just filling the calendars. Like the BCCI, I know, okay, fine, Sunday match लगवाना है, ठीक है. New Zealand जाओ, हाँ ठीक है, West Indies बुला लो, हाँ Sri Lanka को बुला लो.
This is such a bad advertisement for T20.
It's so bad. Isn't there another cricket game happening today? When does Afghanistan Sri Lanka start?
Tomorrow, I guess.
Oh, it's tomorrow. And who bowled a maiden
And he has
wicket?
bowled a wicket.
Wicket maiden.
One leg by, but yeah, but that'll go.
Wicket maiden.
Yeah, wicket maiden.
Why?
Since the game is boring anyway, let's do this. If you guys have one slot left in your team, who would you take? Flintoff, Callis? Oh, it's a good question.
Any day, Kallis.
Any day Flintoff.
Any day, Kallis.
I'll go for Flintoff.
I wish we can play that clip of Flintoff versus Callis now.
I
That
would go
over
with
that he
Kallis.
bowled in Test match cricket is one of the best overs I've seen live. With Rudy
I have
Kurtzen also
seen
making it more dramatic.
I have seen it so many times. I still get the same amount of thrills and goosebumps while watching it.
Yeah.
I just keep myself in Callis' shoes and I'm like, bro, ball dikh bhi.
But Callis is the greatest all-rounder to ever play the game. Maybe the greatest ever cricketer to play the game. Catches,
That is
runs, wickets, in ODIs, in tests, in T20s. What more do you want?
That is why I would take Kallis any day.
How is Callis'
I accept.
How's
okay, fine,
Callis'
that's
IPL
Flintoff,
record?
actually.
His IPL record was not bad. No?
Not bad. Not
Good,
bad, but
see, both of them were different kind of
Oh, yeah.
all-rounders. Callis was a batting all-rounder, Flintoff was a bowling all-rounder.
And
So my
Callis had
pick-
more peaks.
Kallis had
Flintoff
very
didn't
more
have
big.
That 2005 was a peak. 2009 was a
But,
peak, maybe.
Flintoff
If you-
in 2005 Ashes was a deep cricketer you want in your side.
There are two videos which you still get goosebumps when you're watching when Kallis is batting. One is a Flintoff over. Another one definitely.
Oh, finally!
Finally!
He's gone. Oh, brilliant!
Nice work.
Brilliant work from Shreyas Iyer over there.
We're like, bhai, itni tune to mara tha
And
kuch.
Siraj also with the dive in.
Bhai, itni
Insane.
mehnat kyun kar rahe ho yaar?
That's insane. But good question, Sai. Okay, and here's another question of just
But
what Sai said.
again, my pick will depend on the formation of my side, that if I need a batting all-rounder or do I need a bowling all-rounder.
True, but okay, fine. If you have not taken that in consideration, who's England's best all-rounder of all time? Ben Stokes,
I did
Flintoff,
not
both of them.
see both of them play, so I'll go for Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes?
Ben Stokes.
Ben
Ben
Stokes.
Stokes. Even considering.
Sachin was a stat padder. He was an old
Okay, we are
generation KL
heading
Rahul.
there. We are heading that route now. Random things, random criticism.
Random
Random
chats,
brands.
कुछ भी मन में तो पूछ ले भाई,
That
पूछ ले.
better.
How are you
Yeah.
saying Sachin is a stat padder?
Yeah, that's a little
Why?
controversial statement. Over
No,
there.
like he's not a stat padder.
No, I understand where Chachan's coming from. The fact that every time he was on 98 and 99, he would probably get like ones or twos. But like, you could say the same thing about Virat.
Dude, why? When you're a 95 or 96, it's not that there was no this kind of mentality. Okay, fine, I don't care. Like, no, not everybody are Virender Sehwag.
Not everybody.
Not everybody are Virender Sehwag. They don't care. Oh, okay. Now to
Sehwag was insane, bro.
See,
94,
this generation-
194, 294, कुछ भी था. मैं मार रहा
See,
बस.
this generation is like that.
Yeah.
I don't care like what score I am. I'm just going for the
Generation
runs.
is like that now.
This generation is like that.
That is true.
But in that generation, you wanted, yes, obviously, like if you are batting at 95, 96, it's not that okay, fine. There are very few matches where he took some time, not too much.
Sachin stat pattern against McGrath won Akram Bakar. Woo! Pranav and Chachand, you guys are ballsy on a Sunday, huh? Honestly, follow these guys, whoever you are. All the rest of the viewers follow Pranav and Chachand for more controversial
are
statements.
He's saying it sarcastically.
Obviously, but even to make a statement like that, it's one of your top
It is
TV
more
please.
interesting than the game going on, and I'll take it.
And I'll actually take
When
Anil's
Sachin performed in
position.
ICC knockouts. By whose side?
That side. Just slightly lower. 9 seconds. Oh, he's done it in time.
So when did Sachin perform in ICC knockouts? Bro, first of all, I mean...
That's a good point.
ICC knockouts.
2011
75.
semi-final.
Semi-final.
Quarter-final,
irrespective.
he scored a crucial...
But
He
he
scored
scored
a-
against Pakistan. How much did he get?
Against Australia, he won it for
with 10 chances.
Yeah, 84 for 5. Sachin.
High. Chances do not matter.
Chances to.
ठीक है.
But
1996 quarterfinal.
85. I'll tell you. 85. Semi-final and quarter-final. He missed out in the final. That is different. Okay. And in the 2003 semi-final, who scored?
Ganguly scored a
Ganguly,
10.
Kenya. Against Kenya, Ganguly scored.
Okay. Ganguly. Okay.
Are you doing
2003.
straight after the match? I don't think so.
I don't think he played the 2006 Champions Trophy, did he, Sachin? The one that we
He did.
hosted?
He did.
He did. And
Oh my
19.
God, that's a bloody beam.
Okay. In 1996,
Yeah.
he performed well in semi-final.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I mean,
after he-
sorry,
Are we doing
What
this
if
space
he-
after the match? I'm not sure. We should ask Samir and Gautam. Maybe not. But we'll definitely pick your questions right after the game. So feel free to throw them in the comments below.
In 1996, also in quarterfinals, he performed. Semi-finals, he failed.
How much did he get against Pakistan in that quarterfinal? Oh, that's a huge shot. That's a huge shot for 6.
Which quarterfinal?
1996 against Pakistan and Bangalore.
1996, he scored somewhere around 70 odd.
Oh, he did?
Kya? Acha wo quarter-final.
Quarterfinal.
I don't remember that. I was 2 years old anyway.
I remember
you
that he
went
got
for
off
that
to a
game,
start.
right? You went to
I
watch
was
that game, right?
4 years old. I was 4 years old and I saw
Do you have any memories?
Javed Miandad's last match being run out. Ajay
Do you
Jadeja
have
and
any
Waqar
memories
Yunus.
from that game? Kya? From
All I remember was the stadium food back then was actually way better than what you get now.
Yeah, I know.
Now it's just terrible. I went for India Sri Lanka and I felt sick right after that.
I know that.
That's actually a good topic. Which is honestly the worst stadium to watch a game in cricket? I mean, sometimes
Hey,
I
please
feel
don't say Firosha Kotla, anyone.
I
please.
would say
That's
Firosha Kotla.
terrible. One thing, Jay has put out a stat saying Sachin played 51 innings and 52 knockout matches, scored over 2,400 runs at an average of 52 plus with strike rate of 85.65. He had 7 centuries and 14 half centuries in those encounters.
I would say.
He played that many knockout games, 52
I mean,
knockout
like
matches.
all
He's
knockouts,
counting Asia Cup,
Asia
he's
Cups and all those
counting
things.
games, sorry.
All those things. So,
People
People
got to
gotta
understand knockouts and group stages are important. Otherwise
Yeah,
they-
exactly. 2003
Oh,
World Cup.
shot. That's 6.
We wouldn't have reached anywhere if it was not Sachin. I mean, the whole team did well, but again, Sachin had a big role.
dude, like,
Huge role.
that Coca-Cola Cup, how can anybody forget that, man?
Which Coca-Cola Cup?
The Storm, Desert Storm.
Yeah.
Hey,
What was Sachin's best white ball knock? I mean, ODI knock, essentially.
ODI knock, I would say the final. Coca-Cola Cup final
In Sharjah.
in Sharjah. That is his
So,
best
Chant, I'm
ever.
waiting for a response now because there has been a load of comments against you.
Cricket is much more than just a handful of knockout games. Yeah? Absolutely.
Well said by Introspect.
Like, see, at probably
Chokta. So Williamson again, as I said, he accelerates against pace, but he needs to do something about his game against spin.
भाई
He needs
अब
to
तो
do
इंडिया वाले
something about his
इंडिया वाले भी
game.
छोड़ दिए होंगे भाई
Yeah.
तो ले ले मारो भाई तो
मारो भाई.
खुद
That
खुद
is
बोल
okay.
रहे
That is okay. But
ये
then-
देखो फुल टॉस दे रहा है खुद मारो भाई तुम खुद मारो तुम प्लीज
that is okay, bhai. But I'm just saying, thoda sa Williamson just looks more productive against pace rather than spin in T20. So
Nobody's a liability for this New Zealand side. He's a big liability. I mean,
he
yeah,
needs to
sure, he's a
open,
great
man, otherwise-
tactician and all of that. You can
otherwise, no
say
point. He needs to open.
59 to 49
wow
was terrible.
Okay,
Siraj, I don't want his figures to be ruined because he's bowled pretty well, but so far in this final over, 6 and 4, and it's a wide being called.
Hey,
And
कैसा
Rishabh
वाइड है
Pant can't believe it.
खत्म करो बे जल्दी.
भाई कैसा
Khatam
वाइड
karo,
है ये
bhai. The best video, according to me, is Dale Steyn showing his collection of balls he collected after picking up 5 wickets. Has anyone watched that video? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the biggest Dale Steyn fans.
There is.
I mean, we all are Dale Steyn fans, really. Because obviously he represents RCB. So
There is another Dale Steyn video which doesn't.
what is
feature
Dale Steyn's best ever spell?
Nagpur
751.
7.
Signed for 51. Yeah, it is there. One of my favorite and I feel very underrated spell is that 2014 at Port Elizabeth. He got Brad Haddon out and then he pointed at the stump cam like this. There is a clip of stump cam recording Steyn looking at the stump cam, and then there is a picture from the sideways where Brad Haddon is looking at his stumps and Steyn is standing alongside
And this is
him
in a
and he's
test.
saying,
This is in a test match, right?
Test match, man. What
Wow.
And, like,
energy! What energy!
But seriously, like, you know,
Did they just have a graphic for a 60
yeah,
score being
yeah.
breached?
They have every 30 from 30 every 10s you have that
Wow,
graphic.
Amazon
30s,
Prime Video
40s, 50s, 60s.
doing OTT things. So Callis was an average player because South Africa didn't win any trophy according to some IPL era kids.
Oh, how?
Again,
That is
Just,
like,
I'm waiting for your response.
it's turning out to be slanderous Sunday in the comments below.
So Virat Kohli-
I appeal to
so-
to our
so
audience
basically,
to help us
so
write
basically,
so forward.
Virat Kohli, who averages 88 in a World Cup, is an average player because he doesn't have a T20 World Cup.
Yeah, by that logic, yeah.
Dude, shots fired at you now.
Cricket is much more than that. That's why, hey, Chacha, let's all go there. We were robbed of 3 IPL titles and bowled him. The misery comes to an end. And Siraj gets a wicket. He's happy. 2 for 23. And he's like, go back, go back, go back.
फटाफट खत्म करते हैं इसको. Yeah, I like this.
I like the thinking of Siraj. I like the thinking.
And imagine, man, like, you are
After
just
4 to
like
5
you are-
years, seeing in the scorecard, people say Williamson was a lone warrior there. No one will say that. Because now cricket fans have become much more smarter. They have the education to figure out,
Also,
okay,
we
fine,
have-
what is a
if-
match costing
So
now?
they definitely won't say that if they check the scorecard on cricket.com app because we have report cards and.
What about the
impacts per
impact
player.
rating? What is it now? Can you just open and check?
It was negative, but I can't check it now. It's out. But let me check.
Yeah, we can still check it out.
Oh, it was -12.
Minus 12 is an impact rating. That's
Minus
quite
12.
a big one. Virat is under 19 World Cup with 11 Champions Trophy 2013.
like I mean, I'm saying like,
And technically should have won that bloody World Test Championship. Just
Why? They were not
we
good
were
enough.
just the most dominant team. We just slipped up like New Zealand.
Bro, see that argument.
That whole cycle, we were just dominant.
That argument of missing out on or of underperforming in one game, that stays true for white ball games, but not for test matches. Test matches, most 90% of test matches are won by the better side. So New Zealand were a better side, and
New Zealand were a better side because India's age-old problem, like
Is Sodhi's
age-old
come up with
problem of
some-
that session.
Yeah, he's come up with a very interesting helmet, fluorescent.
He
Pads.
always has that, no? He
I mean,
always
that
uses
reminds me of Hardik
fluorescent.
Pandya's socks today. I don't know if you guys saw it from the stump where he was
Yeah,
wearing
yeah, they-
exact fluorescent
the
socks.
things we notice in this game because there is.
Pratik
not much
Kadari going on to
analysis.
say, so just because we won't see T20, it becomes best format. It's entertaining and easy to follow, nothing else. Look, I still believe the best format is Test cricket. I think even if you ask any cricketer who's growing up,
Any cricket
any
fanatic,
cricket, yeah, a proper cricket fan would say Test cricket.
he would say Test cricket.
And obviously, ODI has lost its charm because when we used to grow up and watch cricket, like I would watch the TVS Cup, for example. I wouldn't care as
I
long
don't-
as there's
see,
ODI
the
cricket
thing
going
is-
on.
The thing why these are called like Sachin, maybe Mohammad Azharuddin, all these guys are called legends, and they are rated higher than the this generation players are because they used to whack those bowlers
Yeah,
at the 40th over where the ball used to be like a sponge.
correct.
And
that's,
it used to
that's,
reverse.
that I think that's a very good point that you
And
mentioned.
it used
That
to
is the
reverse.
worst thing which could have happened on ODI cricket.
I totally accept it. That ball used to reverse like anything. Man.
Oh, he's done a Dhoni Panti.
For a batsman to bat against those reverse swinging balls, that
Uncovered
was
pitches and all because these guys are now bringing Viv Richards 100 knockouts was outshone by Colin King, but Richards didn't play any such impact knockouts. Yet he was such a great player.
Oh, he did not, yeah.
I mean, if
He
you look
scored a century in the finals, right?
in 79, I think.
79 finals, he scored a century.
83, obviously, their whole team just took India very competitively. Because 183 to chase in 60 overs, they were like, yeah, we'll do it in a can.
79, he scored a century, I remember.
Was it him or Clive Lloyd?
No.
Clive Lloyd scored in
75, he scored a century.
I think Richard scored a
75
semi-final
Clive Lloyd,
100 in 87. No, not in 79, I think.
79, he scored 100, as of I remember, in the finals.
Can you just
Against
confirm that?
Australia, right?
Yeah, I think so. But I will.
Question for Statsman. Who are a few Moneyball purchases that IPL auction could see? I think Daryl Mitchell, Harry Brook, Kes Ahmed, and can't think of anyone else.
First of all, I think Daryl Mitchell could be a very
Darryl
good pick for RCB as a backup for Glenn Maxwell. Because
Oh, Hooda's got another wicket. This is why he gets played. Pant wants it. Pant gets it.
Deepak Hooda has more wickets than the number of balls he has played in his last two knocks.
Who knows?
Not runs scored.
Not runs scored.
Balls played.
And again, 3 wickets. 3 for 9, 2.3. Yeah, if you can't do with the bat, do with the ball.
Okay. Big buys. I don't see too many.
who else
Maybe
could be
Harry Brook, okay. Daryl Mitchell, I don't think so. Harry Brook might get one.
You know, one man who actually fits the bill but didn't get a place in Punjab's team is Benny Howell. I think Benny Howell.
Yes. But see, the thing is,
One thing just to interrupt. Viv Richards 138 not out. 1979 World Cup final.
Oh, final, yeah. And semi-final also. So yeah, with Richards.
told you.
You can't argue. with
I
Viv.
remember. I remember that 139.
In the no helmet era, the uncovered pitches, the amount of quicks that you were facing then, I think the likes of Jeff Thompson and all of these lads.
Okay, so coming back to this question from Sai,
It's
I
42.
so basically, Sai, this mini auction, it will be based on Indian players. No one will be ready to buy in or cash in for overseas players for huge amount, and they will concentrate on more of the players who have come in from the recent Syed Mustaq Ali Trophy, and there are few players
Dude, if you get
who
the trick here.
Oh my god, that'll be ridiculous.
oh, what happened?
Prime is a little.
Did he get a head trick?
So that is one, and like there are few Indian players who can fit in very well. Like somebody like Sanveer, there is a guy, there is a finisher called named Sanveer Singh from Punjab. So he was very good in this Syed Mustaq Ali. So he had a strike rate of somewhere around 205. So these are the guys who will go up.
Who else could really kind of go for cheap but then do really well? I'm just trying to think of players like that. International players.
International players, maybe Sikandar Raza.
Yeah.
But there will be a dogfight with that many auction. And he's got 4. Can you believe it? He's got 4. Archdeep does a little Thai celebration, and New Zealand, well, they put us.
Hold out.
Yeah, they've honestly made our Sundays happier because look, they've got the match done and dusted. The more important
7
news:
balls earlier.
India winning by 65 runs and quite a game. I mean, not really. I mean, the only highlight which we'll look back in time to come is that Sky 100, 111. Apart from that, 4 for 10 Hooda, and people be like, "Oh, look, he can bowl."
He can bowl.
And he got all right-handers out. So matchups, what matchups?
I don't think so.
It's
No
quite
matchups.
ridiculous.
Not matchups, but if he can get the righties out, then it's good for him, no?
Look, it's been fantastic to do this watch along. We'll just spend 5 more minutes with you all, just talking about the biggest talking points so far. Sky 100, obviously.
Yep.
Ishan Kishan.
I don't think so. See, apart from Sky's 100, there is nothing from batting perspective.
From a negative stance, batting perspective, we can question Pant, but again, still too early to say. We'll give him about a good 5-10 games.
At least 5 innings we need.
From the bowling perspective,
Bowling
Deepak
perspective, Deepak
Siraj
Hooda.
got some wickets, Chahal got some wickets, Bhuvi doing Bhuvi things, Deepak Hooda obviously.
Deepak Hooda already has his best bowling figures. that he
Arshdeep
will
was
have in his
disappointing.
T20I career.
Will they actually now change things for the 30-20 international?
Given
Samson खिला लो यार.
खिला लो भाई, Umran Malik को
खुदा
खिला
का
दो
वास्ता है
भाई.
तुम्हें.
Honestly,
they
Umran
will
Malik,
change.
yeah.
They will change. They'll
But
go with
who?
Sanju Samson.
Okay,
They'll
for
go with Sanju Samson for sure.
For whom?
Probably they might even open the innings with him, I'm assuming.
And who will they drop?
Like Ishan Kishan.
Oh, they'll drop Ishan Kishan.
Why do you want 3? Like, if you are giving a longer rope for Rishabh Pant, then why do you want three wicket keepers?
Yeah.
You have 3 wicket keepers.
That's a fair point.
Like,
I
now,
want Sanju and Umrah to make that starting place in the next match, but I don't think that'll happen.
now though, like, you can't even drop Huda because he picked up.
Yeah,
4
but India are a
wickets.
team who are obsessed with winning bilaterals, right? They won't take a chance when they're just 1-0 up, which is sad. So
They are not gonna lose. They are gonna draw the
को
test
हटा
one.
देंगे क्या ये बोल के कि हुड्डा ने 4 विकेट निकाले थे
हाँ, हटाओ भाई.
सुंदर ने 12 के इकोनॉमी पे रन खाए थे
सुंदर को हटाओ.
I mean, it's just it puzzles me.
सुंदर को हटाओ. Samson को खिलाओ.
I mean, even Harshal Patel's waiting in the wings, so he should get a game.
Yeah, like, see, the thing over here is like,
Otherwise, what's the point
Harshal should have played in the World Cup.
Should have at least
given
one match.
given the ground dimensions, and
Chahal should have played in the World Cup.
And I'll tell you, like, no disrespect to Dinesh Karthik, but I am telling you,
disrespect to Dinesh
but considering the ground dimensions in Australia, you could have never expected Dinesh Karthik to run the way how he did it in IPL.
Yeah.
I would have guaranteed, even if he had got the chances, he wouldn't have done it because Adelaide is the only ground where he had shorter boundaries. And that is where they dropped him, right?
Yeah, they played Pant over.
That is where they dropped him.
I mean, some are questioning.
That is where Virat Kohli got him run out.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
So, you're playing in Melbourne, you're playing in Perth, you're playing in Sydney. Sydney, you have one side short and the other 2 side squares are bigger. So he is a player who tends to sweep. Or
Yeah, but now
anything like
bygones are bygones. Karthik's never going to be seen in an Indian t-shirt again, right?
I don't
Maybe
think,
obviously
I mean,
through cricket buzz.
But
that is a bit.
He's not. I mean, let's face facts. He's not going to play ever again.
Unless he appears to watch an India game wearing an India shirt.
Yeah, maybe that for cricket buzz and all of that.
Yeah,
but like, I don't think DK is ever going to play again. I don't think Ashwin's going to play again.
Considering 2 years from now, T20 World Cup, yeah, I don't think so.
Shami will think that he's never going to play again, and then for the World Cup, he'll suddenly come back.
That is what amuses me. No, like the selector said, we are not looking at Shami as a T20 bowler, and all of a sudden, everybody in the commentary box, experts, and all those idiots were like, okay, fine.
Squad ही क्या जिसमें एक selection blunder था.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody were like, where is Shami? Shami is sitting at home and cooling his shoes.
If you see, this year it was Shami. Last year it was कि चहल को नहीं लिया. 2019 it was whole number 4 वाला fiasco.
Right.
Fiasco.
2015 it was Binny को pick करा ahead of Yuvraj Singh.
And 2017 we still had Ashwin Jaddu.
16.
No, Champions Trophy.
Champions Trophy we had Ashwin Jaddu.
Yeah.
So एक ना एक फकत तो रहता ही है.
What a surprise! Sky is man of the match.
Yeah.
Didn't see it coming.
Didn't see it coming. I don't know if you guys know.
7th man of the match.
Sky, man of the match.
7th man of the match this year.
And who knows? I mean, what is left in this boy, because he just keeps amazing us. I mean, another 100, 111. He should have probably played majority of that final over to break more records, but wasn't a B. But look, we can just go on and on and on. We really appreciate your time. We have a World Cup to actually look at, which is the Football World Cup in a bit. And then there's F1, which is going to be followed as well. We really appreciate your time. I know it's not as one of the most exciting matches we've done watch-alongs for, but nonetheless.
The first innings was a bit exciting.
But it's always good to like pick the mind of the viewers and of course answer their questions.
Between the viewers themselves. So that was the first. That was the first. We should have more of it. We'll try.
We will try. So when is the next? When is the next T20? Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah. So we guys will be here on Tuesday as well. Hopefully with some of the boys well rested from our end, they'll come back as well to see things. Yeah, well, I think we all definitely deserve a rest. Thank you so much for making your presence felt. And yet another CDC watch along. Good to have you guys. And it's a goodbye from Shubh, Anirudh, me, and of course Basab and Hardik, who made his debut as well. It's a goodbye. Catch cricket.com. There's plenty of content which will come through. So subscribe to the YouTube channel. And of course, check out the QR code right now by visiting the website. And lots more fun that you guys can have on the app. It's a goodbye from me. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. And we'll see you in a brand new week starting tomorrow.